Okay, good morning. It is June 1st at 9:30, and this is the Marion County Budget Committee. We'll call the meeting to order. First item on the agenda, Commissioner Brentano.
No, thank you. I get the privilege to introduce our new member, Denise Bowles. I've known Denise for a long time. Actually, when I first got involved in county government, she was there to guide me along and has been a great influence. Now, I had him write up a little background here, but normally I just say it's too boring to read, because it is. But this is such a long list of stuff I can't remember, so you're just gonna have to bear with me for a little bit. So Denise is a longtime resident of Marion County, extensive background in government, business, and nonprofit work. She recently served in Oregon House of Representatives, representing House District 19, as currently Government Relations Specialist for Salem Health. Denise has broad understanding of public policy, particularly in the areas of healthcare, public safety. She's a member of the Oregon Hospital Association Government Relations Task Force, Salem Sobering Center Task Force, Salem Area Chamber of Commerce, Government Affairs Committee. She volunteers on the Girls on the Run and Sprague High School's Young Life and Booster Club. So thank you, Denise. We look forward to working with you. Kevin, you probably have some you could add on more of a personal basis, whatever.
What I would say is that in my 9.5 years in the legislature, I wouldn't have got what I got done if it wasn't for Denise and her ability to understand the process and more importantly, understand people and reach out across the aisle and do the things that we needed to do. And I really am glad that you're going to join the Budget Committee with us, Denise. Your background and experience and knowledge will be a real value to us all.
Thank you, Denise, and welcome, and we look forward to working with you. It's been our custom to begin our meetings with the flag salute, the Pledge of Allegiance. So if you'd all rise and join me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Next item is the election of chair and vice chair. Entertain a motion.
I would make a motion that we re-elect Patrick Vance as chair and cast a unanimous ballot.
Is there a second?
I'll second the motion.
Moved and seconded. Further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 Anyone opposed? The motion carries. Thank you. Next item is meeting procedures. You have
vice chair next item, right?
Yes.
We have to vote for vice chair.
Did I not say chair and vice chair? I'm sorry. The next thing is vice chair. It's been our custom that the chair of the commission becomes a vice chair. Entertain a motion.
Mr. Chair, I would move that Sam Brentano serve as vice chair of the Budget Committee.
Second.
Is there a second?
I
Motion
object.
second.
I
Discussion.
object. No.
Overruled.
The second vice chair does not get a say on this matter.
As usual.
Now we have
Nobody.
Now we have a question. All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, next item in front of you, committee members, is a copy of meeting procedures. Some years ago, we asked staff to develop a set of meeting procedures to guide what we're doing, and they did that, and we have then adopted those procedures. Spoke with staff this morning before the meeting. There are no substantive changes, so we'll entertain a motion to approve and adopt the meeting procedures for this round of budget.
I would make a motion that the Budget Committee approve the meeting procedures for 2017-18 fiscal year.
Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Brentano, thank you. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
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 Anyone opposed? Hearing none, the motion carries. Thank you. Next item on the agenda is the minutes. Now, we distributed, staff distributed in the last couple of weeks, the minutes of 4 meetings, Jeff, that took place since our last meeting. And this is something we have not always done. So what we'd like to do is read into the minutes the approval of minutes of those interim meetings.
So there are 4 meetings, and they were February 18th of 2016, June 2nd of 2016, June 6th of 2016, and February 28th of 2017. I would make a motion that the Budget Committee approve the minutes as they've been presented.
Motion's on the floor. Is there a second?
I'll second with a question for Lynn. Did the corrections that I sent forward, are they incorporated in these minutes?
They are.
Okay, great. All right, thank you.
Okay. And second, any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 Anyone opposed? Hearing none. That motion carries. Thank you, staff, for bringing us up to date on that one. Next item on the agenda is Budget Officer's presentation. Mr. Latimer, good morning.
Morning, Mr. Chair. And good morning, Budget Committee. I want to thank those public members for their service here, and you, Mr. Chair, for your long service. And also Mr. Kenny, you've been on this Budget Committee a long time also. We appreciate it. And Denise, welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you for your help. I'm going to spend a little time, you have a copy of my budget message there. I'm going to spend a little time on the first page. Yeah, I think that's the first page. Because what my first page in this budget message does is really set the stage for what we're trying to do and what we've been doing for the last 10 years. In the last 10 years, as those of you who have been around those 10 years know, we've been building a strong financial foundation for the county, ensuring that this county, Marion County, is prepared for the future. We've created a structurally balanced budget where the growth of county programs is matched with ongoing revenues. We've saved the county resources by issuing PERS bonds. When PERS was charging us 8% interest on our unfunded liability, we sold PERS bonds under state law. We were allowed to do that. And then we refinanced Courthouse Squares bonds, which saved us interest also. We saved interest on PERS from 8% to 4%, which was a good deal for us. You know, we survived the recession that hit us pretty hard. I remember when I was trying to do the 9-10 budget, and in the last quarter of 8, man, things went through the floor very quickly. We did 3 budgets that year, and finally ended up with a budget that balanced, and we survived that without really laying off many employees. Unlike some other jurisdictions, we were able to, well, it's my feeling that the taxpayers give us money to provide services. And so we did not keep a large ending fund balance. We kept employees on to provide services. And it was a chance we took, but it rebounded to our benefit all along the way. We also preserved a rainy day fund for future PERS costs. And we have, over the years, received the Government Finance Officers Association Award for Excellence in Financial Reporting. About 15 years of that in a row. And we've also, the last 6 years, received the GFOA Budget Presentation Award. So we have, as those of you who've been here a while know, we have changed the budget process fairly dramatically over these years, made it easier, I think, for the Budget Committee to follow and really presented a budget to the public, which will be online eventually, that very clearly demonstrates where we're spending our money. We've been investing in major facility upgrades. We do have some increased revenue now, since the recession is fairly well over and we're coming back. And so, and on top of that, interest rates are very low. One of the loans we took for buildings had an interest rate of under 2%, which is almost free money. Not quite, but almost. So we've remodeled our health services building, and even before that, we renovated this building to save it for the future, where some were calling for us to tear it down. But I think everybody will agree it was a good thing we did to fix this building, and it's now a gem in downtown Salem. We've set aside funding in past couple budgets and in this budget for new buildings to add space and replace outdated space. How did that happen? Jan knows that I keep forgetting to move the slides. He's doing it for me. Our plans are in works to add a second juvenile courtroom next to the current juvenile courtroom at the new detention facility. And we're also going to build a new juvenile administration building. In this budget also are continuing funds for a public safety building out on Almsville Highway for the Sheriff's Central Command and the Parole and Probation Services. And that will break ground in July. And hopefully it'll be completed by the summer of 2018. These new buildings will be less costly to maintain and provide safe and efficient space for clients and employees for at least the next 30 years. We're really proud of our ability to do this at a time when our revenues are stable and increasing and interest rates are so low. We've also invested capital in to build a strong technology architecture. As most of you know, in this day and age, technology runs everything. And so we've had to spend money on the technology architecture. And we hope, we're planning on future projects to lay miles of fiber optic cable to bring all of our campuses together in a reliable IT network that we will manage. I think it's also important to say that we have outstanding leaders in this county, not just on the board, but in our employees and our department heads. And we need them because they're going to help us through a wave of retirements we're going to see in the next 5 years. We're all aging out, or not all of us, some of us are aging out. You young people wouldn't understand that, but, and with that retirement, there's a resulting loss in expertise and institutional knowledge. So the folks coming up behind are going to have to fill in those voids, and we hope to make sure that that happens. This Board of Commissioners and the fiscal prudence of the Budget Committee, we have thoughtfully planned for the future while still retaining our collaborative culture and spirit of innovation. I think it's easy to say that Marion County is prepared for the future. Since Jan's controlling the slide, I'll let her continue to do that. This is the proposed budget for 2017-18. It shows an increase of 27 FTE, 4.61 of those FTE in the general fund. Our Council of Economic Advisors projects a 4.6% increase in property taxes, and we will have a $1 million contingency in the general fund. With all these buildings, and with increasing building costs, we really do need a contingency. We have a $2.3 million rainy day fund and an ending fund balance in the total funds of 54.8 and a general fund of 5.1 million ending fund balance. Now, as I said before, we're prepared. But we always have to be watching out for those things that we can't control. mostly the state and federal Congress and state legislature. Some of the issues that we know that we may face, given the state's budget and what is going on in Washington, D.C., is the dollars that they provide can affect roads and bridges, healthcare funding. Our health department budget is now the largest in the county, and we're concerned because a lot of that is driven by Medicaid dollars. We also receive dollars for public safety, and that's an important part of what we do, particularly for parole and probation. And then, of course, there are PERS reform and retirements. PERS reform is a double-edged sword because with reforms could reduce our costs, but also could force a lot of people to retire early, and then we lose that intellectual capital quicker than we anticipated. We have reserved for future expenditure in a new budget category, $11.2 million. This new category, reserved for future expenditure, is something we're going to try. We're starting with this fiscal year, and we're going to move towards using it for public works, roads, projects, so that we can demonstrate to you on the budget committee and to the public, we have all those dollars in the road fund. We will have a multi-year way of showing you how those dollars are going to be spent over the future. So it's not just in a big lump as an ending fund balance. We're also going to borrow another $5 million to finalize our capital expenditures. Very quickly, I'd like to show you a little picture of the budget. Total budget resources by category are a little difficult to follow, so I'm going to give you some examples of what is in each of these categories. If you talk about transfers from other funds, you're talking about the sheriff's budget, central services with central service charges, land use planning, debt, facility renovation. So we have a lot of things. The dollars are transferred among various funds to fund programs. For example, from the general fund to debt and facility innovation, from the community services fund, not community service, parole and probation. Community corrections. How could I forget that word? They're all sitting out there. The community corrections fund, we take some of that money and put it in the general fund to help fund the jail. So those transfers are very important. We also do a lot of charges for services. And of course, Public Works has a large part of this, and the sheriff does too. Intergovernmental local. This is something that surprises people. But we get most of these dollars are Medicaid dollars from BCN, the Behavioral Care Network. Other revenue comes from administrative charges and cost recovery. Networking capital, of course. You've got our capital funds, about $24 million. Public Works is about $30 million. Health Department, 22.6. So those are the big pieces of networking capital. And of course, taxes are primarily the property tax. We get a lot of dollars from the federal government also, at least we think we do. Health and Human Services, Department of Justice, USDOT, and the like. And this is how we spend all of those dollars, that $412 million. Materials and services and administrative charges, the largest part of this are contracts, either in the health department or in Public Works for roads, road work and other work. And of course, with Covanta for the burner. Our personal services are at a high of 151 million, and that's 36% of our total budget. As you can see, we have a large capital outlay this year for all of this capital that I talked about previously. And of course, you've got to pay for that capital with loans and the debt service on those loans. Of course, that 8.9 million is not just for the capital, it's also for our PERS bonds and then of course Courthouse Square that are old bonds from the original building of the building. In the general fund, of course, taxes makes up the large portion of the revenues for the general fund, and we have net working capital coming in from funds that we didn't spend last year, other fund transfers, charges for services, and then, of course, money from the federal and state government. Where do we spend the general fund? Mostly on personal services, 56%. Materials and services, again, our contracts are probably the largest part of materials and services, as well as equipment and the like, particularly in our central service departments. Administrative charges, which funds all of our central services, and then, of course, we transfer from the general fund to capital and other places, and we have a contingency. Let's talk a little bit about those things that drive this budget. We live in a surrounding economy that affects everything we do, from resources to expenditures. And there are clearly multiple variables that affect the budget, both internal and external. It was amazing to me when I looked at the statistics, but the county population has grown in 5 years from some 13,005 people. And that increase in population drives the need for services, and that increases our costs. Our unemployment rate is now 3.7%, and it decreased from 9.9 in 2012. That is amazing to me, because I remember what we were dealing with from about 08 through 2012. It was tough, but we managed to survive, and we're doing quite well now. So the population and the economy are big drivers of our budget, both in terms of resources and expenditures. We now have the most employees we've ever had, almost 1,500. And they're, by the way, doing a great job for the citizens of Marion County. I think this is very instructive. This is a chart that shows our property tax revenues since 06-07. And you can see the dip very clearly went down. It really started down in 9-10. I did 3 budgets for the 9-10 budget because the revenues just kept dropping. And I ran into a little problem with our friends over across the street. Some of the judges were not pleased that I took remediation of the courthouse out of the budget at that time. We eventually did remediate the courthouse, but I received some rather unflattering comments from a couple judges. And you can see that in 2012, it really dropped dramatically. So then it just started coming back, and it's been coming back ever since. So we're really doing fairly well now in the general fund. Property taxes, it's interesting, our revenues are obviously affected by compression. And this is due to the effects of measures 5 and 50 that were passed by the voters. As property values increase, compression decreases. And as property values increase, urban renewal districts, those losses increase. So we actually probably lose more than we gain from the change in compression. Most of, in fact, all of those urban renewal districts are in the city of Salem. And they cost our budget a pretty penny. The budget drivers, of course, the big ones are FTE. And it's not just salaries. We have in our structure of our personal services merit increases every year as employees move up the chain of being here for many years. And then there, of course, we do market adjustments. Under the Public Employees Collective Bargaining Act, we are required to be comparable with other jurisdictions of our size and value. And so we do market adjustments periodically. We did some fairly large ones for the Sheriff's Office and the DA's office recently. And so those increase, of course, your personnel costs. And then, of course, there are COLAs that are negotiated by our unions. Our personal services in this budget is $151 million. It's up $9.9 million or 7%. A lot of that is due to fringe benefit costs. And we'll talk a little bit about health and PERS, health insurance and PERS, because those increasing costs, particularly in PERS, are driving our fringe benefits. Fringe benefits now equal 57% of salary and wages, 36% of total personal service costs. Health benefits are $24 million. I used to say that PERS was half of health benefits and that we spent so much time worrying about PERS and not health costs. But now, guess what? PERS is now $22 million. It's almost caught up with health insurance costs and eventually will pass health insurance costs. While health benefits are up $1.1 million or 5%, PERS is up $4.1 million or 23%, and it's going higher. I noticed that the governor has put out a press release appointing a blue ribbon task force, I guess you could call it, of folks to look at how to fix PERS. I shouldn't laugh about it, but there are so many structural problems with PERS. I don't know how a task force can fix it, but more power to them. When I was legislative fiscal officer back in the early 90s, I told the leadership then that we were headed for a big problem with PERS. Nobody would listen, and now it's coming back to haunt us. So let's talk a little bit about increase in our administrative charges. They're increasing 9.4%. These are the charges we charge other departments for our central service costs. Well, because of the increased personnel in the departments and the increased services that we're providing to our citizens, there's more pressure on central services to provide services. Central service for our viewers, central services are things like finance, accounting, and budgeting. IT is a big one. We have a very large information technology structure and network. legal counsel costs, business services that deals with all of our buildings and grounds, and our HR. And we're actually adding some FTE to some of those departments. We're going to add an HR, I'm proposing adding an HR recruitment specialist in HR, another legal counsel. They're really getting behind on a lot of, it's amazing how many people want to sue the county, or how many questions our legal counsel gets dealing with how departments deal with state laws, which change periodically. And of course, 2 people for information technology to keep up with the ever-transforming technology world. We're also putting in, proposing the budget, a finance compliance analyst to help us. You know, one of the things, it's easy to create a budget. Well, it's not easy. But one of the big things about that people don't realize is that the implementation of the budget by the various departments is really an important part of our financial process. And so what we want is a financial compliance auditor or analyst who can look at how the departments are actually implementing the budget we give them. Now we can move to debt service. Debt service is clearly a artifact of building buildings and borrowing money to build those buildings. We have $4.4 million appropriated for 2 PERS limited pension obligations that were issued in 2002 and 2004. And this took our costs from an 8% charge by PERS down to a 4% charge for the loans, for the pension obligations. We have $1.5 million for refunding obligations. This building was built with certificates of participation. In 2005, we refunded that because those certificates were at a very high interest rate, and we lowered the cost of interest. We have capital loans for 2 capital loans for building and refurbishing this building and the health building, and then these new buildings that we're planning to build. And then I'm recommending this $5 million loan to finish up our capital construction. So our total debt service is $8.3 million, and that's well below our statutory debt limit of $734 million. I talked a little bit about our budget drivers, and I think I want to talk a little bit about other funds. Because our other funds, not the general fund, the $318 million out of the 412, or 77% of the total budget, are in 34 dedicated and other funds. And some of the big ones are listed up here: $72 million in the health fund, $55 million in the road fund, $37 million in our self-insurance fund. We're a self-insured county, and this coming year I'm going to take a look at that fund because I think it's a little high. $32 million in the environmental services fund, $30 million capital funds, and $16.6 in community corrections funds. We have others, but these are the big ones. One of the things that the board and our staff have worked very hard at, because we're committed to strong communications with our residents. We think that it's really important that people know what we're doing and how we're doing it. We've adopted a newsletter program. It's software called Gov Delivery that sends out an e-newsletter periodically, and it gives us and we have an increased social media presence on all of those things that I don't use. I'm old, and I refuse to get on any of them. So there, you're never going to see a tweet from John Latimer.
I've seen you tweet, though.
Huh? Better not. Because of this increase in our strong communications, we have 56% engagement rate versus the average government engagement rate of 26%. County web page receives 309 page views per month, and we now have an alerts and emergency link that keeps residents informed when we have a variety of emergencies or alerts that they need to know about in the county. Another important goal of the county is customer service. We've talked about this a lot, and this is probably one of the highest goals of our county board. And sometimes it isn't always met like we would like to see it, but we're going to work on that. And we really want a community-focused and responsive process to our customers' needs, our county residents. We have these principles of customer service, integrity, excellence, and innovation. And as I've talked to you in the past budget message about our innovation, we are known statewide as an innovative county. We've created some programs that we now are asked to actually go out and educate other county services in other counties in the state, from health to parole and probation. Our health department was our public health division in the health department was the first in the state to be accredited. See, that's a problem with getting old, you lose words. Accredited nationally. And now there's, I think, 3 or 4 other counties that are, but we were the first. So we are constantly innovating. One of the things that's been innovative that we've done also, we now have mental health clinicians riding with deputies and Southern Police Department policemen. This has really helped us keep the mentally ill out of the jail and the mentally ill out of the emergency department in Salem Hospital. It's an important thing that we do, and now others are, the state thinks it's a great program, and other counties are now picking up on it. We also have a psychiatric crisis center that's right next to the hospital on hospital grounds, and they take a lot of pressure off the ER for the mentally ill. Unfortunately, we don't have the services or haven't had the services for children's mental health. This budget hopes to rectify that in the future. So the health department will be developing programs, enhanced programs for children's mental health. I am getting ahead of myself, aren't I, Jan?
You are.
Sorry. So one of the things we're going to do to facilitate a strategic framework for customer service, HR is going to do training with management and staff. And we're going to do a lot of this customer service training right in the beginning with new staff and new employee orientation. And current employees will be trained with customer service expectations that we have of them. Let's look at our largest department, the health department. Health and Human Services has a new health administrator, Carrie Moeller, and she's hit the ground running. We also did a department review. It was really a management review, less than an audit, but it looked at, and it really is giving this new administrator an opportunity to create a new organizational structure in the health department, which we think is going to be really important for delivering those services. So that strategic plan will be coming to the board eventually, and we hope to see a more streamlined, a better and effective health department. In 2013, we had a budget of $54 million in the health department with 359 FTE. And then you know what happened. The Affordable Care Act came along. We now have a budget of $72 million with 444 FTE in this budget. We also have a $1 million appropriation for children's behavioral health. I think one of the things that as Denise knows, I'm on the Salem Health Board, and one of the things we're talking about is the problem with mental health in our community. The Salem Health is very much interested in how we deal with mental health issues because it affects the hospital, particularly in the ER. And children's mental health is a big problem in our community, with some children staying in the emergency department for days. And we can't do that any longer. So we're going to try and help in the future with that problem. We also had this last year a Mid-Willamette Homeless Initiative with Marion and Polk counties and the cities of Salem and Kaiser. The 20-member task force and that came up with 40 recommendations, and we've put $45,000 in this budget for staff support. Hopefully, money will also come with from the other jurisdictions for staff support to help implement this plan. We have really developed a much stronger economic development strategy in Marion County. Thanks to our Economic Development Advisory Council and Commissioner Cameron, who has worked on this very hard, and the rest of the board. We've worked on a North Santiam River Canyon economic revitalization effort and rural economic development with a region-wide water, sewer infrastructure needs. One of the things that I think some people don't understand how important water and sewer is to business development. And that's a big problem up in the canyon. Without the resources, they have not been able to do a lot to renovate their water and sewer systems. We've obtained grants to look at these and to help us come up with some plans for this, and hopefully we'll be able to move forward with some development there. We have an economic development coordinator who will support business expansion, strategic partnerships, and assessment and planning in economic development. We're going to develop other strategies for infrastructure, capacity, and business climate. It's difficult in this day and age, particularly with lack of property available for business development. We've got to find a way to structure a better way to help our businesses develop, because they bring jobs to the county and they raise the average wage of our people. We're also going to do some projects in economic development, lands inventory, GIS mapping, and a rural Main Street program for our rural communities. We have the most cities of any county in the state, and we're going to be working for them rural, and we're going to be working with them to develop the best they can. One of the interesting things that happened this year was that the commissioners were presented with the 2017 President's Choice Award by the North Santiam Chamber of Commerce that really highlights the work they've been doing to try and help those folks with their economic development. We're also approving a network of care portal in our Community Services Department, which houses the Economic Development Program with a one-time $30,000 software fee in CIP and a $30,000 annual maintenance in Community Services budget. Public safety is one of our high priorities for the general fund. And one of the new things that we're planning on developing is a sobering center. We're working with the City of Salem mayor and police chief, and the police chief in Kaiser, and with Salem Health to develop a sobering center. We hope if we can get this put together, it'll keep drug and alcohol affected individuals out of the emergency room, which is a very expensive place for them to go, and out of the county jail. The county jail is no place for people with drug and alcohol problems. We also have a program, a lead program, Law Enforcement Assistance Diversion, a pre-booking diversion program for those with multiple arrests for drug possession and livability offenses. We also have a data-driven justice initiative with the DA and the sheriff developing an evidence-based approach to divert those with mental health and substance abuse from going to jail. And we're going to target the top 100 utilizers of public safety and emergency care. When you ask somebody in the county, where does your waste go? Where does your garbage go? I bet you a lot of them couldn't tell you. The county is responsible for a solid waste system of disposing of solid waste in the county, and we're nationally recognized for the recycling that we do. 52% of all waste generated in 2015 was recycled. Our state target of 64% recycling in 2022 is a little higher than we had expected because we were farther away from it because they reduced how our waste recycling is actually counted. So we're starting over, moving up to that 64%. We have hired Gershman, Brickner, and Bratton Incorporated to conduct a comprehensive analysis of the county solid waste management system, which includes the Burner and Brooks managed by Covanta. We want to evaluate the long-term capacity of the facility. If you remember, I talked about the increase in population. Our population is increasing, and so we've got to be able to know whether that facility is going to be able to handle the waste for the next 20 or 30 years, and what we'll have to do to meet those needs. They will also advise us on contract negotiations coming up with Covanta for management of the waste to energy facility. Transportation. Another large department is our Public Works Department. They manage 1,118 miles of roadway, 147 bridges, culverts, and 28,000 signs. You can't imagine what it takes to manage 28,000 signs, but it's everything from stop signs to signs that tell you that a big curve's coming up, among other things. They also manage some of the school, the lights and signs for school zones. So it's a big job. They're reviewing and improving a method for this next fiscal year for paved and gravel roads. We've been having some problems with our gravel roads, particularly on steep hills. People go a little too fast on them, and they tend to create washboard effect. So we're going to allocate resources to respond rapidly to the repair of potholes and these washboard gravel roads. They intend to complete 49.6 miles of chip sealing, 9.8 miles of slurry seals, and 16.6 miles of road resurfacing. This is an expensive business, and it's difficult to get the financing, the funding to do all of this every year. But we're trying to maximize our resources to do that. Also in Department of Public Works is our emergency management and disaster planning. And they are working on both a countywide plan for a disaster planning with our cities. And by the end of this year, all departments will have their continuity of operation plans updated. When the big one comes, we got to figure out how we're going to manage things in the county. Because if we lose all our bridges and the airport runway is buckles and we can't land planes there, we can become fairly isolated. So both our Public Works Department, which does now even work on flooding when we have floods, but they and our Health Department, our Sheriff, are going to be taxed when we have a major problem. Let's talk a little bit about decision packages. Our departments when they submit with their budget, they submit requests for new programs and new dollars in their budget. And then I approve or disapprove putting them forward to you. So we had 41 submitted and 25 approved. In community services, we are providing general fund support for administrative charges and general fund for support in the dog shelter. In district attorney, we've added 2 FTE medical examiners. We're also, while we're doing that, we're reducing some of their funds for part-time employees, part-time medical examiners. Not totally, but we're reducing that sum. In information technology, we're adding 2 FTE and of course, maintenance and contract increases. A lot of our technology is funded through contracts from outside vendors, and they have maintenance contracts that they increase every year. I guess that's how they make their money. I can remember back years ago when we worked with IBM, and it was a classic business plan. You just keep getting the hardware and the software upgraded, so people had to buy new hardware and software year after year. And the new technology firms have bought that, including our friends at Microsoft and Oracle and the like. In juvenile, we've provided funds for encrypted secure email and probation officer vests, and we've added 2 FTE mental health specialists with Title IV funds. Public Works, 9 packages were approved. We've improved 200 and some thousand dollars for parks and parks improvements, particularly along the St. Anne River and parks up north. And we're adding a state hospital deputy contract with a state mental health facility because they need to have their patients transferred from that facility to hospitals at times, and so they're contracting with the sheriff for a deputy to do that. Those people need to have a deputy to take them back and forth from the state hospital to to Salem Health, and they're also paying for the deputy's equipment and the van that will be used. We're adding an FTE, clerical FTE, and money for reorganization in the sheriff's administrative budget. We're providing one FTE for an HR recruitment specialist in business services and a learning management system module to do training online. One of the things that has happened with the increase in FTE at our departments is that we really have slowed down our ability to do recruitment because we have so many, and it's going to get worse in the future as so many people retire. And then in finance, we have a CIP, the dollars for increase in audit expenses. And in legal counsel, we're adding a legal counsel to help with a backlog in work. There were 16 decision packages that weren't approved. In business services, now, I don't have the numbers here. Oh, well. Anyway, there were several decision packages of business services worth $204,000 that we did not agree to. And in the district attorney's office, emergency management wanted us to backfill some loss of state dollars. We didn't do that. There were a number of increases. Information technology we didn't approve. In the juvenile department, I think there were several FTE that we didn't approve. And then in the sheriff's office, the sheriff wanted some backfill for some administrative charges. We feel there's enough money in his budget to cover that. One of the things that I've done with this budget, and this is unusual, this is not a decision package, it's something I've done on my own. I'm recommending one FTE in the sheriff's budget for a deputy to patrol in the North County. As the board knows, we've been having enormous growth in the North County, in our North County cities. A lot of people are moving down from Portland because they can't afford to live in Portland. And so the traffic, and of course they commute to Portland, the traffic there is horrendous, and we're having a lot of problems with accidents. And so in addition to having a deputy up there to deal with any crime or other problems, they will be watching the traffic issues on some of our main thoroughfares that go from North County into onto I-5. I'm also creating or recommending that we create a 1 FTE finance compliance analyst. We need somebody, we've talked about this for years, that we needed a internal auditor. Quite frankly, internal auditors are difficult to find and pay for because the state now has that requirement, and state departments pay a lot more than we do. And so it's hard to recruit them. So we're doing this as an administrative analyst with somebody that's trained to look at how the departments are doing their budget implementation. as you know, because I've talked about it a lot, is capital improvements. We're doing a lot of them in this budget. We also are creating a new account in our budget called Reserve for Future Expenditures. And this is going to be, this is kind of an experiment with this budget, and we hope to move it into the rest of the budget next fiscal year. It will allow us to show how some of these capital projects are funded over multiple years. Because what happens with a lot of our capital projects, and this is really true in facilities and IT, they plan to get them done this fiscal year and they don't. They move on to the next fiscal year. So we're going to try and keep track of those a little better as we move along. So we have CIPs in reserve for future expenditure, 7.6 million for the juvenile new administrative building, 1.2 we've set aside for a new assessment and taxation system. We have just recently found out that the assessor's tax and assessment system, which we all knew was old, we knew we were going to have to replace it eventually. Now the support has gone away completely. So any changes to the property tax system, and our legislature likes to do that all the time, will be difficult to change. And so we're going to have to, probably you're going to see fairly soon next year a plan to upgrade the assessment taxation system. And then we also have a $134,000 reserve fund in this reserve for future expenditures. Now the total capital project funds budget, hold on to your seats, is $30.1 million. That $30 million will take care of all of our future building that we can see for the foreseeable future. The new public safety buildings and renovation of the what's that building called? They changed the name of it. Transition Center. I used to call it Work Release Center, but now it's called the Transition Center. We have a problem with the roof and the HVAC system there. And also then the new sheriff's public safety building for the command center and the parole and probation. This is a 2.6% increase over the prior year, but a lot of this is being carried forward into this year because those projects are multiple year projects. The new juvenile courtroom will begin soon, and the administrative building for the juvenile department probably won't get started until next spring or summer. The new sheriff's public safety building we hope to break ground in July, and we hope it's ready and operational by next summer. And of course, the renovation of the Work Release Center, Transition Center, should be done this next year fairly easily. We've also budgeted $1 million. It says $1, but it's really $1 million for a proposed reentry housing facility on the sheriff's office campus, the sheriff's campus. I talked a little bit about these multi-year projects. Jan warned me that I would get ahead of myself, and I have. So that transition center, HVAC, and roof repair. When they built that transition center, how do I say this? It was poorly built. The roof was not structured properly, and it literally rained inside the building because it had a metal roof and no insulation. So the heat from the building would get to the metal roof, and the cold metal roof, guess what happens? We got rain in the building. So that's going to be fixed. And then the HVAC system is an old HVAC system that used ground loops with a fluid in it that eventually leaked. And so we're going to do a whole new modern HVAC system there. The juvenile administration, and those are 862,000 and 858,000 for those two projects. The juvenile administration building and the reserve for future expenditure adds up to 8.7 million. The juvenile courtroom is another 1.4 million. And the sheriff's public safety building, including 177,000 for technical equipment, cameras, and a cell phone booster. We want our sheriff's deputies to be able to call in and out. That total cost is 9.8 million. And then, of course, the reentry housing for $1 million, for a total for major construction of 22.6 million. We have some smaller projects being carried forward. Juvenile detention flooring. The flooring, as the commissioners know, was kind of a mess in the juvenile detention center, and they had put these stripes down to lead people around that were coming up. So we're doing new flooring, better flooring, easier to maintain flooring in the juvenile detention center. After we upgraded the health building, we found out that there were some major, large electrical panels in that building that were failing. And so the initial estimate, we haven't done an RFP yet, initial estimate is that those new electrical panels will cost $1 million. You don't want those electrical panels to burn out. It would be a catastrophe that we couldn't have. We also are going to put a new system, alarm system in this building that will be audible and strobe alarm system. So you'll have lights flashing and then an audible alarm if people need to leave this building. We've had a phone system that we used, and we found there were problems with that phone system. It didn't always work, and people didn't hear when Sam said, "Get out of the building." It didn't always work. So we're going to have this new system that we think will be much better. It's a condo association cost. We pay 80% of it, and Transit pays 20%. We have some carryover for the dog shelter, epoxy coating in the kennel, and the epoxy floor recoat. The health building, you know, we renovated the health building, and of course all of the equipment nearly destroyed the parking lot. And we also found there were still some problems with the roof up there that we're going to fix. And so that'll be $501,000. We're doing a new juvenile detention fire alarm, and then we're doing a legal counsel remodel for the new person that we're recommending that we hire in legal counsel. We also have some other improvement projects in our facilities. The roof soffits in the Logan buildings, those are the buildings behind the administration building on Center Street. We'll fix those soffits. Those buildings are very old, and those soffits are beginning to come apart. We'll do a jail visitation remodel and a jail door refit. We had a problem with our jail doors, and it caused a real problem with one of our deputies when a couple of, or at least one inmate, was able to open his door and get out at night and attack the deputy. And it was a female deputy that was hurt fairly badly. So we've got a way now that it's, we're going to see if it works. It's only $45,000. We don't have to change the doors, but we have a way to put an interlock system that they cannot open. One of the things they were doing was they were taking the pillowcases off their pillows and jamming them in the door lock, so it looked like it was locked, but it wasn't. Well, we're taking away the pillowcases, and we're buying mattresses that have built-in pillows, and then we're putting this interlock. It's really a rod in there that they won't be able to open the doors. We'll see if that works. If it doesn't work, we'll have to replace the doors, and that will be really expensive. And then we have a general contingency for all these capital improvements. Everybody knows capital costs keep rising of $1.3 million.
Don't say what the options are exactly.
We also have equipment that we're going to be purchasing. The public safety building furnishings. With these new buildings, we need some new furnishings, $200,000. The transition center industrial washer needs to be replaced, $13,000. We'll have a new jail key box system. One of the problems we've had, and you'll see these key boxes, we've had them in the past, and you'll see more of them, both at the health building, the juvenile campus, and on the jail campus. We've had people walk away with their keys, and we've had a lot of trouble keeping track of them. So we're going to put keys in lock boxes, and they'll have to open the lockbox with their key card, and it will keep track of who's taken the key. We're also buying a new industrial washer and dryer in the jail. These things wear out almost every year, and a new industrial oven there in the jail. We're also putting another dehumidifier in the courthouse in the clerk's archive center. Those old documents need to be prevented from mildew and destruction from water in the air there. Those projects are costing $307,000. Now, we talked about the IT being expensive. It's our largest central service cost, and with a number of employees. So we have some projects we're carrying forward from last year. We have a DA case management system. We have finally got an agreement on a contract with the company that will provide that system for $626,000. We will have a new phone PBX at the health department that will function as a major PBX for a lot of the county. That is going to be retrofitted so that and modernized so we have a good phone system that doesn't cost a lot of money to operate. We also have a new animal management system at the dog shelter. And then we've got a $1.2 million reserve for future expenditure for the assessment and taxation system, and then FIMS servers. Our financial information management system, or FIMS, we have to have not only servers to run the system, but servers to back up the system, and we have servers for it here and servers for it out at Public Works. So we have a complete backup system for our financial management system. Employees want to get paid, vendors want to get paid, so that system is really important for keeping our accounts straight. We have some new IT projects. There's software for the assessor's office that allows them to do building outlines as part of it's really part of the GIS system that allows them to really look at buildings and be able to see if somebody's added something without a permit, and so they can do their assessments easier. We have a fiber optic backbone. And then there are a variety of things for the jail that we hope will increase security at the jail. We have a new jail video system that we're going to put in place and a plan for storing that data. This jail matrix controller that controls all the videos and allows the deputy in the control center to see what's happening in each of the pods in the jail needs to be replaced. And then, of course, we're going to start installing a new jail management system, and we're hoping we can, it's about a $2 million system. We're hoping we can do that through an agreement with a firm that will provide it, and then we'll pay it on on a lease basis. And we think it'll be about $250,000 a year. We don't know for sure, but that's what we're hoping it will cost. There's also a system log software for security, and that's in IT. And we're also then, Public Works is putting in traffic signal fiber connections all along Cordon Road that will be part of our fiber connections that will eventually connect Public Works campus, Sheriff's campus with the downtown campus and Center Street campus. And then we have the network of care portal that I described earlier in the community services. We're also doing some equipment replacement. There is FIMS infrastructure that we need to replace. One of the things we did last year, we had a security audit, an IT security audit. And so one of the things they recommended, and I've recommended this in the past, that we change passwords periodically. People don't like to do that. So we're going to we're going to get a password safe system so people can lock up their passwords, have access to them when they forget them and not write them down on a sticky note. And it will also provide a safe for the administrative passwords that IT uses to run their various systems. We'll do an IT server replacement, network hardware replacement, and then there's a contingency for almost $1 million, $100,000. Our capital building equipment fund, we transfer out for the audible strobe and fire alarm because that goes to the our joint fund with Transit District, and then a reserve for future expenditures. So one of the things I've said to you in the past, and I'll say it again, it's only an estimate, but it's a policy document. The budget is also about policies, and it's policies this board sets to set priorities for our departments to provide services to the citizens of Marion County. It's important to understand that. While it is an accounting document, and it feeds into our accounting system, it really is a set of policies because you don't drive these policies without dollars. You don't have sheriff's deputies without paying them the dollars that it costs to have them, and their cars and their equipment. So you need those policies for the health department. It's not all general fund. It's also how we spend our federal and state dollars. One of the things we've been doing is improving our budget process all through here, and you'll see some changes even in this budget. I really want to thank our Council of Economic Advisors who works with us to estimate our revenues. They do an excellent job. It's a really high-quality advisory group, and they help us a lot. More importantly, the commissioners and the Budget Committee. Since I've been here, this group has been very prudent in the way we spent, particularly our general fund. They haven't gone out and added great amounts of money to the budget, and consequently, we've been able to manage particularly our general fund very well, even through the crisis that hit us from 9/10 on through 12. It's been a pleasure to work with you folks, and for you to understand that in order to have a balanced budget, you're making choices for policies and how we spend our dollars on those policies. More importantly, I think I've thanked you guys enough. You do great work, but our budget team over here, we couldn't do it. I couldn't do it without them. As some of you know, Jan edits my budget message and edits it and edits it and edits it. But she also helps me with my stream of consciousness, get it in some kind of order that really makes sense to the average person other than me, because it makes sense to me, but not to anybody else. And she helps dramatically with that. And of course, the numbers that Rich and Jeff and Debbie put together to help keep this all hang together so we have a balanced budget, I couldn't do it without them. And it's really their budget as much as it is mine. I'm responsible for it. I signed the budget message. And then you folks get to do your duty, which is to approve it. So thank you. And I'll be trying to answer any questions you might have. I'll be trying anyway.
Thanks, John. Questions for the budget officer? None.
Well, I do, if nobody
Okay,
else
thank you.
does.
Mr. Brentano.
I was listening for the classic, and I didn't really hear it. That
It's
will be all
there.
right this year.
It's
but
there.
next year will be a problem, but it sounds like things for the foreseeable future are fine. The one legitimate question I had, we've had some talks about veterans. I don't see anything in this. How will we deal with that? Is that all supplemental later if we decide to?
That will be dealt with in the first supplemental.
Fine.
As you know, the letter has been sent to veterans saying that we plan to do something. We don't know what yet, so we'll handle that with the next supplemental, the first supplemental next year.
Okay, thanks, John.
Otherwise, thank you very much, and I know the work that went into it and the job that it is. And
Oh,
so
it's fun.
All right, now, but we'll
It's really
watch you
fun now
smile
that
here
it's
in just
over.
a second that it's over. There it is. Yeah, you just didn't wait. You're supposed to wait till you sit down before you start smiling.
Thank you, John. No questions. Okay, Mr. White.
I'm amazed. 'Cause there's
Well, I got one,
things
but
in
I'm not
there
gonna
that-
ask it on.
You'll get them later, John.
And Hitesh, thank you too for an excellent job.
And the staff bails out.
No, they gotta listen to the boss before they leave. It's kind of like,
Nice to see you again. Please identify yourself and your role for the record.
Chair Vance, Commissioners, members of the Budget Committee, my name is Jeff White. I'm the Chief Financial Officer for Marion County. I'm going to spend just a couple of minutes and try and go through generally how the budget binder is organized. It's not really any dramatic changes this year, but also talk about a few things that we want to make sure the public is aware of. First, we've properly noticed this meeting is required by Oregon statute. You can find a copy of that notice in the appendix. It's the first appendix, page A1. It's also been on the Board of Commissioners website. A copy of the budget is currently available in the board's office on the 5th floor of this building. And in a few minutes, shortly, it'll be posted online for the public to view as we go through the hearings today and on Monday. We have scheduled opportunities for the public to make comment on the budget. The time and date for public comment were included in the meeting notice that we just talked about. Those times are today at 5:15 and Monday morning at 8:45, just prior to our second full day of budget presentations. You may note, just behind the table of contents in your binder, there is a summary of the instructions that were given to departments as to how they should present their budgets and the information they should bring to you during their individual presentations. We also, as usual, began the budget process by developing certain budget parameters that would set some of the foundation for the fiscal year 2017-18 budget. Those parameters were approved by the Board of Commissioners and shared with department heads and elected officials as part of the budget instructions. Some of those examples of parameters are how we would calculate our medical and dental premiums, setting the interest rate for revenue calculations, and what the new rate would be for PERS and PERS debt service within their budgets. The binder organization, the department tabs should generally, not completely, there's a few that don't quite follow the presentation order, but in general you'll see them grouped, such as general government, public safety, with individual department budgets following behind with the yellow tabs are the groups, the white tabs are the departments. If you turn to the tab Overview and Strategic Plan, towards the back of that section, you'll find a summary of the county goals that are aligned with sample department goals that meet the county objectives and includes at least one related department key indicator. We've been doing that for the last few years, just so you can kind of see how your goals roll down into the department level and how they're implemented. Not all key indicators are included there. They are included in the individual department budgets, and departments have been asked to select one key indicator to discuss when they do their budget presentations. As Mr. Latimer mentioned, we did meet with the Council of Economic Advisors in March of this year to discuss our major revenue estimates, and they did provide a recommendation to include a 4.6% property tax increase over the current year estimated collections. A couple of items in the budget document that are just to point out. You will find budget by fund and department on page 27. That's the big fold out 11 by 17 sheet that many of you are used to seeing. As a reminder, as you are presented budgets by individual departments, they do it by department and program, but ultimately at the end of the process, you'll be asked to adopt the budget by fund. So that sheet kind of helps as a crosswalk that Mr. Meinecker developed several years ago that I think has been helpful to you. One small change in the tab labeled Detail back in page 523, we have put the line item detail for the general fund, for the central services fund, and for the countywide budget. Those have been kind of randomly dispersed throughout the budget document before, and we put them in one area, so if you end up having specific line item questions, you can look to that section for those answers. Mr. Latimer talked a bit about his proposed, in his proposed budget, a $5 million financing for construction of a new parole and probation administrative building and a sheriff's public safety building, and for the reentry housing. And we don't need to turn there now, but on page 511, 515, and 516 back in the capital section, you will see a line that's titled Financing Proceeds that will show you $1 million for the reentry housing, $1 million for the public, well, you'll find them there. It's 3 million, 1 million, and 1 million on those 3 pages on the line called Financing Proceeds. John also talked about the use of a new budget category, Reserve for Future Expenditure. You'll only see that category, as he mentioned, used this year in the capital projects funds and also in the rainy day fund. You'll find that when we review those categories or those funds and programs in the capital section on Monday. Finally, I think John talked about the increase in PERS rate. You're all aware of that. It's been in the news. It's been quite the issue. Just as for you to help you understand how that impacts the budget here at Marion County, our employer rate last year that we charged departments, and we do a kind of an average consolidated rate for all tiers, just as a way to estimate the cost by departments. It was 15.95% per payroll dollar in the 16-17 budget. That is going up to 19.3%, which is a 21% increase on that one line item. As you see the department budgets at the beginning of each tab, there's a department summary budget. You'll notice that the fringe benefit item has gone up for departments anywhere from 6.8% to 21.3%. That involves all the fringe benefits, not just PERS, but PERS is a big piece of that, and it impacts different departments differently. Certainly departments that are adding staff and FTE, that percentage is going to go up a bit more, but I don't think the departments are going to take time to discuss the increase in fringe benefits, but you'll see that change in there, and that's an impact. We do have to point out one correction that you'll see as a budget adjustment, and I want to apologize to the committee to that, and to Mr. Latimer for his proposed budget. Unfortunately, we did not notice this until yesterday afternoon, and there was just no way we were going to reprint everything. In the IT department, when that presentation is made to you, you will see an increase of FTE from 57 to 60 that would appear to show 3 FTE increase. That is incorrect. There should only be 2 FTE increase. The related dollars were also included. So on Monday, we will have a budget adjustment to ask you to make in the budget to reduce those dollars and an FTE position. So Mr. Christopherson won't have to try to explain to you an extra FTE that should not exist. Again, I apologize for that. And finally, I'd like to point out in the back of the binder is a tab called Decision Packages. It's a blue tab, and behind it is a couple of white tabs, one that shows the approved decision packages that Mr. Latimer talked about, and one that is the disapproved packages. There's a summary page that details by department, and then behind it is the actual detail that comes out of our budget system, what the department's requested with the explanation of those decision package requests. So if you have any specific questions about them, you can turn there. Certainly when the departments are up here presenting, they can answer those questions also. My last point then, typically we have a binder of all those CIPs with the detail, or capital improvement projects, I'm sorry, with the detail behind it. You will see that binder on Monday when we go through the capital presentation, which largely you've seen most of today. There are a few other things that would be relevant to that discussion. I hope the binder is helpful to the budget process for you. If you have any questions about anything I've talked about, I'm happy to try to answer them, or anything about the binder itself.
Questions for Mr. White? Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Jeff, you just did answer the question I had for John, and I didn't want to ask him because I didn't know if he had the answer. But on that summary page, because he in his presentation he mentioned 9 packages at Public Works. So when you look at that summary, that shows where they're at. He mentioned parks, so there's $178,000 in park decision packages, and just wanted to acknowledge that we are trying to make those parks better and some of the investments. So that's what my question was. Thank you.
And each department is asked to discuss their individual decision packages during the presentation, so you'll know more about the details of those.
Questions? Jeff, while my co-board members are pondering, this is a question because I'm not an accountant, and so what, philosophically, sort of at the 90,000 foot level, what's the difference between having a contingency fund and then setting aside a chunk of money for reserve for future expenditure? That's part A. Okay. And then part 2 is, there's discussion in the budget officer's message about developing processes for that. Is that's not something brand new. I know John is very creative and very well experienced, but there have to be, was it GASB or some governmental accounting things for doing things like this? Is that what's going to take you time to sort of sort through? Help me understand that difference first of all, okay. And then the compliance guarantee.
So budgetarily, we give departments some instruction that we limit, in general, their amount of money that they can budget in contingency to no more than 10% of their fund.
Okay.
That's a policy decision. And some departments have more than 10% that the budget officer needs to approve to do that. And that item is primarily intended for operational things that may come during the year that we're not aware of that pop up, and we can, through a supplemental process, take dollars from contingency to the budget. And that's, we've used forever.
Yep.
Typically then, we put whatever's left in the available resources into what we call ending fund balance. That balance is inaccessible during the current year, no matter what, unless there's a declared emergency. But in general, you can't get to those dollars. They're set aside for the following budget year. It's kind of I know I want to have that much left over for the future. This reserve for future expenditure item, Debbie Gregg was at a training and learned that the state has been anxious to encourage people to use that account more than it has been in the past, to take some of those dollars out of ending fund balance that have been sitting there that we knew were for projects in future years that we've already identified, as opposed to it's just a lump sitting there for whatever might happen. So when we have a project such as the juvenile building construction that we know of, that money that would have been an ending fund balance of $9.7 million, we know what we're going to do with that. And by putting it there, it means it's not available for something somebody else might think we ought to be doing with the money. That hasn't, I don't think, typically been a real matter of concern in our capital funds, because typically we only have money in there that we know we've put there for specific capital projects. We did not become aware of that account until just a few months ago, and it was a little late, we felt, to go to departments. Public Works was one that was mentioned, and say, hey, we'd like you to rethink your budget process and how you would use this category. But I know that in some funds, those large ending fund balances have caused some people to wonder, what are you doing with all that money? It's just sitting there. If Public Works can take that and say, well, we've got these 25 projects, it's these roads that take 5 years or 6 years to do, or whatever it is, and we've identified that portion of the money we can put in that category, and know that there's a plan for those dollars. What's left is the dollars that, in theory, would be available for a future decision.
Okay.
Does that help?
Absolutely. So in fact, it helps with transparency.
That's our hope.
It shows you a spot where you know that this isn't just net working capital, that this is actually designated for expenditure 2 years from now.
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Cameron.
So, Mr. Chair, thank you. So, Jeff, what we're going to see in future budgets is a drop in our ending fund balances potentially, because we've been putting that money in there. So we want to make sure that, I just need to know what that percentage is that our target is, and so maybe that's something we can talk a little bit more offline, or John, I see he's pulling his microphone up here, but, right, is that accurate? We will see a decrease in ending fund balance if we're going to be moving money to these reserve accounts for projects we've identified?
Depending on the fund, but yes, that's what we would anticipate. Again, I'm using Public Works as the example, and I don't know if we've even talked to them about this, but all that money that's sitting there now would be split between the two categories.
Right.
I think as far as the general fund goes, we would still anticipate trying to, our policy indicates that needs to stay at $5 million. But we will, John's asked us to put together some policy that will take to the board about how we would actually use this category and what funds would be applicable to. We just haven't thought that through yet.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Latimer.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Chair, one of the things that I've seen over the years is that various members of the Board of Commissioners have asked, particularly the Department of Public Works, why do you have this big pot of money there, and what are you spending it on? And so we're hoping that this will give us an opportunity to talk about all the projects that, bridges and roads over the years that take a long time to build. And I think now that we can do this, because Department of Revenue says we can, we hope to allow people to understand that we're not just holding a pot there for whatever, that it will be for specific projects over time. It'll be just like any other category in the budget, whether it's materials and services, personal services, or what. It'll be reserved for expenditures.
That absolutely clarifies it for me. Thanks. Questions? Okay, thanks, Jeff. Moving right along, and we are about 30 minutes behind schedule, but that's all right. Next is Mr. Rolfing. So if you would come forward and identify yourself for the record and let us know what's going on.
Okay. Good morning, Chair, Commissioners, Budget Committee members. I'm Tom Rolfing, the Marion County Assessor, and I have with me Leslie Box, our Administrative Services Manager. We're here today to request your approval of our fiscal year 2017-18 Assessor's Office budget. The Assessor's Office budget should begin on page 35, I believe, and our summary is actually on page 37. The total requested budget amount is $6,052,777. This proposed budget amount represents a 4.4% increase from our current fiscal year's adopted budget. The total full-time equivalent request for fiscal year 2017-18 is 51. This number has remained unchanged since 2013-14. So we've been very stable in our staffing levels. So I will explain what we do as a department of Marion County. The Assessor's Office is comprised of 4 programs. We have an administration program, tax collection, cartography, and valuation. The administration program oversees core department business functions such as long and short-term strategic planning, budgeting, payroll, accounts payable and receivable, personnel functions, records maintenance, and general customer inquiries. Administration also assists with manufactured structure title transfers and facilitates the processing of veterans, active duty military, historical, and nonprofit exemption programs, as well as senior tax deferrals. The tax collection program is primarily responsible for collecting property taxes, which then provide funding to the many taxing districts of Marion County. These districts provide essential services through city and county governments and other key agencies such as school, fire, public transit, libraries, parks, water, sewer, and street lighting districts. The cartography program maintains an inventory of all parcels of land in Marion County, along with the property owners' names and mailing addresses, situs addresses, account numbers, property size, and legal description. Partition and subdivision plat maps are reviewed and processed in this program, as well as district annexations and changes from recorded deeds. There's also creation of or changes to taxing districts for the continuous maintenance of district and individual property boundaries on our GIS parcel layer. And the GIS parcel layer is becoming more and more important to us, so you've seen that mentioned already a couple of times. The valuation program estimates the value of all real and business personal property in Marion County. This includes estimating values of new construction and the reappraisal of existing property through mass appraisal methods. These values create the foundation on which property taxes are calculated. Staff in this program assist taxpayers with questions regarding the valuation of properties, maintain records of inventory, and determine eligibility for a variety of property tax exemption and deferral programs. So personnel services in our budget this year is increasing by 5%. Considering personnel services represents approximately 76% of our current budget, this increase has been a major impact on our overall department budget. The other most noticeable changes in our proposed budget are in the materials and services and consist of the usual relatively small shifts in funding from one line item to another. in anticipation of our needs for the upcoming budget cycle. There were a couple of them with large percentage changes, but very small dollar amounts. Overall, our department and the high standards of service we provide continue with stable staffing and department budget that has remained relatively stationary over the past several years. Through the development of better valuation models, cross-training of staff, and distribution of institutional knowledge, continuous evaluation and streamlining of processes, and making the best use of our available technology, we are confident that we will be able to deliver the same high-quality services in the future for which our department is often recognized. In keeping with Marion County's strategic plan, goal number 1 in providing efficient, effective, and responsive government through stewardship and accountability, I'd like to take just a moment to talk about our key indicators and how they tie into this goal. You'll find the tables with our key indicators starting on the bottom of page 47, covering the total number of accounts our office maintains, estimated total number of building permits county-wide for fiscal year 2017-18, and actual county real market value, exception value, and assessed value. As a department, I feel it's important to educate and inform the public on the functions of the assessor's office and how our work ties in with the county's long-term goals and planning. The numbers represented are indicative of the health of the local economy. Property taxes are revenue for our local districts to meet their fiscal obligations and to provide the essential services which Marion County residents have chosen to have provided within their communities. The estimates of the key indicators I'm getting ready to discuss are estimates that were developed for the Council of Economic Advisors a few months ago. A total number of accounts has increased slightly again this year. In 2016-17, we exceeded 130,000 property tax accounts. This number does tend to increase a little bit each year. Although there are reasons for some accounts to get combined, property typically does not go away, and there are usually more accounts created annually. Building permits and new construction numbers have been similar to last year, which represented a positive sign of growth in our community. Marion County total real market value is estimated to increase about 7%. This increase also represents positive growth in our community. The total assessed value of exceptions is newly added assessed value resulting from the creation of new accounts, added market value due to construction and property that comes out of exemption or special assessment programs. Assessed value of exceptions for this year is estimated to be approximately $539 million. The greatest unknown in our estimates are State Department of Revenue appraised industrial and utility accounts. I believe this is a relatively conservative number and is the number we used in our calculating our estimated numbers, I guess, for the Council of Economic Advisors. The estimated total county assessed value is up approximately 4.68% for fiscal year 2016-17. Our smallest increase in recent history was 0.82%. That was in 2012 and 13. Hopefully I'll be reciting this low number for a number of years. That was a real downturn in our economy, and the assessment system, following that and catching up to it. Assessed value is the value on which the property taxes are calculated. Under Property Tax Measure 50, it is when the real market value falls below the Measure 50 maximum assessed value that the assessed value of a property declines. Most of us notice the assessed value change on our own residential properties. As the residential market continues to increase in general, more than 3% per year, more of us are noticing the assessed value of our property increase at that expected and stable 3% limitation of Measure 50. We are still seeing this greater than 3% occur, however, on fewer and fewer properties as more properties are assessed at their statutory maximum assessed value. Also, as these values, the real market value increases more than the assessed value, we see less and less compression under Measure 5, tax rate compression. So as I've spent a little time going over these key indicators, the tie into the Marion County strategic plan occurs when we at the assessor's office efficiently and effectively implement the property tax statutes of the state of Oregon. This provides revenue to the Marion County General Fund, helping the greater Marion County as one of our taxing districts to provide efficient, effective, and responsive services throughout the county. Regarding potential legislative changes, the Oregon legislature seems to always have numerous bills proposing changes to the Oregon tax code. Similar to last year, I do not expect legislation from this current session to drastically impact the property tax revenue for Marion County. However, I think we will eventually experience some real changes in upcoming legislative years that will significantly change the way we tax property in Oregon. The constant potential of future legislation will remain a reason that we need to be diligent in maintaining current and accurate assessed records and value estimates. We're making real efforts to get onto a 7-year reappraisal cycle in all of our valuation areas, and we're getting closer and closer every year. There's also an interest in the legislature to address stable funding for assessment and taxation, at least for the most financially distressed counties. So there were some counties that were really hit by the loss of ONC timber funds, and they have very low permanent rates set from Measure 50, and the legislature was trying to address that this year. So, thank you, Chair, Commissioners, and Budget Committee. This concludes my presentation. Are there any questions?
Thanks, Tom. Leslie, questions or comments for Mr. Rolfing?
I do just have one question. First of all, thank you for your budget presentation, very nicely put together.
Thank you.
Was noticing that the training is an issue for appraisers, and you were talking about the skill sets in your accomplishments section, that you're looking to make sure that everybody has consistent skill sets across appraisers. And on the line item, you've budgeted this year $13,850, and 17-18, 14,350. That the amount of expenditures in the prior years were significantly less than this. So can you are you using more of it in this current year, or once you have these standards together, are you going to be able to access the training dollars to a greater extent than you have in the past?
I think we are making better and better use of our training dollars. We developed actually a matrix of all of the training opportunities that are available for appraisers. As things get more complicated, there's more training necessary to keep somebody up to speed with all the statutes and the administration and our systems. I don't see our training needs increasing significantly, other than possibly, actually, it was mentioned that we recently saw that we haven't expected sudden decrease in our support possibly for our assessment and taxation system. And when we convert to a new system, I'd imagine there'd be some need for training there.
Over 50% of our current staff is relatively new also, so they're gonna require a lot more training.
Do you know what portion of the 13,850 is expended to date in the current year?
For the current fiscal
Yeah,
year?
right.
Oh, I would say probably about 8,000 to 9,000.
Okay. So a bit more than you have been in the prior years, and it's
Yes.
going up.
Mhm.
Okay, great, thank you.
Thank you.
Questions, comments?
Yeah, Tom, I had a question about the 7-year appraisal cycle.
Yes.
You indicated that you're trying to get closer to that in terms of physical reappraisals of property. At what point do you think you'll be able to get fully on track on that cycle? And how many properties do you just do a calculation of the estimated value growth?
Well, we run our calculations, right? We develop models and valuation models and run our calculations every year, so we'll always do that. But we try to get out there, and we're trying to get out there and physically look at individual properties, and there's different ways we can do that. Some properties we can do that with our new imagery. Pictometry is helpful with that. We can observe properties that are obviously meeting their requirements for farming practices, and we can notice that there's no new construction on properties. So that's been very helpful for us. There are still some property types that will be difficult for a long time to be able to appraise because they're so unique. To appraise on a 7-year cycle, I mean, we don't have a whole lot of bowling alleys. There's some unique things that we don't want to do we haven't gotten up to where we have a specific model for unique properties. What's the enchanted forest worth? And how often are you going to go look at it? So most properties will be on a 7-year cycle, I think, within a few years, and that's certainly our goal, to keep reaching for that, and we're getting closer and closer, at least in terms of the rate, the number of properties we're visiting each year. So.
Mr. Cameron.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Tom, thank you for your presentation. 2 questions. One, yesterday we were challenged, all 3 of us were at the Salem Chamber. Outgoing president challenged us to be creative and look at new opportunities, and he talked a lot about the cannabis industry. And we know that we don't have in rural Marion County legal grows going on. What about the places like Salem? I was at a warehouse the other day, smelled it. I mean, it's huge warehouse coming out. How are you able to assess that without the federal? I mean, is that a complicated area, because there's a lot of infrastructure going in?
Well, getting access to the property, right? They have security. A lot of it's required, and so they don't want us probably coming there very often. But in terms of valuing the property, we still have a model for market rents, market expenses, market capitalization rates from sales. So we don't have to value the product or their business for assessment, for property tax assessment. So,
But they're
so they're not.
Follow up, if I may, personal property.
There should be some additional personal property with a lot of those in terms of security equipment.
Something we can talk about offline, how you're figuring that out and auditing, how's that going on? The second question
it's
is,
very new to
as I
us.
noticed-
We're actually going to tour some facilities in Hood River County that are doing further processing, like oils and things like that on our.
It's going on right here in Salem too. That's why I'm wondering if you're getting access to
Right, we're going to
that.
tour some businesses though that.
Follow-up, the second question is on the bottom of page 48, you talked about the projected 7% climb in real market, and then you said residential properties projected to average 11% growth. Is that annual growth in residential real property values? So housing is going up that fast?
Our estimated increases from our prior year values.
All right,
Right.
thank you.
Further questions? Yes.
I was wondering, what kind of effort or time is spent on assessing properties that are currently tax exempt? If you had to provide a valuation, would that be a big impact to your department?
It would be a big impact if we had to carry, if we had to spend a lot of time valuing those. I don't know how you would value a property that's so unique like the state capitol that doesn't have an income stream, right? Most difficult commercial properties, you look at the income stream and you can value the property. Schools are difficult to value if there's not a ready market for them or an income stream.
Okay.
They're challenging.
They have an $18 billion income stream, plus probably 90 billion, and they've got an income stream, all right.
But it's not just that building, right? So it can't all be related to the real estate.
Well, I heard your counterpart in Polk County in a hearing yesterday, and it was an interesting conversation, and I was just curious, a piece of policy that hadn't really been vetted attached to another piece of policy, so.
I believe I saw an email on that also mentioned they were asking us to consider if we could estimate the taxes on those properties.
Mm.
Well, they're exempt. They don't have taxes and they won't have taxes, so. Thank you.
Thanks, Tom. Other questions? Thank you very much, Tom. Leslie, thank you very much.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
And Mr. Burgess, I see you back there. Come in, take a seat, and identify yourself for the record.
Greetings, Budget Committee members, Chair. Bill Burgess, Marion County Clerk. I've got with me Rosa Alvarez, Administrative Assistant and Department Specialist 4 with me.
Rosa, welcome.
Thank you.
And you see a beautiful peony garden up there. Well, you did. It just went away. It's behind us there. Our budget starts on page 53, I believe. Please check to see if that's correct in your book there. We have 4 programs listed up there. Licensing and recording, where we take marriage licenses and record property records and do passports and a few other things. Also, inside of that department is something called records management that we do for the whole county. And that's something where I really want to thank John and the CIP people for getting that humidifier for us, dehumidifier, because that is so important in the vault. We have records that are forever records that we're trying to keep, and it's a big job to make that happen. It's something that not only we, but other entities, public and private, are working on finding better ways to make this happen in both digital records and the paper or microfilm records, and more will become on that in the future, other added probably budgetary allocations, hopefully. Elections, of course, and we've conducted 3 elections this year, and I'll talk about that in a moment. Board of Property Tax Appeals, which is a major function actually here for Rosa, because she administers that program for us, and it's quite involved over the intensive couple of months that it really is rolling, but it takes a lot of preparation way ahead of time to make that happen, make sure folks are trained, and that everything goes smoothly. Administration, that of course is where we set policy, strategic planning, we do pay the bills, we bill, we do HR, and many other functions there just to keep us rolling. Our budget we're asking for this year is $2,854,201, a bit, but not much of an increase over what we asked for last year. And as I get into some of the presentation, I'll explain more about that. You see up there a FTE of 13.5. That is what we have for our what we call full-time people. We could not run at all on 13.5 FTE. We have another 1.5 FTE you see on the bottom of page 56 that are indexers that we actually contract for. We have another 2.5 additional FTE for department specialists who we call part-time, or that are on page 59. And then we have over 100 election board workers that we use just as needed at certain times. They together add about 2 to 3 FTEs, so actually to run the department takes about 20 FTE. If you would turn to page 63, we can talk about some of the highlights there. The first one I want to talk about is recording revenue, which has increased by 18.5%. And you won't find this in the budget because this is new numbers that we generated today based on closing the month of May. We've increased our recording revenues by 18.5%, or $230,000 in the first 11 months of this year. And we anticipate hitting $1.6 million this year compared to 1.4 or $1.3 million last year. And just a couple of years ago, we were under $1 million in recording revenue. So you can see there's a healthy increase there that helps support our functions. It also increases our costs because part of our cost are per document fees that we actually pay too. Another thing on page 63 is the e-recording, which started in March of last year. This has increased efficiency in recording, faster and decreased manual document scanning, decreased mailing back documents, and decreased check handling. Over 50% of our recorded documents are e-recorded, and over 80% of our recording revenue is through e-recording. I want to explain a couple of other drivers. One is a statewide legislation, one federal policy that impact this year's budget and next year's budgets. The new Oregon Motor Voter automatic registration program and the skyrocketing passport business. Again, we conducted 3 elections this year. The November presidential election was the biggest turnout ever in absolute numbers, but not in percentage. We only had a 76 percentage return rate when we've had over 80% or even close to 90% of presidentials in the past, but we have so many more voters than we had before, and so the absolute number of voters was larger. We also did a small March election for the City of Salem, Ward 6 replacement election that had about a 19% turnout. And then this May, we just certified last night, in fact, I was signing the papers early this morning in our office for this last election here, where we had about a 24.25% turnout of now 185,000 voters in this particular that were eligible for that last election. We actually had more ballots, but we had about 180 that came in too late, about 160 that weren't signed, that we'd sent letters to and people did not respond on, and about another 120 where the signatures did not match, even though we'd sent letters to people, and some of those people did resolve those issues. Because of the new Oregon Motor Voter, the new Oregon Motor law automatically registers DMV license, permit, and ID applicants, including renewals. And of the people that we're registering through here, over 30% are under 25, and over 52% are under 35 years old. So it's nice getting those people involved if they do actually get involved and vote and do other things, like volunteer work and other civic-minded things. But we're also snagging some 85-year-olds in this. About half of 1% of the people that are automatically being registered that hadn't been registered before are over 85 or over 84 years of age. Most of the registrants are now, about 80% are registered as unaffiliated. In last November elections, the non-affiliated voted at 55% in Marion County versus we were talking about a 75-80% return for everybody, compared to the overall turnout of 78%. New Oregon motor voter registrants, though, in last November only voted at about 38.3% in Marion County, and the ones that were non-affiliated even lower at only 31%. This district This district election we just had with 24% turnout, those people that were registered by party voted at about 30%. Those that were non-affiliated voted at 10%. Those that were 18 to 24 years of age only voted at 7% this election, compared to 50% on the presidential election. So obviously the local elections aren't getting to them just yet. And there's no data yet on the pure Oregon Motor Voter Program. But nevertheless, we added over 20,000 voters of the 31,000 additional voters for the November election, where we went from 151,000 to 182,000, a 20% increase. We are now, at least as of late last night, we're at 186,993, or 187,000 registered voters, an increase from 70 from the day before, and 7,000 since the November election. And we expect to add at least 10,000 voters per year over the next 5 years, as more and more people that have not been touched through the online voter registration or not the online, but the DMV registration database are pulled in. This increases our printing, mailing, postage, personnel cost, both in getting ballots out and in processing return ballots, and follow-up letters for undeliverable ballots, voters who forget to sign, voters whose signatures do not match, and for follow-up on postal address updates. So, but that certainly is a driver for increased costs, but automation has helped ease the added load. The new sorter scanner we have now helps process return ballots more accurately and efficiently, and I think Sam can attest to that because he's volunteered in the past in doing some of that precinct sorting, and probably would love to come back again, but he could just watch it this time. And this also speeds the manual signature checking by at least twofold, which is huge for getting things out. And in fact, one part of the budget you'll see we're not budgeting for as many temp or election board worker hours. The other subject I need to talk about is passports, and we want to pass those out. We've got two things coming out to you. One is a all-hands-on-deck picture from a couple days ago in our office, and the other one shows some passport statistics for the phenomenal increase in passports. Over the last 16 years, we've averaged about 850 passports a year, or about 70 passports per month. We began experiencing an increase last November. Partially that was due to the post office deciding that they were going to require appointments before they did passports, and they started sending people to us, which was really nice. But action really took off in February when we processed 891 passports in 1 month, which is, more than we generally have done in a year. This number was eclipsed in March when we processed 1,384 passports in 1 month, almost 1,400 passports. This torrid rate abated some in April when we processed 765, still 10 times our monthly average over the last 16 years. In May, we processed 542, almost 8 times our historical rate. This increase is driven in large part by families strategizing to have a means to reunite in the face of possible deportation of a parent. Most of our recording, elections, and administrative staff are now trained and authorized by the U.S. Department of State as passport acceptance agents. Staff members, though stressed and exhausted, have responded admirably to provide excellent customer service to our passport customers. I'm proud of their dedication, resilience, and teamwork over these past several months. And this is also addressed as a key indicator on page 67. This particular indicator certainly shows the increased work, as well as those charts that you have in front of you there. You see the chart with the green bars. On one side, and you can see the phenomenal increase year over year. The last year on that chart is only 11 months. It's not the whole 12 months, because that's what we've got so far. You turn that over, and you can look at some of the this year's data, and you'll see one chart on that that shows passports, and you'll see those little blips in those first months, and then those months are numbered 1 through 12 based on July forward in this fiscal year. And you can see there the huge increase in passports that our staff have admirably been handling, even in the face of all their other things. This is the time of year that marriage licenses are also booming. Marriage licenses is sort of a diurnal type of schedule, or not diurnal, diannual type of schedule, depending on the type of year and how much sunshine we're having. And you can also see some other information there if you're interested in it. This facilitates the county's strategic plan goal number 1, to provide efficient, effective, and responsive government through stewardship and accountability. And these are just a few snapshots of where we are. I understand you guys are trying to get to lunch, and also I didn't want to take too much time. I hope I didn't, but I hope I've left enough time for questions on anything.
Questions for clerk? David?
Sure.
Yeah, just
Mr.
one
Kenny?
question on your projection on page 67 in the chart of the estimate. You're estimating 12,000 passports, but that seems like it would be high since you've only
Yes,
had 1 month of 1,300.
Yes, you're right. And when this was written, remember this was written a couple months ago, we weren't sure what this was going to look like. We weren't sure if the lid was just going to be blown off completely forever or just what. At first we thought it was just a little blip, but it kept on growing. I talked with folks like Ramon Ramirez up at Bakun, and he tells me that we're probably just looking at the beginning of a tsunami. He feels there's going to be a lot more. It looks like that a lot of people have not been able to afford to get these. Some churches are getting together and going to come up with funds for people to do much more in the way of passports, but your point is well taken. With looking historically at 800 versus at right now around 6,000, today I wouldn't say that 10,000 would be or 12,000 would be a good number. We could get it, but I don't know. Again, that's an estimate that's probably today off.
Thanks, Bill.
Yes, Chair?
Just quick question.
One second.
No,
Answer your question, David?
I may come back with another one.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah, Mr. Kinney, I was just looking at that graph, because you obviously hit a peak and you've gone back down now on
Yes.
passports, but the question would be on the revenue issue, what's the fee we're collecting, that you collect
We
as an
get,
administrator?
presently, we're getting $25 per passport that we do. And so we've blown past what our projected revenue was for that by far.
Thank you.
I have two
Yes.
questions, one in passports and one in elections. Do you think that some of the increase could be due to concerns about the Real ID Act expiring for Oregon's driver's licenses? I know that was a conversation that's happening, in 2018 in order to travel domestically.
Yes, except for people that are trying to renew their license, their passports do not need to come to us. If they come to us, we can help them and show them what they need to do and give them the form, but we don't collect any money for that service. But yes, the idea of the Real ID Act is certainly a pressure, and also about 10 years ago, people were required to have a passport or a passport card to go across to even drive into Mexico or Canada, or even take a cruise. And those numbers are shown, if you look at that graph, about 2006 or so, when we had a blip there. Nothing like the blip that we've got now. But the Real ID Act is a big concern to everybody that's traveling, and we may see more passport business due to that if the states aren't able to do what they need to do to qualify with federal government.
Thank you. My question on elections just had to do with, I understand the huge bump that's happened with new people being registered. How long does it take? Will they fall off election if they don't vote? I
If they
can't
don't vote?
Yeah.
Okay.
Do they ever, is there an expiration?
In the past, what we've done is after 5 years of non-voting, 5 years of inactivity, including no moving or anything else. If they move, that's considered an activity. But 5 years of inactivity, then we have put them in what we called a inactive category, where we don't send them a ballot, but if they ask for one, we would send them one. And then after that, 2 federal elections after that, which could be 1 or 2 or 3 years, then they would be in what we call the canceled category, where they would have to do a whole new voter registration. So that would essentially take people, 6 to 8 years to get to that. The Secretary of State has just determined that the new policy that we're going to hold people on for 10 years due to inactivity. It's a big issue nationwide, actually, and it's actually going before the U.S. Supreme Court here out of Ohio because of questions of are we disenfranchising people by taking away their right too soon, or not taking away their right, just not sending them a ballot too soon, taking them off the rolls? Or do we have lots of people on the rolls that shouldn't be on the rolls because they've moved and haven't said anything, or they've died and we haven't found anything on them? One thing about that after 5 years that was really good for maybe somebody that just decided just no longer had the capacity to vote or had died, if we never got any information on their death earlier, we would get them off that way. So we're balancing voter hygiene and, sending out, how many ballots do you send out, and trying to be sure that we're not disenfranchising anybody inadvertently.
Other questions for the clerk? Bill, I have a question here. It's more of an accounting question. In looking at your FTE tally, you also have included in a couple of places some 2.5 FTEs for some department specialists and 1.5 FTEs for equivalents for program contracted people.
Yes.
Okay, that's 8,000 plus hours of contracted labor, and I'm assuming these people come and go. Where do those costs show up in your budget? Are they
Okay.
all included in the contract?
Most of them, the indexers, the 1.5 indexers,
Yeah.
that is in the contract that we have with our our land records management system, where we pay about $2.20 per document to them. About $1.60 of that goes through indexing.
Okay.
And when our volume is down, which has been over the past few years, we get more for our money than we could have if we had hired people. As that goes up, then we might want to look at whether it makes sense to do that ourselves. But our crack indexer just joined the county in the assessor's office because she could make more and get more benefits than she could get through there.
Worked
So
for the contractor.
we'd been getting a good deal there.
Yeah.
The other 2.5 FTE or the other election board worker FTE are within the elections budget in the personnel budget, but they don't show because they're not full-time staff, they don't show as counted as FTE, but they're in there where it says election board workers, or where it says, I believe they call it temporary workers. There's two different
department
categories.
Specialist twos.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And those are usually ones without benefits too.
But they're carried in your personnel services budget there, where the other ones in the other program, the deputy clerk, that program, are as part of contracted
Right.
service. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
Thank you. Okay, other questions for clerk? I've got some generic questions, but we're running late. Maybe sometime on the street you can answer my voting questions for me.
We'd love to, or you can come anytime, or
And I'll do that, 'cause,
or invite us back at the end. We'll certainly talk again.
There's so much talk in the national news about elections, and I know we've never had that sort of discussion here because it's not probably a big deal, but the whole notion of mail voting, and it's become a national question, and so I'd like to talk to you about it sometime.
You betcha.
I'll
Oregon
bring
does it
a cup
right.
of coffee, how's that?
Thank you.
Thanks, Bill. Thanks, Rosa. Now, we are right at noon, and we want to stay on track. Lunch is available in the back. Is it the committee's,
I think we need to
Lori.
take the rest of the.
Yeah,
vote.
Lori's
I think we need to do Lori.
yeah, we'll let Lori do
Oh.
her thing real quick, and then we'll compress our lunchtime a little
Maybe.
bit so Mr. Bigelow can come in. Hi, Lori.
So we're not gonna do community
Yeah, we have-
services?
I think we
or-
should do it.
Or the comp board, we have three
Oh, yeah,
more,
yeah.
we have three more things.
Yeah.
Waiting.
Yeah,
I think we should
Right.
stay on.
yeah,
Yeah,
thank you.
they've been waiting a long time.
Yeah.
Good afternoon. Can I say afternoon now? Good afternoon, Chair Vance, members of the Budget Committee. I'm Lori Steele, the Marion County Treasurer. Do
Nice
you want me
see
just
you.
to ask for questions on my budget, or would you? There
You
are
have 3
no
minutes.
significant changes to my budget. We do have roughly a 9% increase in personnel services due to budgeting a vacant position at step 1, hiring at step 7. That's the kind of thing that will be absorbed in vacancy savings and things like that in other departments, but when you have a department of 2.5 people, it makes a very dramatic difference. An 8% reduction in materials and services due to ongoing efforts to look for efficiencies in our banking relationships, and then roughly 4% increase in administrative services. So if I can direct you now to page 81, I'd just like to talk briefly about one of my key indicators, and that is key indicator number 1, which addresses the dollar volume and the number of receipts. That is an indicator of the amount of work we do in our office. I have one full-time person who spends her entire day, 8 hours working strictly on bank work and posting receipts from money that departments have deposited. We've been seeing a decrease in both the volume and the dollar amount that's been posted over the last couple of years, and indicators do show that that should continue this fiscal year and possibly next fiscal year. However, we are in the middle of implementing a new cash receipting system at Marion County, countywide. This cash receipting system will be used by all departments that collect revenue and dramatically increase their internal controls they have over cash handling. And we don't yet have a real sense of how that software will impact the work we do in the treasurer's office. It's definitely going to have an impact, but I'm not quite sure yet where we're going to land on how much more work it will be generating for us, or if it will be less work. So that's something I look forward to making some changes and looking for efficiencies to gain there over the next year. So with that, do you have any questions for me about my budget?
Question for Treasurer. Quick, concise, and accurate. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Well done.
Yes.
You did 3 minutes.
Community services?
Community services. Tammy, I see you sitting back there.
Thank you.
And we'll give you a couple more minutes than we gave the treasurer.
Well, Daniel and I really liked the way Lori started. Do you have any questions?
Identify yourself for the record for me, would you think, Tam?
Certainly. Good afternoon. I'm Tamara Getch. I'm the Director of Community Services, and I'm joined today with Daniel Adado, who's our budget analyst. Today, let's see, we are on page 3. It has changed, I guess, as of yesterday. So I believe it's on 367. Is the page that our budget begins on, Community Services. Our proposed budget for the coming fiscal year is $6,260,201. This is a program, or a department that has 6 different programs. Within that, we administer different administration services and supports, children and families, our Marion County Reentry Initiative, our dog services, the Marion County Fair, and the Lottery and Economic Development Program, kind of a potpourri of services and supports. And in our department, we have a little over 21 FTE, exactly 21.65. 12 of those FTE are dedicated to our dog services, 3 to economic development, and 6.65 are dedicated to the administration of all programs and energies within our department. Our department supports 3 advisory boards. The dog shelter, as I mentioned, we administer contracts, economic development program. We also administer the donations that are received for the Marion County Reentry Initiative from an annual breakfast event that is in turn put back into supports for those reentering our community after incarceration. And then through an IGA, we provide supports to the newly formed, in the last 3 years, Marion County Extension and 4-H Service District. Our mission is to promote the well-being of Marion County communities for people to live, work, play, and learn. We have put our budget together in mind with the county goals, as well as our own high-level goals that we have brought into place in our department, integrating operational supports, resilient communities that work to improve the quality of life of those in our community, advance Marion County economies through our work with different policymakers and partners, and helping to increase the standards of living, wise and prudent fiscal management. And then we work to promote and protect dog services, and by providing professional, courteous enforcement services through the shelter. And then, so overall, our budget has a 2.1% decrease in our revenues. And a few things just to mention quickly. We are at a 13% reduction in our licensing and permits within the dog shelter. We'll talk a little bit about that when we get specifically to the dog shelter. Intergovernmental fund is reduced by 50% due to a grant that we received that spans more years than we anticipated. We received an extension on a broadband grant for 1 additional year, so the work will continue on that, as well as the resources being received. And interest earnings are down 9% due to our reduction in our revenues. In our other revenues, we have a 24.4% decrease, primarily because of the Children and Families Commission program. We'll talk about that again a little bit more. And then our net working capital is estimated to be reduced at 18.5%. And as for our requirements, we have 14% increase in personnel. Material and services remain to be consistent across this coming year from the prior years. And then our administrative charges have increased more than 16%, and this is, of course, based on the formula that the county provides. And then paying off some bonds for the Oregon Garden that were taken out quite a few years ago. Those are to be paid off in December of this year, this calendar year. And therefore, our debt service interest, and ending fund balances have been reduced. So on the Children and Families, the administration program, and I wish I could tell you what page. So it's around 369 maybe. So this program is primarily supported by general fund. This program, as I mentioned, has a 6.65 FTE that's assigned to it. And as I mentioned, we provide all the infrastructure supports to all the programs that we provide administration to throughout the year. And within that effort, we have transitioned some additional FTE into this area that Daniel will talk about in just a moment. Our general fund resource request is $857,663, which is an increase of 31.7.
And so the increase in our personnel services for our admin program is due to 0.5 FTE transferring from the Children and Families program. In addition, 0.51 FTE is transferring from the county fair program. And then also the fair coordinator position is increasing 0.1 FTE. Also, in materials and services, our increases are increasing due to costs associated with a network of care. As John mentioned in his budget message, the maintenance costs for the network of care program are $30,000, and there's also a $30,000 expense in the CIP for the network of care. Other factors attributed to the increase in M&S for our admin program are some marketing that we will be doing. In addition, just our regular meetings and printing costs.
And this program does have the decision package that John mentioned in his earlier presentation of $22,000 that was brought over with the fair coordinator position transferring over into this program area.
May I ask a question
Yes.
on that?
Yes.
So what's the thinking behind that? Because usually we were charging that time for the fair coordinator against the state subsidy. And so now that frees up, then it actually puts it on the general fund as opposed to the fair subsidy,
So we still have, you'll see in our fair budget, we still have temp services
that's
in there.
significantly lower.
But those dollars still go to support the efforts that we have within the fair budget. And we can, when we get to the fair, we can talk about the details of that. Would that be okay, Commissioner?
Sure.
Okay.
thanks,
So moving through on the Children and Families Commission program area, we have this particular program area is responsible for all of the priorities that the Children and Families Commission has identified in its plan over the last couple of years. We have launched this past fiscal year or current fiscal year the Community Resource Network, and that's been going on very successful. And this program area will also be one that you'll see the network of care being also worked with the board. So this is one of our 3 advisory boards and moving that forward. The program is supported by the interest that that was earned from the Children and Families Commission over a 20-year span of time. We used to receive state and federal monies in one lump sum at the beginning of a fiscal year, and we're able to collect interest on those resources, and we kind of sock those dollars away over years, and these are the tail end of the remaining dollars of those earlier investments. There is a decrease in other revenues, and that is a result of current fiscal year activities that we received monies from community partners for efforts that surrounded foster parent and foster care supports. And we don't anticipate those dollars coming back into our control for the next coming year, that we anticipate those going elsewhere. So that's where that reduction is from.
So in our personnel budget for the Children and Families program, there is no longer any personnel costs. As we discussed previously in our admin program, the 0.5 FTE that was assigned to this program in the prior fiscal year is now being moved over to our admin program. In materials and services, the overall budget is being reduced by 48%, and this figure is based on available resources that continued over from the current fiscal year. Admin charges are also removed from this program when the 0.5 FTE transferred over to our administration program. We also move the admin charges that were assigned to this program. So that's why there's no longer any admin charges being charged. Finally, in our Children and Families program, we just have a contingency of $8,700, and this is just to cover some unforeseen expenses for our program activity, and we are not going to have an ending fund balance for our Children and Families program for this year.
And around 375, I think is the page number we may be close to, is the Marion County Reentry Initiative Program. This program supports the efforts that I mentioned earlier, and the revenues generated is through that annual event. All of those resources are used to either pay for costs associated with that event, or they're put into place in Marion County's reentry initiative to help individuals remove barriers around education, employment, and transportation. We provide resource reports to our Reinvestment Council on a regular basis for that. And moving on to the dog services. The dog service program has 12 FTE, as I mentioned. We're responsible for dog licensing, registration, animal rescue, transfers of dogs, sheltering of lost dogs, adoption, foster care, and then working with local rescues as well. During the fiscal year 16-17, we did have an increase in a shelter tech position, was 0.8 and it was increased during that time to a 0.1 FTE. The shelter budget indicates a 4.5 overall resource increase, and then of that, we see that we've been having some licensing issues around getting folks to comply with the codes. We have limited capacity with our dog officers, having 2 for the entire county. However, what we need to be able to do is to reach out into the community and support families and pet owners to be able to license easily. Mentioned earlier in today's presentation was the replacement of our animal management system. And with that, we're hoping to increase the ease of the public to be able to go online, license their pet, rather than doing it the old-fashioned way of either coming into our doors or having to download a form, fill it out, bring a check in and put it in the mail. We think that some of those are barriers to people licensing, as well as folks not recognizing that a dog needs to be licensed once they're 6 months, or they have canines, or they move into this community. And so we are, in this coming year, going to be focusing on ways that we can increase. We've increased those percentages. Of current, we've been working with the veterinarians to increase their, licensing activity. However, it's an extra burden on them. The Board of Commissioners have authorized us to increase our payment for that service, so we're hoping that will also be a step in the right direction. And our newly appointed director, Dean Fries, who's in the audience today, has also been working with those vets and other community partners to strategize on ways that we can increase licensing.
So looking to personal services, we just have a $24,000 increase in personal services this year, and that's just due to the COLA, as well as benefits and some overtime that we're adding to the dog shelter budget this year. Moving down to materials and services, we have a $24,000 increase. And this is due to our vet licensing program. The county gives $1 per vet license that one of our partners will perform. And we're going to increase that cost that we paid to the vet licensing partners to $3. So a $1 increase to $3, so that we're anticipating that will increase our materials and services budget by about $24,000. Additionally, the budget also reflects a grandfathered cost for the sheriff inmate crews. The 17-18 budget reflects $25 per inmate per day rate. However, in fiscal year 18-19, that rate will increase to $30. And then in fiscal year 19-20, that rate will increase to $35. Currently, the sheriff's budget is carrying a portion of the budget burden for the shelter's use of inmate crews to maintain the dog shelter.
Also just want to mention the CIP, the capital improvement plan that it was submitted last year. We had a $140,000 CIP package that was authorized and approved through the budget process to purchase what I mentioned, the animal management software that will be implemented. We had hoped that it was already to be implemented. However, the IRFP development process was much longer than anticipated. That is just now being released, and we've been working very closely with our IT department to make that available. So that amount will be carrying forward in this current year, as well as that was also mentioned earlier, our floor maintenance is a CIP, as well as our wall coating that protects the kennels that the dogs are in throughout the shelter. The total capital outlay is a little over $50,900. So that's one of the packages that we'll be working on and should be complete by the fall of this year. And then the county fair. The fair is coming up. I'll just put that little plug in at the July 6th through the 9th. This is a fun opportunity for our community to come together, enjoy what our fair board has been working on all year long. And in this particular budget area, we have transferred the FTE over into our to our administration program. And to your question earlier, Commissioner, we have in our budget, we still have that money in here, and we worked with the budget team to allow us to move that over to be consistent with how we administer the other program areas of, so for example, our Children and Families program, all of the administration is in our 100 budget, and this would be similar to that. Our department's practice is to capture those resources monthly from those as those time gets recorded. So in the event that we need to analyze how much time is being put towards the fair, it's going to be able to be pulled out. What we've found is that we have one program coordinator that is really dedicated to this. However, many of us in our office works on this. So to arbitrarily have her separated when she does other functions as well made it a little bit difficult administratively to manage that. It was an easier task for us to move over. So that was a decision we made at the front end. However, those the $50,000 that we get for the production of the fair and administration is still within that. And then the other costs are offset by the general fund. Did that answer your question?
I think probably I need to talk to the budget team to understand how the general fund lines up
Sure.
with what you've done.
Okay.
So I'm just gonna put that in this afternoon.
All right, so then let's just talk about the rest of our material and services. Anything in particular?
Sure. Looking to the materials and services budget for the fair, it increased by about $46,000, which is a result of the Marion County Fair Board, its event and marketing coordinators, and department staff securing big name entertainment and sponsorships for the 27 fair. The transfer out of approximately $47,000 is due to that fair coordinator position transferring over to the general fund. And lastly, the $43,000 approximate decrease in contingency is a result of a one-time payment for asphalt services provided to the Oregon State Fair and Expo Center, and that happened last fiscal year. These funds will be used in future years to pay for the fair's use of the state fair facilities.
Ask one really quick question. I
Commissioner
apologize because I'm holding everybody from lunch, but, so where is the $20,200 that you get for Public Works for the zero waste? Where do I see that on the revenue?
Do you want me to answer
On
that?
388.
That's in our other revenues category.
Is it under special program donations?
No,
Miscellaneous income?
no, it's in our other revenues category.
Well, other revenues, it consists of those three. I'm on page 388.
388. It's right here. Sorry, I think we have different page numbers that we're working off of.
Are you
Says-
referencing the 36?
The $36,000?
Page looks like this.
Oh, okay.
Other revenues consists of, your budget is 19,100 in miscellaneous income, 100 over and short, and 16,800 in special program.
Oh, yes,
donations.
yes. So that is where that is located. I was looking at our main budget page, so that is.
So the 20,200 you've split between 2 years, or is it in this year, or are you just underestimating next year, or what's the?
Well, there's some other items that go into that.
So I'm
Account.
asking where the 20,200 is from Public Works that would come into you.
So this is, everybody else's description. So we receive resources from a grant, basically from Public Works for zero waste management and services for the fair. And those resources are typically embedded into our piece, but if I can take a few moments just to kind of look at that in detail.
Yeah, I
and
don't want to put you on the spot here, I just want to make sure that I understand, because I think there was some misunderstanding about the amount, and it was underestimated. And so then the question would be whether or not you need to adjust that now, or whether you'd adjust it in supplemental budget, because my hunch is, because of the emails that we exchanged and the fact that you thought your budget was lower, this amount isn't correct, so that's why I'm asking the question.
Correct. We submitted this budget in March, and so we don't adjust for those at the end. So what it is, Daniel just found it on our sheet, and it's identified as a special program budget area. So those
And how
resources,
much was budgeted in March?
16.8.
Okay, that's what I thought. And so when do you communicate with Public Works about what they're budgeting on this?
I usually do it around October of the prior year, and just see if we are going to continue to do that, because that's when we start planning for the coming year.
Okay. So just another offline conversation about perhaps refreshing that conversation when you're putting your budget in, so that you actually get the right number, and then we avoid the misunderstanding that we had.
Will do.
Thanks.
So any other questions about the fair? All right, let's move right along to the Lottery and Economic Development Program. As I mentioned before, our department supports this program area, moving it forward. We manage the lottery resources that come into our budget and into the county. We provide contracts, services, programs, and we have a FTE that was identified as an addition during the current fiscal year 16-17 that is reflected in this year's budget. So there is an increase. And And I think maybe with this, we'll just talk just briefly, any questions, just because of your time, on the economic development program area?
Nope.
All right. And then key indicators. So the key indicator, you can see the 4 that we have submitted. The one that I want to just focus on, just because it's is receiving so much energy from our dog shelter, is the return of dogs to the community and increased licensing. As I mentioned earlier, we've been really focusing hard of late, looking at how we can improve and provide efficiencies around licensing. I think we're on the right track. However, I think that the upswing of that is going to take a little bit more time. What we've been seeing as we have been working with the dog shelter and providing licensing, many of the things that we are seeing in our shelter are impacted by what's happening online. So we have a lot of pet pages that are on there. They're helping to reunite dogs with owners, etc. We also review all of that information. We have our own site that we can help people reunite with their dogs. I think a really exciting part is one of my goals was to increase our live release rate, so reuniting, adopting out, sending to rescue in Marion County was into the 90s. I'd love to get us into the 90s. I think we're really close to that. We're about 88% for this calendar year. 93% this calendar year to date. We're hoping that that's a increasing trend, but we'll see. That takes a lot of our energy. We're hoping to see similar gains through our licensing as we really focus in on that, change the way we do our business, that we'll be able to increase dog licensing efforts and results in the community because of increased ease, just raising people's awareness of when you need to license. I think many people in the rural communities have a belief that I'm not in a city limits, therefore I don't need to license. However, that is contrary to what our dog codes read and require. So that's where a lot of our energies are going in the next coming year. Any questions?
So can I just make a really quick comment? Because first of all, this department does a fantastic job in all their programs. The fair, children and families, I work with them on a million things. I love what they do. So I apologize for getting caught in the details a few minutes ago, but I was just kind of stuck on where that number was. And also, I do want to say that Dean Freeze gave a really nice presentation to the Public Safety Coordinating Council last month about licensing, the fact that only about 30% of our dogs are licensed. We've had some discussion as a board also about reporting from veterinarians, mandatory reporting from veterinarians to the department so that they can identify where the dogs are and get those letters out and get those dogs licensed. And when we have some more time this afternoon, I've got a sheet here that shows the licensing revenues over the past, well, actually since 2001-2, and the general fund increase, which I think the budget committee will find interesting. So I'll be sharing that a little bit later.
Okay, thank you. Further questions for me, sir? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next item on our agenda is Compensation Board.
Good morning.
Hi.
Amy Rose Fish, the Human Resource Manager, and I'm open to just questions or no questions, either one, whichever you prefer. No. I'm here to discuss the Compensation Board, and it is governed by the ORS 204112. It's responsible for the annual review of compensation paid to our elected officials, and it has 5 members on it: Richard Berger, Steve Bergman, Joshua Graves, Jan Kyle White, and Carrie Glosterman. And Joshua Graves, who's our chair, apologizes for not being able to be here today due to the schedule change. So I'll quickly just jump right into the recommendations that they made to this committee. For market review adjustments for the Justice of the Peace, the Sheriff, and the Treasurer, no change in salary. For the Assessor and the County Clerk, an additional 1.5% to the total salary increase. For the Board of Commissioners, an additional 4% total salary increase. And for the District Attorney, an additional 1% total salary increase. For cost of living adjustment, they are recommending a 1% COLA that is in alignment with the non-represented employees for all Marion County elected officials effective July 1, 2017.
Okay.
Any questions?
Very succinct. Board members, you have in front of you a referral dated April 3rd from the committee over Amy Rose's signature. And you also have in front of you a referral from the Board of Commissioners to this committee, referring the recommendations to this committee. So I think the simplest way, and correct me if I'm wrong for procedure, John, is to simply a vote to accept the committee's recommendation.
As long as that vote doesn't mean, as we're accepting the recommendation, that this is the level that we want to budget it, because I want to talk about that this afternoon. So,
Okay, then let's read.
I mean, I'm willing to accept the report, but
Yeah.
I'm not willing to accept their recommendation.
Perfect. Let's do that then. Let's just read the report into the minutes. So the chair would entertain a motion to accept the report and referral.
I'll make that motion.
Okay, thanks, David.
I'll second.
A second. Thank you. Further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor say aye.
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 Anyone opposed? Same sign. Hearing none. The motion carries, and we will further discuss the referral.
All
Let me just thank you, and thank you committee members too for us, would you? That's not an easy job. Maybe at some point for Denise's benefit too, and maybe I'm speaking ahead, you probably already know how this works, but it's a complicated process, involves a whole lot of analysis and statistics and stuff, and it might be interesting to see how, the machinery behind it. But thank you, and thank you for your work.
Absolutely, thank you.
Any further business? Seeing none, how about if we recess for a while to have some lunch? Lunch is in the back. Okay, we will be in recess until 1 o'clock. Is that fair? Okay, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's 1 o'clock, a couple minutes after 1 o'clock. We will reconvene. This is Marion County Budget Committee, June 1st. Next item on our agenda, District Attorney Mr. Beglaw, Public Safety. Nice to see you, sir.
Good afternoon, Chair Vance, members of the board, members of the Budget Committee. Nice to see all of you. I'm Walt Beglaw. I have the continued privilege of serving as the District Attorney here in our community. Our budget begins on page 87 and reflects a total proposed budget of $12,867,427 and a total FTE, full-time equivalent, of just over 91 employees. These employees do really wonderful work in 5 core program services. Adult prosecution, and that's all the adult criminal activity that occurs in Marion County. Our medical examiner, which we're going to highlight this year in a little bit. Our child support, which establishes and modifies support for families in Marion County, and we highlighted that last year, as you may recall. Our victim assistance program that walks alongside victims in our adult and juvenile program, and finally our juvenile program, which I look back and we highlighted a couple years ago, and that's where we do the delinquency work, youth that commit offenses alongside Faye Fagel's great team, and then the dependency work. Those are the vulnerable families. So those are our 5 programs. We have one significant change this year, and I'll highlight that in just a little bit because that comes through our medical examiner program in a recommended budget decision package. So first, let me get right down to one of the inquiries that you had around important proposed or established legislation. And this really feels like a trip down memory lane. The very first one, and a very positive one, I have to say, because I and others in public safety and our coordinating council, chaired by Commissioner Carlson, have been working very hard implementing justice reinvestment. This is JRI. This has been in place for years, and this is that local community investment in public safety programs. That's back up. And I think the central question this year is around what's the funding level going to be going forward. And I think I have a good sense that right now it's current service level forward, but there's some other effort around that. So we have a lot of programs around that, and you're going to hear a lot about them, I think, today and throughout this, but that's the first piece. Related to that is some new legislation this year in House Bill 3078. And this has three central features. One is a change to the Measure 57 sentencing provisions around property crime. And secondly, transitional leave, which is an extension from what it currently exists at 90 days to 120 days, which I think would be a local opt-in for communities. And then finally, some enhancement to the FSAP, the Family Sentencing Alternative Program. And this is where we're taking, hopefully, women who have kids and doing something similar to, other than sending them to prison, and doing community supervision. Here in Marion County, we're one of those original pilot programs, and to date, we've, from last session, we've had 24 parents in that program, 13 of which were women, and I think, wow, I think it was like close to 45, 50 kids that those individuals had. So I think there's a lot of vulnerable families out there we're trying to do some good work around. So those are the three features of that. And let me just say, we're trying to thread a very delicate political balance with that particular bill, because we're trying not to open another women's facility, the minimum facility here in Salem. We're trying to preserve and enhance funding to JRI and avoid, make sure we're very mindful of any sentencing changes that we do, so we can hold people accountable as well. So those, that bill is very important right now. I couldn't have a meeting or a discussion without saying or mentioning grand jury reform. There are two bills. I've been talking with you for years about this, I think. They are Senate Bill 496 and Senate Bill 505. They are companion bills, but one basically, well, essentially, the legislature wants to record grand jury where we do felony cases. And a lot of features to that bill. One shoulders the court with that responsibility, that's 496, and the other one is shoulders the district attorney and ultimately counties with that responsibility. And there's a lot of moving parts around that process. I mean, grand jury is a fundamental element of our justice system. So we've got our eyes close on that, and I think it may be poised to succeed this session. So we're going to be having more conversations about that down the road, if that is. For implementation, 2 counties go January 1st of 18, and then everyone else goes July 1st of 18. So in 1 year, we would be moving forward with that process. And so we've been working close with our presiding on our courts. In fact, I think we're going to have a meeting with John and the presiding to talk about what this will look like. And so that bill is a pretty big deal. And then finally, dependency. This is the work we do out in our juvenile. There's been a conversation to shift that work away from local DAs and communities to the Department of Justice, and that's in Senate Bill 525. And so we've done all we can to kind of leverage our responsibility and role, which I think is very important with those families. And so the good news is I think we're going to be able to continue doing that work, but the conversation is still alive for the future, so we'll have to have a future conversation. So that's the kind of the core legislation that's going on. The future outlook for our office, I think I say it every year, is bright, is positive. We have great people. And there's 2 things I would note this year. And I'll just call it change and transition. I think Mr. Latimer highlighted this morning. We're developing new leadership within our office, and we're having and will continue to have the retirements of some very seasoned staff. And that's happening currently and in the near future. So by the time we're back next year, we will have probably 5 or 6 retirements, and then I think you'll continue to see more. And so that's an important component as we look at how we bring folks up and establish the next leadership of your office. Secondly, won't spend too much time on this, is our developing case management system. Again, we're at the finish line on getting a contract, and so we'll be moving forward with that. And I want to thank Vanessa Coggins in our office. She's been working real hard with John and Jan to get to this point. In fact, the whole, and IT, we just want to make sure the contract is solid and we can do the work the way it needs to be done. So back to the decision package and that one significant change. This has been a conversation that's been going on almost for a year. Paige Clarkson, a manager in our office, and myself approached John and Jan to talk about our program that determines the cause and manner of all deaths that occur within Marion County. It's required by statute, Chapter ORS 146, and this is really a thoughtful decision package and a timely investment, what I'll call to professionalize our medical examiner program. And not that we didn't always have good people doing this work, but they were part-time employees, and it was just not the right model to manage a 24/7 response program. And so I'm going to ask Rob Anderson, he's the new chief medical examiner in our office, to come up just briefly, talk a little bit about this. Will be part of that highlight program. And he and Paige Clarkson have kind of been the architects of this new model and essentially what it is it adds 2 full-time deputy medical examiners to work with Rob, and reduces it a bit, but preserves the ability to make sure we can get the 24/7 coverage with that temporary money, and really enhances the services of this program. And before I turn it over to him for just a few comments, I'll get out that key indicator now that we're requested to mention, and it's number 8. It's medical examiner death investigations, and it relates to the county goal number 3, public safety. That's that total number. That's that 8 up there that Rob and his team respond to within our community for our citizens, and that's why it's really important that we have this robust team that can get the job done. So I'm just really pleased to introduce Rob. He comes from a strong law enforcement leadership background. We're just thankful to have him. He's been on the ground since January 1 and kind of leading this charge. So, Mr. Chair, if I may have Rob introduce himself.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for the opportunity to be here. My name is Robert Anderson. I'm the Marion County Chief Deputy Medical Examiner. I just want to take a few minutes and highlight the direction that we want to go with the Medical Examiner's Office with this decision package. One of the key things is truly to develop a professional organization within the medical examiner field. There are other counties that have medical examiner programs that are full-time. There's about 6 in the state of Oregon. Unfortunately, within those full-time fields, there's really no professional standard in terms of how does every medical examiner program work. I want our program to be that standard. I want to develop our program to be professional, not only within the agency itself, but to every agency that we support, from the Sheriff's Office to every agency within Marion County. To do this, we're developing a standard of how every agency responds to the medical examiner calls. Last year we had a total death investigation number of 1,022. Currently this year we're already at 421 total deaths, 151 investigatable cases by law, and 270 non-investigatable, but we still take those calls. We still take the phone call from hospitals or whatever, whoever the call's coming from. So with that, we've developed a program of a investigative checklist that has gone out to every agency within the county to be able to go through and be able to preload those questions that the medical examiner will ask for. It's gone to the hospitals, funeral homes, and every law enforcement agency and fire department within the county to help speed up that process to allow the community to get answers that they need quicker than we were previously capable of doing so. My investigators are responding to more of the calls that were previously handled by phone. And in getting our full-time medical examiners, it will increase that number even more to having a daytime and a swing shift to be able to get investigators on the scene in a quicker manner. Currently, investigators from law enforcement would show up on scene. They would make the determinations if a medical examiner is needed, then have to call the medical examiner, wait for the response from them, because technically the case can't move on until the medical examiner has made a release of that individual. Now we're getting to the point where law enforcement is even making those calls sooner in the process, where we're en route to these calls. Sometimes, yesterday, a perfect example, I was en route before law enforcement even got there because they knew it would be a case that we would be responding to, said they made that call early. We were able to be on scene quicker. This sped up the process of everything we had to do on scene, which in turn allows, by today, we already have the death certificate from the funeral home that previously family would be waiting on. So it just speeds up that process to allow families to move on with what they need to do. The other thing we're going to be able to do is continued training throughout the community. I'm already scheduled to do training for, I believe, 4 in-service trainings for law enforcement around the county, and we'll be able to move that and open that up with our full-time staff to get them in front of all of the agencies. We've had requested training from doctors to have training on filling out death certificates. So as we get more and more involved and the community realizes that we're there and we're trying to increase our productivity and our professionalism, we're also getting more and more requests to go and help and to train. So that's a brief overview of kind of the direction that we're going with it, and we appreciate your support.
Thank you. Questions for Mr. Anderson or Ms. Beglot? Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Rob. Yeah. So a couple more comments, and then glad to field any concerns or questions that you might have. We were directed to kind of talk about some of the initiatives that relate to some of our goals, any updates or changes, and I struggled to pull out the top 5 because there's so many great collaborative efforts going on in our community in the public safety world. I can't tell you enough how great it is to work within our law enforcement community here in Marion County with, you know, the juvenile department, Fay, and the Sheriff Myers, and all of our key stakeholders, our health department. I never thought we'd spend so much time working with our health department, but we are. And that's a great place to start. My first one I would highlight is, and Mr. Latimer actually had a paragraph in his kind of opening statement around this, is kind of mid-budget, in a supplemental budget, we added a 0.5 FTE, a prosecutor, paid for by the Oregon Health Authority on grant dollars, that enhances our effort to address those with mental illness, or what we call aid and assist issues, the 370. These are the folks that get charged with a crime, have a diagnostic mental illness, and get into our jail, and then get into the process, and then ultimately can find their way to the state hospital, which is all of it, which is a very expensive prospect, as you know. So this position, her duty, Melissa Allison is her name, is to be that point of contact to help make better, earlier decisions around these individuals and get them the right placement that they need and the right decisions. If I were to say that if there was a home run here, we had, by the time she came on board in late December and this date, we have cut in half our aid and assist individuals at the Oregon State Hospital. And not only did we cut it in half, which saves a lot of money for everyone. I did my own Walt math, and it was hundreds of thousands of dollars. But what it means is there's better decisions for that individual and the justice system. We found community restoration. In cases where we dismiss, we got them connected with services. And Anne Marie Banfield and the health department brought all that connective tissue together. So it's just quite a collaboration, and I couldn't pass up the opportunity to kind of highlight that. And it threads with our Stepping Up initiative, which is looking at jails, looking at our jails, and how we use those vital resources, those impacted with mental health. The second one is the Child Abuse Collaborative we've got going on. Brendan Murphy, the manager here, the child abuse team, and Dave Wilson, who's here today from our juvenile department, working to embed, so to speak, all the key players on child abuse investigations at Liberty House, our child abuse assessment center. So the Department of Human Services are going to have caseworkers there, detectives from the core agencies, the Sheriff's Office, Kaiser, Woodburn, Chief Ferraris, John Teague, all of them are all in, including Chief Moore, to embed investigators with those team at Liberty House so that we can better collate, make better, quicker decisions around that. It is an evidence-based approach to approach child abuse, and that is underway right now, and that's no charge to you. I'm not asking for any money, nor do we do it. We're just going to use our existing team to manage that. So that's pretty exciting, and I'll probably next year have kind of an update on where that stands, because it's just getting stood up right now as we speak. The third one is our pretrial initiative. This is where it's a national theme going on, but we also have a local work group, and just recently some folks from the National Institute of Corrections, I believe, came out and kind of got together with us to look at how we're managing our jail and how we're making decisions about who and who to not keep in our jail. So the sheriff and I and others are very interested in that question and what improvements could be made. So there's some great initiative around pretrial. Fourth one is our reentry effort. I certainly am just kind of recently joined this effort, but pleased to be a part of it. What I wanted to highlight today is our support enforcement. As you know from last year, Conchetta Swessinger, our manager there, we've kind of leaned in there about correctional folks in our support enforcement program, and I think we're making some progress there to better identify how those individuals can step back into our community and not be shouldered with costs that they can't handle right away. Of course, we want to support families. We'll always do that, but there's better ways to do that, and we're just glad to be a part of that effort. And then finally is LEAD, Law Enforcement Assisted Diversion. This idea was stolen from Seattle. The best ideas come from other people, and then you work with it. But we have two phases here. The first one is phase one, which our drug team has kind of rebooted how we manage possession of controlled substances to move from a more punitive standpoint as a felony to more of a medical model. And so we got a different way of managing and charging those cases, and that piece is in place, and more to come on that. We're hoping we can succeed with treatment and those who are faced with addiction that are in our justice system. That's phase one. Phase two is the traditional model that Seattle, which is law enforcement, before they ever get into a DA's office, before someone's arrested, booked into your jail, law enforcement is meeting that individual where they're at. And these are folks that have had a long history of struggling with mental illness and issues related to substance abuse, and trying to divert them or deflect them away from our jail and from prosecutors in a way that we know about and agree to, in a way that addresses kind of the root cause. So in a way, it kind of talks about that, the 100 top users kind of model. There's a lot of these things are intertwined in terms. So that LEAD phase two is underway. Paige Clarkson is helping lead that conversation here in our community, along with many of you. So Those are the 5 areas that I'd highlight for you today. So finally, I will be entering my 13th year in October as District Attorney of Marion County, and I just wanted to take a moment to thank you as commissioners, as this budget committee. You've supported and prioritized public safety. We're grateful for that. We've always been able to have good conversations, and you've challenged us when we needed to be to think differently and do things different, and then all kind of row in the same direction. So I just want to, Mr. Chair, thank you and this committee for that over the years. And with that, one final comment. Pammy Guerra is our budget analyst. She's here today. This is her first budget. She's did a great job, and I've been working hard alongside of her, and I want to thank her for kind of pulling this all together as well. Thank you.
You could have invited her up to the dais and we could have beat up on her a little bit, just as a hazing.
She's really worried you guys are going to grill her.
I got a couple questions for you.
Yes. Hey, I have a question here with regard to medical examiner, and I know you've got Rob here to comment. The recommendation of the budget officer is for 2 FTEs, and you were declined 3/4 of an FTE of the original request. Would you fill us in about that?
Yeah, Mr. Chair. Our original, as we kind of designed this, our original was to completely, or almost completely remove the temporary employee component.
Sure.
And we needed, in addition to Rob, we were thinking 3 would completely manage that 24/7 process. That's not what we originally proposed to John and Jan. We had originally proposed 2, but as we got in looking at how those employees would be classified, we got a little nervous that we wouldn't be able to get the job done with 2.
Okay.
So this result is fine, but it does preserve the ability to augment that calendar, so to speak, with the temporary employees, and John and Jan have done that in this budget. And we'll probably have more conversations come January as we hire these employees to make sure we're getting the job done right, and our chief medical examiner is going to be doing this hiring and doing this incrementally. So that's kind of how we got from 3 to 2.
Sure.
And I hope that helps. And
But you're happy with that 2? I mean, the 3 would be wonderful, of course, or 6 would be great, but the two that are in the budget will get you started and help Rob form the team he wants to put together. And
Mr. Chair, absolutely.
Okay.
This is what we need, and as we go forward, I'll just kind of put a little asterisk down the road. Keep the conversation open about that staffing component, and John and I have talked about that in the future. So, we'll come back and talk how we're doing and what the needs are.
Okay. Mr. Budget Officer?
Mr. Chair, we have had those conversations, and I think you and I will have a conversation too.
Thanks.
Am I in trouble now?
Oh, am I in trouble?
I know what that feels like when he says
Yeah.
Questions? Other questions? Yes, Mr. Cross.
Thank you, Walt, for that presentation. I just wanted to highlight and tag on to a couple things that you talked about. First of all, with justice reinvestment, we are moving into the next round of looking at funding with the Public Safety Coordinating Council. We're going to be doing that this summer. And we were looking at the data from where we've been with Marion County. So when we started that discussion, we were in red, right? Red being that there's a baseline of numbers of people that the State Criminal Justice Commission was hoping that we would refer or not to the state prisons for nonviolent property and drug crimes. As we moved closer to the time that we put in the first grant, we were in yellow, and we were kind of in the middle of the pack, maybe middle to low in the pack in terms of how we were in improvement. When we pulled the most recent statistics, and there was a day where we were over a lobby day for Justice Reinvestment at the Capitol, Marion County had the longest green line of any of the counties. I should have brought that, but we have made the most progress from our baseline. Very impressive results, and much of that is due to the work of the District Attorney's Office in partnership with the Sheriff's Office, the Senate Bill 416 program, the jail reentry program, these other evidence-based programs that we're working on, but also in the way I think that the trial team leaders are now looking at cases and processing cases and kind of thinking about how they operate with the courts. So it's very exciting, and just want to commend your office on the work that you've done there. I don't know if you want to say anything before I move on to my next topic.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Carlson, thank you for that. I did have those numbers. I didn't put them out there today, but I will now. As of April, because I was down at the legislature telling them about our justice reinvestment programs, and we have, from the baseline, we have saved over 4,300 months of prison in Marion County. We are off the charts compared to other communities. The other communities doing a good job are Lane County and Multnomah County, and keeping us where we need to in terms of prison construction conversations with male population. The other piece to that is I think we're being accountable too. It's not just saving prisons and not sending one to prison. We need to be mindful of victimization and are we getting the job done with those individuals. And I think there's some promising information, particularly with our 416 program, that we'll be able to share in the future, that we're addressing kind of the root problems, but more to come.
Good for you. Thank you.
And just wanted to add then, the other aspect of justice reinvestment as well, just said is victims. 10% of the dollars are set aside for victims, and in Marion County, we actually added an extra $100,000 out of the 90% well, there was obviously a need there, but also very much as a gesture of our strong commitment to victims. So those dollars will be discussed, and I wanted to thank Kim Larson, since she's here, for all the work that she's done along with Jane Downing and Allison Kelly and the other organizations that work on victim services to map the system and undergo the Casey Gwynn assessment, and now working on implementing a number of different aspects of that. So,
thank you.
Third thing I wanted to talk about is with the LEAD initiative, and Paige, as you mentioned, has been definitely leading that. We are trying to, number one, get grant funding so that we can hire navigators, but so we can get the program going. But number two, identify the top 100 utilizers of emergency department and jail services. So what's interesting about that is that the top 100 utilizers of jail services, that's public record. There is no hiding around that. That is just out there. But the 100 utilizers of emergency department services and medical services, that's HIPAA protected. So all of a sudden we run into this issue about how do we identify the top 100, and we had a list of, we contacted Lane County, and they had maybe 5, 6, 8 different organizations that they involved in that discussion. So this data-driven justice that John mentioned in his budget message, Marion County applied for that. A gentleman came back from the White House last fall. Jason Myers and I went up to hear the conversation. We had dinner with him. He invited us to apply. We got our application in, I think, in December. I mean, just right before the change in administration. That program went away in the new administration, but moved over to the Arnold Foundation. And so we had a phone call with them and learned that there is a HIPAA-compliant database that we get for free because we are members of this data-driven justice initiative. So it's going to help us. You can just put all your lists in, and it pops out the people who are on multiple lists without revealing where they came from. And so we're going to work on that. So I just wanted to put that out there. And then the last thing I wanted to mention on child support, and wanted to thank Conchetta. She did, I think it was at this budget committee meeting a year ago when you asked her to come and present, and I had not been acquainted with her, and asked her if you've been involved with the reentry initiative, and she said, I don't know, but I'd like to be. And so we've been working on that, and what we did was we worked on a bill, and as you mentioned, Walt, I mean, we certainly are wanting to support families and wanting those families to get the child support that they need and deserve, but oftentimes what happens in a reentry situation is that someone goes into prison, their income stops, but their child support keeps accruing because they don't file the paperwork on time, don't file it correctly, send an email saying, hey, I'm in prison. I don't even know if they can send emails, but anyway, I've heard that their families can send emails, right, and say, hey, so-and-so's in prison, but that doesn't work. So we worked on a bill, and Conchetta worked with the the child support staff from around the state, and Kate Richardson, Magistrate Credit, worked with Department of Justice, and Cindy Booth was involved from the Oregon Department of Corrections. And that bill adjusts those rules, so now there's a rebuttable presumption that someone doesn't have the ability to pay when they go into prison. And then also when they come out, until that adjustment happens, there's a longer period of time before the child support kicks in after they get out. And if it hasn't already been adjusted, it's at half of their prior income, based on the research that most of the time people only earn about half of what they earned before they went into prison. So it's Senate Bill 682, and it's passed both chambers, and I got an email that it's had its second reading, I think yesterday, so that means it's on its way to actually pass both chambers and get signed by the governor, so we got a bill through. So just wanted to thank Conchetta for her assistance with that.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Additional questions or comments for Mr. Beglaw? Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
Judge Zerinoff, you're up next. How nice to see you today.
Thank you. It's nice to be here. Good to see you as well.
And once again, identify yourself and your companion for the record.
Mr. Chair and members of the committee, I am Jan Zerinoff, Marion County Justice of the Peace, and sitting next to me is Carmen Mejia. She is the supervisor of clerks at the Justice Court. Our budget presentation begins on your page 121 of your budget book. The total amount of dollars that we are asking for today in our proposed budget is $913,943. And we have 8 FTE, which includes myself as judge, the supervisor, 1 lead clerk, and 5 additional clerks at the court. The function of the Justice Court is to adjudicate traffic matters, overweight and over-length type citations from the port of entry on I-5, the way station. Also, we handle boating cases, fishing, game and wildlife violations, county ordinance violations, and those includes things like solid waste. If somebody has too many cars, too many old junky cars on their property, they get to come see me. Also, on the civil side, one citizen can file a complaint in court against another citizen as long as that dollar amount is under $10,000. So those are all the types of cases that the Justice Court adjudicates. Our budget remains relatively unchanged from last year. The only additional thing that we are asking for is a new photocopy machine. Our largest photocopy machine that we use for faxing and doing the vast majority of our photocopying is about 8 years old, so we're looking to get a new lease and a new machine for the upcoming year. Part of our business model changed last year, and I wanted to talk to you about it. We had petitioned to get money to purchase ORMS, which is a paperless system for the Justice Court, and we went live with that system July 1st of last year. We were all pretty nervous about it because there were no models out there at the Justice Court level. The circuit courts are paperless, but their system is different. And so we had purchased a system that we were among the very first courts in Oregon to start. And we are thrilled. The cases are coming through from the traffic team, and that's probably 75% of the cases that we do. They come straight into our ORMS system. We don't have any paper at all associated with those. The other cases are paper, but if the minute they hit the courtroom door or the court clerk, they are scanned into our paperless system. So when I get on the bench to go through all the arraignments, I'll do 60 or 70 arraignments in one afternoon for the traffic, and I don't have a file on my desk. Everything is on the computer. I too am old, and getting into this new technology has been a little bit trying, but we're there. And as people send in letters for me to review, I don't review them anymore in hand, in paper. They go straight into the computer when they first come through the door, and I just look them up by the case number so the clerks don't have to pull the files. I don't have to handle paper. They don't have to refile the files back in. Cases when there are convictions, either when people plead guilty or they're found guilty, those go automatically from the courtroom to DMV. I'm making sure that Carmen's that's exactly how that happened. So there's been a lot of paperwork that has been eliminated, and the filing cabinets are getting removed from the building. When we moved in, we were already overflowing with filing cabinets. We're down to having only a few in the areas where they shouldn't be, and by next year we should have all the files just in the file room. And we've actually had enough time left over from that to go back and start putting in our old cases, entering them in, and then cases that have been closed and paid for after 3 years can be archived. The system does that completely, almost automatically. And that was a big process for us because we had to list each case that was closed and the date that it was closed and all this kind of stuff. All happens automatically. So I am thrilled with that system. It is really good. And I've probably taken too much time on that. We don't have any decision packages for you. The court goals have been to provide an impartial hearing in an efficient manner, and that remains the same as we had for last year. We set cases within 2 or 3 months of the time the citations are issued to the citizens. And the Court of Appeals had said on traffic infractions, which is basically what we do, 6 months is too long. That has denied a citizen their right to a speedy trial, so we're within 1 to 2 months. We have very few cases that go out that far, and generally they've had to have been reset once or twice in order to get out there. So we are well within the time limits. Our key indicators are the number of citations that we process through the court and the dollar amount of money that we collect on the fines that are assessed. And my projection at the time that we wrote the budget was that we would be about the same as we were last year, which was about 18,000 citations, and that our revenues would be about $4.1 million. I reassessed that yesterday with 5 months of data now going through May 31st. And it looks like we're going to be up a little higher. I'm projecting something like about 20,000 cases, and our revenue I'm projecting at $4.4 million. That's as long as the cases come in as they are now. And we're heading into the summer season, which should be our busier season. So I think those are pretty reasonable predictions. The goal that our department falls under is Marion County's strategic goal on public safety, goal number 3, which is to pursue a safe and secure community by protecting the people, the property, and the economy of Marion County. And as our deputy sheriffs get out there and enforce those traffic laws, and as the citizens come through the court with a speedy adjudication of those laws, that helps to keep the community safer. It brings down the number of accidents, the number of fatalities within the community. And so that is the purpose of where we are at and what we do. And I thank you all for your attention, and if you have any questions, I would be happy to answer them.
Thank you. Questions for Judge Zero?
Just maybe a comment. Thank
Yes,
you
okay.
for your presentation, and isn't it nice that things are just so calm?
It is wonderful.
No controversy, it's just
No controversies. Everything has kind of settled down at the Justice Court. We have a team that is working wonderfully together. I'm very proud of the people that we have out there, and it's wonderful.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And Carmen, thank you too.
just a dream, a bad dream, right?
Faye, I see you out there. Next on the agenda, Juvenile, Faye Fagel and Company.
Thank you so much.
Why do we see nothing?
So I have my
Do you see it?
phone right here just to track the time, to make sure that I don't go over my time. So, Chair Vance, Commissioners, and members of the Budget Committee. For the record, my name is Faye Fagel. I'm the Juvenile Director,
and with me is Chuck Seibrandt, who's the Deputy Director. Our budget starts on page 133 of your book. Thank you. So we have 4 department programs. We have a proposed total budget of $14,931,903. Total number of FTE is 107.60 FTE. The 4 programs that we have are juvenile case management, accountability, risk reduction, juvenile counseling, and administration. So juvenile case management has 3 components to it. Within that grouping, we have a program called the Family Support Program. That's funded through juvenile crime prevention funds that come to all counties and the 9 federally recognized tribes through the State Youth Development Division budget. That program serves youth that we would not normally serve within the juvenile department. They're youth that are referred to us by law enforcement or schools or families themselves who are struggling. Those youth are 9 to 13 years old. And we do an intensive wraparound service around the families to help with family relationships and interactions, and a strong focus on having the youth be successful with their education. The next program within that is, or the next division within that is probation, and so we have probation officers similar to what is in the adult system. We have referrals that come to us from law enforcement throughout the county. The probation officers look at what the seriousness of the crime is, look at the risks of the youth, and then they make a determination about whether there's something we can do informally with the case. They have conversations with the district attorney's office, and then there are some cases that go to formal processing through the court system. Those youth then are put on probation, and then they're supervised for the court-ordered conditions. Not only are we looking at public safety issues initially around a consequence for the behavior that they were involved in, the criminal activity they were involved in, but we're also looking at changing their behavior long term. So we're reducing risk factors, we're promoting positive strength-based factors within that youth and their families, and looking at long-term success for those youth. The third component is educational advocacy, and so we have hired educational advocates that work with the youth that are on probation that help them to succeed in school. So they're working with the youth, they're working with the family, they're working with the school to try to get these youth to be successful, to have credit recovery, and to advance educationally. Because we know that when youth are successful in school, that's a really strong risk reduction factor for their long-term success. The next component is our risk reduction programs. And within our risk reduction programs, we have detention. We operate a 32-bed detention facility. We also have a shelter care program. It's a 90-day voluntary program for youth to participate in. It's funded through Behavioral Rehabilitative Services, which is Medicaid funding. And we follow the guidelines, or it's a program that's certified by BRS, and so it follows the guidelines of skill development, group and individual counseling sessions. And those youth are there because they need an out-of-home placement. They're waiting on another placement that will also be out of home, or they're also being diverted from youth correctional facilities. The next program in that is our alternative programs, which is our extensive work programs. Probably best known to the public as the Fresh Start Market, but that's only one component of those programs. It's a program that's targeted towards restitution. We have a high value at the juvenile department around youth that are involved with us, paying off timely restitution to victims that they have harmed. And this program gives us an avenue to do that. They're also learning work skills, and we also have a career track of construction and welding, woodworking, small automotive repair within that program. The next department program is counseling. We have our own hired mental health counselors, and they work primarily within detention to help keep the youth that are in detention safe. They do a lot of work around suicide assessment and just crisis counseling with youth that come into detention. They also work within our GAP program. And then our administrative program, which is essentially setting the vision for the organization, the personnel, the human resources activities, payroll, and accountability to delivery of the programs and services. So I'm going to ask Chuck to talk about significant changes to our budget.
Mr. Chair and Budget Committee, significant changes, I would say probably the biggest change has been our participation in the Title IV-E program. It is a federal reimbursement program through Social Security. We took on this adventure in April of 2014, and all of our probation officers were trained, and we are able to identify services we've currently and already been providing that qualify for reimbursement, partial reimbursement through this program. Its focus is to keep youth out of foster care based on their high risk. If they have a high risk and probability or likelihood of entering into foster care, and we provide certain services, which we happen to already be provided, we receive some reimbursement for that. April of 2014 is when we started. It took us about a year to really work out the kinks. We also hired Justice Benefit Incorporated. They provide for us an oversight of all of our documentation, making sure the youth qualifies. We filled out the paperwork properly. They do what they call random moments, checking to see what our probation officers are doing as far as a slot of time. And through all of this documentation and approval, once they approve it, it then goes to the Department of Human Services. They again audit it, review it, and then send it off to the federal government for reimbursement. We have just hired a half-time management analyst to help us handle all of the administrative decisions and documentation, and kind of take that over from a juvenile probation supervisor that was providing all of that support. And you'll see in your packet, we are asking for a couple of positions, family therapists, to go out into the home and to enhance family functioning of our high-risk kids. This is being funded by these dollars that we receive. Since our first April, July quarter, I believe the first one was we received about $35,000 in reimbursement, and of fall 2017, it's slightly over 100,000. We have averaged that over the last 4 quarters, and we anticipate using these funds for, as is required by the federal government, to use it towards new supportive services for youth in the community to keep them out of foster care, which is the first step in foster care. Then it usually goes to residential treatment and deeper into the system till they get to the institution. So we're looking for opportunities and ways to provide further services as we document the needs of our kids locally.
So the legislative impacts that we've seen so far have been primarily around funding, and we receive funding both through the Oregon Youth Authority. That's funding that comes to all counties, and also I talked about earlier the juvenile crime prevention funding. So initially in the governor's budget, there was a concern about the cuts that were in both of those funding streams. It looks right now that the basic and diversion funding, which is $1.7 million that comes to our county for a biennium, and it looks like that is actually currently moving through, and we're not anticipating cuts in that funding, but of course there's still time in the legislative process. The juvenile crime prevention funding, it's anticipated at this point that we're likely looking at a 10% reduction to those funds. In the decision packages that John Latimer went over with you this morning, there were a number of packages that the juvenile department had put in that were not funded. Those were actually backfill packages that we were putting in as placeholders in anticipation of the potential of some of these cuts that we thought were going to come through. So in looking at the future for our department and related programs, I think the future looks very bright and good. We're doing some exciting things at Juvenile. We've implemented some great programs, and we're doing a lot of work around looking at our outcomes and looking at our data to be able to inform our policies and our practices about how we're doing the work. There are 3 issues that we have still as concerns. One got fixed substantially last year. You all approved a position at the health department that works specifically with juvenile to help us navigate, if you will, the mental health system. And that's been working very successfully, and we're very appreciative of having that position. There's still some work to do around those significantly and seriously mentally ill youth that continue to come into the juvenile justice system, and I don't think that's an issue alone to the juvenile justice system as it is also in the adult system. The other issue that we're wrestling with is the youth that are transferring over, their crossover youth that have histories of abuse and neglect and are involved in the Department of Human Services system, and then they cross over into the juvenile system. And I think there's a lack of resources to adequately serve these youth within the DHS system. And so there's a sense that the juvenile system is the answer or the response for those youth. And so we're having continued discussions with DHS, with the district attorney's office and others around how do we manage that population coming into the juvenile department. And then we also have a similar issue with the DD kids, the developmentally disabled youth, who also we're seeing a higher percentage of those youth that are coming into our system. So in terms of decision packages, we have one decision package that was approved by the Budget Committee, and that package is package, Chuck talked about it briefly, that we're going to be funding out of the Title IV funds. This is a package that has been a long time in the making. There was an initial process, I think 2013, where we were looking at a partnership with Multnomah County, looking at a bill to do a pilot project, to look at doing some wraparound services around youth, and Commissioner Carlson was very involved with that, and I actually think Denise Boyles was involved with that, and at that time Representative Cameron was involved in helping us in that process of having those conversations about those services. And then that went through the legislative session pretty successfully until the last second, I think, and then did not move forward to be funded, which actually, frankly, in retrospect, we think was probably a good thing. And then we engaged in a process called Pay for Success. Again, Commissioner Carlson was very involved in helping us with that in partnership with Multnomah County, where we were working with Third Sector Capital, and we were trying to look at identifying what they talk about as critical social issues and find private funders to put upfront capital, and then if you're successful, then there's a payback to those folks for that initial investment. And we spent a year at least having a conversation about who would be served and how that would work. So we spent a lot of time trying to identify a target population, what the services should be, and what the outcomes that we should expect would be. In the end, it was a feasibility study. It wasn't feasible to have a third party provide the funding to us, and so the package that we're putting forward would actually fund that out of the Title IV funds that we currently have available to us. And that would be looking at youth that are likely to end up being committed to the Oregon Youth Authority for placement in residential programs. And instead of doing that, we would keep them locally, and we would wrap services around them, particularly around family relationships, family functioning services. So our department goals and objectives are not changing significantly. I think and that starts on page 133 of your document. I think what we've really done is looked at kind of trying to refine them a little more than what we had last year. And we're looking at evidence-based practices or promising practices, looking at models that we can use that will actually be in each of our programs where we can get the desired outcomes, looking at the data and evaluating that, moving towards a more enterprise system even among just our departments so that we have a common case plan that is driving what happens in each of the programs. So if the youth is in detention or if the youth is in the work program, they're involved in the same focus across our department. On our key indicators, I want to talk about, I can find my page here. So in the key indicators, we have recidivism, and we've shown the recidivism a little differently this year than we normally show the recidivism. So how we've shown recidivism in the past has been for any youth that we have had a referral to us, we look at 12 months from then, have they had any involvement in any criminal activity? And so we still have that data, but what we wanted to look at was to say, if we have programs and services that we're providing and those are successful, what are the outcomes that we're getting once we're done with that youth? So these are youth that have actually gone through our programs and services, we've terminated them off probation, and what happens after that? So in the youth that we're looking at from that lens, we had in 2015, 168 youth that ended probation in 2015. And of those 168 youth, 87.5% did not have a subsequent criminal referral within 12 months. Now, the research will tell you that if you're going to have a criminal referral, it's usually going to happen within the first year, likely. And so we think that's a really good measurement. You may ask, why are we showing you 2015 and have estimates for 2016? But if you're thinking about that it ends at the end of 2015, we have to go a year out to be able to look at the data. So our next data for the 2016 will be available, I'm not saying this right, am I? Will be, in 2018, we'll have the data for 2017. So, the other key indicator that I would share with you very quickly is that we also wanted to look at, as restitution to victims is a very high value for our department, we wanted to look at, of the cases that we close, how much of the restitution is being paid. And so in 2016, our actual data is that of the cases that were closed, 89% of the youth paid off fully the restitution that they were ordered. So then we started looking at, well, who's not paying off the restitution? And when we looked at there were 10 youth that did not fully pay off. One youth had $104,000 that they owed, so there were kids that had a substantial amount of restitution that was owed. And then we had some other youth that aged out. They turned 19, and then they went into the adult system, or they went out of our system because of that. So that is our budget presentation. I want to thank you for your support of the juvenile department. Walt said it was his 13th year. It's my 12th budget presentation. So appreciate all of your support, and we'll be happy to answer any questions.
I think Kevin's got one.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Faye. Chuck, thanks for being here and your good presentation. I'm just looking at the juvenile case management, the decision package, the family support specialist and specialist that's bilingual. And I know the history a little bit. I was not involved like Commissioner Carlson in this process, but when you're looking at private people investing money to get a return on it, these are Title 4E funds. Are these going to continue? And if so, how are we measuring the return on investment? Because what I understand this is supposed to do is prevent youth from being committed to OYA.
Mm-hmm.
And so is there a connection there with OYA and the payback to us doing this work?
Let me go back and I just want to make sure I understand your question. So we're not moving forward with the Pay for Success project.
I
So
understand
the Pay
that.
for okay.
We're doing it ourselves.
We're doing it ourselves, so yes. So what we have done is we are actually identifying what the outcomes will be, and we have Bridget Zani, who's our management analyst, so we will be setting up a process to look at, are we actually getting the outcomes that we are expecting to get? And in that process of the Pay for Success project, we were actually able to really refine who the target population is. and look at if we have this target population and we provide this kind of service, we're more likely to get this outcome, which is different than just having a broader group of youth and just saying, well, we're going to provide this service to all these youth, whether they need it or not. Let's figure out who are the ones that really need this, and can we be effective with this group to get that outcome. So at this point, I think it's something that's part of our budget process, but I think it is kind of a pilot because we haven't done it before, and we need to be looking at and evaluating, are we getting the outcomes that we were expecting to get? And I think
So,
go ahead.
so where are the Title IV funds coming from? Is that state funds?
No, those are federal funds.
Okay,
And so I think your question is a
so my
good
point-
question. Will those continue to exist?
My point is we're successful in this program on this targeted youth. It prevents them to go to OYA, which would be a state issue.
Correct.
Where's that connection, and when does that happen where we actually get rewarded for not sending them to OYA because we're doing the right thing? Maybe we can talk later. I think that's an important question that I have, that we're taking on, and I don't need the answer today, but we're taking on some responsibility that I think is the right thing to do, but again, it's kind of like another issue that we're having with the state was providing a service, and now we're going to get the service.
And I think the current partnership that we have with the state, with Oregon Youth Authority, is those basic and diversion funding, the funds that I talked about earlier. And I think that was one of our concerns in our conversation with legislators around that partnership. And they're designed similar to what you talk about in the adult system, where we're trying to reduce the state having to build additional youth correctional facilities and additional resources at a higher cost. And so can we, at the local level, across the state, manage a number of youth safely within the community? And so the basic and diversion funding has really been for that purpose, to really, diversion is divert youth out of youth correctional facilities and provide resources for them within the community. So we're already getting basic and diversion funding at one level, but this is a next group of folks that are current kids that we actually are sending to OYA, and can we prevent them from going? So that's another discussion about how does that translate.
I totally understand what you just said, but we'll talk later. Thank you.
Commissioner Carlson.
Yes, I had a question, but I just want to tag on to this too. So when we did the feasibility study, the data showed that there were maybe as many youth that didn't go to OYA out of this group as did.
Mm-hmm.
And so it also saves us money by not putting them in GAP, which is sort of what they call the county residential program. I think we were even talking about reducing days in detention or whatever. So it's all kind of mixed in, so it's kind of hard to just say that the benefit happens only at the state level, because I think the benefit kind of is threaded throughout the system. So just as a PS to what Faye said. The question I had is that last budget, we also provided a case aid for the juvenile department and for the 4E to kind of offload some of that paperwork that probation officers were having to do, and they were feeling a little bit overwhelmed with the random moment sampling and all of that. Can you give us just a real quick highlight of how's that going? Was it worth it?
Commissioner Carlson, Budget Committee, it's going well. It's somewhat overwhelming. I think he was hired about 3 months ago, and they're identifying how he or that position can best to be used, but they're already asking for a second one, so it must be working very well.
Okay, great, thank you.
Final questions? None? Faye, thank you very much.
Thank you.
We're actually a few minutes ahead of time. Wow.
Well, Sheriff will take care of that.
Between the DA and the juvenile.
Sheriff, it's up to you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Just for the record, identify yourself and these two august gentlemen.
Yeah, we're just waiting for everybody to catch up here. So, Mr.
Captain's
Chair, Commissioners, member of the Budget Committee, for the record, my name is Jason Myers. I'm Marion County Sheriff. And seated to my right is Jeffrey Wood. He's Commander of Parole and Probation Division. And to his right is Under Sheriff Troy Clausen. And the three of us are here today to present to you the Sheriff's Office fiscal year 2017-18 proposed budget, which starts on page 167 in your workbook. So just as a matter of a little background, the Marion County Sheriff's Office is a full-service public safety organization that provides services to all citizens and residents within our county. These services are delivered through 353 and a half employees. And I'd like to reference handout number 1, which is an organizational chart. It shows our office's 12 programs, our total full-time employee count, and the proposed budget for this 2017-18 fiscal year. And then I'm going to just quickly go over our divisions within the Sheriff's Office so that you understand how the office operates. I'm going to start first with the Operations Division, and this is kind of the nucleus of our office. This is the office in the courthouse where I am at. Court security is there, and all of the functions for the 3 different courts that we provide security for at the annex, out of the jail, and juvenile work out of that office. The Civil Process Department is within that. Criminal Records, Administration, Code Enforcement, Concealed Handgun License, our Public Information Officer, Recruiting and Hiring, Crime Prevention, and the Community Resource Unit that deals with livability issues in our community. So that's the Operations Division. Next division is the Enforcement Division, and this is our patrol. All of the deputies that patrol the East Suburban Salem area, as well as rural Marion County and all of the cities that do not have a law enforcement presence. Criminal investigations, search and rescue, traffic safety team, Marine Patrol, East Canyon Patrol, our school resource program, and our contracted law enforcement services for the cities of Jefferson, Sublimity, Aurora, and the Chemawan Indian School. The next division is our jail division, and that is out on the Onslow Highway campus, and that is where our 415-bed detention facility that holds pretrial, sanctioned, and sentenced offenders that are arrested and convicted in our county. And then last but certainly not least, Parole and Probation Division, which provides supervision, sanctions, and services for about 3,600 offenders who reside in our county and are either on probation or post-prison supervision. In addition, this division oversees the 144-bed transition center, which provides a continuum of treatment and custody options for sentenced and sanctions offenders in Marion County. So I'd like to start first with our budgeting approach, and for our office, nothing's really changed. It's the same approach that we followed for the last 8 years. It's a zero-based budgeting approach, and we start from ground up and we build our budget based on the services that we provide to the community. Budgeting in this manner has required us to plan for today and the future. In addition, it's increased our fiscal accountability and transparency and created efficiencies within our office and helped to manage our ending fund balance. We have a couple other documents. I'd like to draw your attention to handout number 2. This is titled Budget Highlights. This document highlights the changes in our overall budget, including the revenue changes, our full-time employee changes, materials and services, capital purchases, and the budget officer's decision package. So I'm going to start with some areas of success, because we've had some really great successes over the last few years. The first one has been around jail medical services, and as you know, I think it was a 13-14 budget presentation. I informed the Budget Committee we were on an unsustainable path. Our costs were just increasing astronomically. And since that time, we've put together a work group that really has done an amazing job. It was led by Commander Sheila Lawrence. They identified and implemented a number of cost-saving strategies. And you can see with this handout number 3, where we were in 13-14 to where we're at today. We've cut these costs tremendously, and we continue to see savings. So the work has been really good. Some of the areas that we've done at Medicaid, obviously there were some changes in Medicaid. We were able to bill some things to Medicaid. This past year, we were able to negotiate a contract with the Salem Hospital with a 40% reduction in cost to us. And so that's been bode really well for us, still providing the same level of service to the people in our custody, but at a reduced cost. We're going to continue to monitor this because there's uncertainties with Medicaid. As you know, the state's grappling with it, the federal government's grappling with it. Any changes at the state or federal level could have impacts on our budget, so we'll be watching that closely. The next area I'd like to talk about is the infrastructure renewal, and John did a great job of kind of covering that in depth, but as you know, we're getting a new public safety building, which is fantastic. We're very excited about that. We've been working together with business services and the owner's rep and the architects over the last year on the design of this building, and we're keeping it within budget. It's going to be a nice facility, safe facility, and we're really excited about that, and we're hopeful that groundbreaking will begin in July for that building. So I just can't thank you enough for your support. It's a great boost in the arm for our public safety folks that are doing an amazing job. And then John also talked about the transition center and the issues within that building and how it rains on the inside, which is, I don't know how it does it, but it does. We're really, really excited about the roof replacement there, as well as the HVAC system. That's been a project that's been in long-standing order, and Business Services has been doing a great job. It's, I believe, going to get done this year, which will be really great and certainly help the folks that live and work in that building. So we've been really super busy at the office. Commissioner Carlson has done a great job as the Public Safety Coordinating Council chair around these issues, and I'm just going to touch on them briefly. Most of you are aware of them. I'm going to talk about pretrial justice and some of the things we're doing around that, data-driven justice, and the Stepping Up initiative, all of which are kind of different initiatives, but they all kind of work together. So I'll start with pretrial justice. The Sheriff's Office, along with the board and our District Attorney's Office and Presiding Judge, Trial Court Administrator, Public Defender's Office, Municipal Court Judge, and local law enforcement have gathered to examine our pretrial justice system. The idea was to take a look at what we've been doing historically with pretrial justice, which is the individuals that are arrested in the community, accused of a crime, and taken to jail, and should they stay or should they be released back on their own recognizance, and having a thorough evaluation of those individuals and really making the best decision for public safety of who needs to stay in jail and who's a good candidate to be released. So we took a look at we brought our stakeholders together, took a look at our system. We quickly determined that it'd be better if we had a consultant come out that really kind of specializes in this area to do some analysis and make some recommendations. And so we reached out to the National Institute of Corrections. They agreed, provided us a grant, and as you know, the consultants came out last week, did this analysis, and we met with them, the board's office and some of the stakeholders last week, and they went over the initial findings, and we're going to get a comprehensive report, which I think is going to help guide us as we move to maybe make some changes to our system that really enhance public safety and best utilize the precious resources that we have. So looking forward to that. We also embarked upon the data-driven justice incentive, and this incentive is a coalition of 67 cities, counties, and state governments who have committed to using data-driven justice strategies to divert low-level offenders with mental illness out of the criminal justice system and to change approaches to pretrial incarceration. So kind of talk, tags on to what I just talked about, so that low-risk offenders no longer stay in jail simply because they can't afford bail. And this initiative really fits squarely with all of the work we've been doing as a public safety system over the last several years with behavioral health and the utilization of our jail. And then finally, this past year, the board adopted a Stepping Up resolution. This resolution included a commitment to convene a work group that would monitor data, create a process map, and identify system gaps and plan for the future around folks with mental illness encountering the criminal justice system. Stepping Up is a nationwide effort to reduce the number of individuals suffering from mental illness in county jails. And as you know, in our county, we've had a 10-year track record of addressing this issue, and we have a great collaborative working relationship. But this resolution does a really good job of just keeping that momentum, keeping our foot on the accelerator around this issue and bringing together stakeholders. Walt and I commissioned a group of subject matter experts to do some mapping of our system and analysis around gaps, and we have that information. We've met with Commissioner Carlson, and she's really good at organizing things and did a great job of really kind of organizing all the thoughts and help us with agenda. So we're going to be bringing a group of stakeholders together to further our efforts in this important area. And then over the course of the year, the state hospital reached out to us with an interest in contracting with our judicial security deputies because they fell into a situation where they could no longer do transports to hospitals because of an issue with their accrediting body. And so we embarked upon a contract with the state hospital for one deputy position, and that worked so well that they asked for another contract for another position. And then there's actually a decision package in this budget for a third position to help the state hospital. And again, there's no county general fund that's being allocated. This is all being paid for by the state hospital, and it's a win-win. We're helping another public safety agency. We have the ability to do it, and so we think this is a good thing for our community. So with that, I'm going to transition the speaking over to Jeff. He's going to talk about a lot of the great things we have going on at the Transition Center, the work we're doing around justice reinvestment, and the transitional housing project that John mentioned earlier in the capital improvements. He's going to talk about that program as well. So Jeff, take it away.
Thank you, Sheriff. Commissioners, members of the Budget Committee, good afternoon. As you heard from me a year ago, the Transition Center has undergone significant changes since around November of 2015. As a sentenced inmate facility, we know that every single person at the center will return to our community. Most things don't have that level of guarantee, but this is certainly one of those. As you know, our jail reentry program is entering its 4th year of existence with a graduation rate of over 65%. The Demunis Resource Center, stationed within the Transition Center, continues to provide services including case planning, employment readiness, resource referrals, and programming like cognitive classes, parenting, core correctional practices, and addiction treatment supports. With both day reporting and electronic monitoring stationed at the center, we're able to maximize our custody options to ensure our local control sentence are being served in their entirety. This is vitally important to the judges who impose the sentences and are seeking truth in sentencing, as well as messaging to our offenders in need of services and accountability. Within the last year, one of the most recent and substantial changes at the center has been the implementation of services and treatment for women. Although there have been cognitive and parenting classes at the center for years, we knew we needed to do more, as highlighted by our very own Jail and Transition Center survey back in 2015. From this, we know about 51% of the population reported having a mental health diagnosis, 47 have reported a medical problem, and 60% say they have abused drugs or alcohol. Specific to our female inmate population, 73% reported being a parent, and an astonishing 87% disclosed an experience of physical or sexual abuse. Additionally, by the end of 2016, the Oregon Department of Correction, their Coffee Creek Women's Institution, was running out of options. The only state prison for women had been running on, at, or over capacity for more than a year, putting more stress on the facility that it could bear and potentially jeopardizing our justice reinvestment efforts. To address this, the Sheriff's Office, with the support from the Board of Commissioners, thank you very much, by the way, and the District Attorney's Office, collaborated with the Department of Corrections to implement our Women's Accelerated Reentry Program, or WARP. Jump-starting in January 2017, WARP was launched with a program capacity of 15 to 20 inmates per day. WARP is women at Coffee Creek can join WARP or participate in WARP while they're finishing their sentence while they are finishing their DOC sentence and scheduled to return to Marion County. Criteria to get into WARP includes releasing to Marion County, having a nonviolent background and a history of substance abuse, mental health problem, or co-occurring disorder. Once contacted by our Transitional Services Unit and agreeing to participate in the program, this is where the WARP program and the services really begin. While at the center, each woman is assigned a parole officer that is well-versed in the program's robust curriculum. Through a thorough assessment process, every participant receives both individual and group counseling. Participants also attend weekly meetings with their supervising deputy, 2 classes a week are facilitated by the Dumanas Resource Center. Weekly employment classes are run by the Sheriff's Office. We have a family group and 5 treatment groups a week facilitated by Bridgeway Recovery Services. All this is done prior to release and moves into their post-prison supervision period. The women also attend healthy leisure and recreational outings each week to help them feel connected to their community and family. And some of these activities can include simple contact with their children, bowling, or volunteering at the Marion Polk Food Share. Although many outings are led by their parole officers or Bridgeway Recovery mentor, I would be a little remiss not to highlight the recent Inspire activity led by Commissioner Carlson herself. And while I am smiling as I say this, these type of participation and volunteering at events like these are critical to success as they address a key risk factor known to correlate with criminal activity, as well as provide role modeling, a core correctional practice also known to facilitate the reformative process. As you might imagine, these women have experienced a high prevalence of trauma, such as childhood abuse and domestic violence. Activities like these provide for a connection to our community, reduce the likelihood of future criminal activity, and attempt to reunify families affected by incarceration. To date, we have had 1 cohort graduate and 0 return to the Department of Corrections due to behavioral issues, which I think is absolutely fantastic. And then, as a side note, this WARP program is fully funded by the Oregon Department of Corrections. In relation to justice reinvestment, since the House passage of House Bill 3194, the Sheriff's Office has been working with the Board of Commissioners and the Public Safety Coordinating Council to fully implement our Justice Reinvestment Initiative Plan. As many of you know, Marion County received about $3.5 million for the 15-17 biennium as part of our initiative administered by the Criminal Justice Commission. Like community corrections baseline funding, we do not know what that funding level for JRI will be in the upcoming biennium, but as we've done in the past, we'll focus on 4 key goals, which are to reduce prison populations, reduce recidivism, increase offender accountability, and increase the public safety. With these goals in mind, we will collaboratively build upon Marion County's Justice Reinvestment Plan and continue to work with Commissioner Carlson and the PSCC to develop a plan designed to safely divert nonviolent offenders from prison to community-based programs, reduce recidivism, and maintain our successful reentry efforts, which have been proven to be effective. Although there isn't enough time to go through every program funded by the Justice Reinvestment Initiative, I thought I would highlight a few, including our Senate Bill 416 Prison Diversion Program, which is a collaborative program with the District Attorney's Office, Bridgeway Recovery Services. This flagship prison diversion program today has served over 60 people this fiscal year, with an additional 12 pending, and only 2 participants who've been revoked this fiscal year. The 416 program has been showing dramatic reduction in recidivism towards a target population, which I will say is a very high-risk population in terms of likelihood to commit new criminal acts. And that recidivism rate is roughly about half of its like cohort. Since its debut in 2012, about 240 individuals have participated in the program, lowering our prison intakes at DOC, yet holding these individuals accountable and maintaining community safety. Although not specific to the Justice Reinvestment funding, our Family Sentencing Alternative Program, or FSAP, serves as sort of a sister program to Senate Bill 416, and it's also proven fruitful in diverting prison-bound people to community supervision and supports. Designed from House Bill 3503 back in 2015, FSAP is a collaborative effort, again, between the Sheriff's Office, the District Attorney's Office, and Bridgeway Recovery Services, as well as the Marion branch of the Oregon Department of Human Services. Similar to 416, FSAP is designed to provide intensive wraparound services to parents and children in DHS child welfare care. With the official launch in 2016 of January 2016, the program has served 26 parents and 48 children with only 1 revocation during its 18-month lifespan. Moving on to our Student Opportunity for Achieving Results program, this is an intensive 12-week reentry program delivered on the Chemeketa Community College campus. This program offers addiction treatment, parenting classes, mentoring, housing, and employment supports. Like many of our programs, SOAR attempts to facilitate positive cognitive dissonance and pro-social change. Like Senate Bill 416 and our FSAP program, it also has a recidivism rate that stands at about 19%, which is less than half the rate when compared to similar cohorts or similar individuals. Overall, this is an impressive amount of work we are proud to be associated with. As the board knows, Marion County has enjoyed a significant decrease in recidivism, which culminated into an all-time low rate of 14% with our DOC releases back in 2014. Although it'd be impossible, although I would love to make this promise but can't, to assure you of continued steady decline in recidivism. Unfortunately, we can't, but we do believe that these numbers and programs mentioned are working and indicative of what a wonderful community and supports we have here in Marion County. And finally, in regards to the transitional housing, which again, John very eloquently mentioned this morning, for several years, the creation of a transitional housing project similar to Sponsors Roosevelt Crossing in Lane County has been a community need, growing even more acute with each passing year. As you know, every year we receive about 600 people returning to Marion County from incarceration, with almost half not having a viable home to return to. By our own estimates, demand outpaces supply by about 40 to 50 beds or people per month. Adding to this, there's a lack of affordable housing in our area, and very recently, the Union Gospel Mission has needed to dramatically reduce their capacity, exacerbating this effect and this problem that we face. Despite a gallant effort to build and fund a transitional housing project through grants and other possible sources, it has not come to pass until now. With the very appreciated and pending construction of the new Sheriff's Office, Parole and Probation Central District Office, a new opportunity has presented itself to build a 24-bed housing unit located at what will be the old Parole and Probation 4040 site. In the coming months, we look forward to working with the Board of Commissioners and Business Services to design a facility for people returning from incarceration, helping to shore up a growing need in this area. With site access to a community garden, recreational facilities, treatment, employment resources, parenting classes, and other community supports designed to facilitate our desired reentry outcomes, we cannot thank the board enough for their support and consideration in making this goal come to fruition. I would also like, and we would also like to specifically thank Commissioner Carlson. In addition to this project, her guidance and leadership in the areas of prison diversion, prison reentry have been immeasurable and irreplaceable. Sheriff?
Thank you, Jeff. Hopefully we didn't kill you with acronyms there. We tried to spell them all out. So next, Under Sheriff Troy Clausen is going to talk about one of our key indicators.
Thank you, Sheriff. Members of the Budget Committee, Commissioners, thank you for the opportunity to be here this afternoon to talk to you. One of the key indicators that we want to talk about that we feel is extremely important to not just our community but the public safety system as a whole is mental illness and incarceration. The reduction of mentally ill persons entering into our jail and our public safety system as a whole is directly related to Marion County's public safety strategic plan, number 3, public safety, and the data-driven justice initiatives and the Stepping Up initiative. Marion County community partners recognized and began addressing how law enforcement and persons with mental health issues interacted over 12 years ago. Beginning in 2005, with the implementation of crisis intervention team training, our office's approach to behavioral health issues in our community continues to evolve and diversify today. While crisis management through communication and de-escalation were our first goals, the programs we have in place today have been designed to meet people in crisis, identify and provide treatment options, both in the community and while in our care, and provide both short and long-term continuum of care connections to reduce the amount of public safety contacts that they may experience over their lifetime. In April of 2017, I'm proud to announce that Marion County hosted its 20th 40-hour, one-week crisis intervention team training. And to date, we've trained over 450 public safety personnel in the Memphis model of crisis intervention team training. Today, an interagency team focused on behavioral health care in Marion County and Polk counties approaches to public safety now consists of 1 crisis outreach response team, 3 mobile crisis teams with a 4th one on the way, 1 half-time district attorney focusing on offenders in crisis and our aid and assist population in the jail, 2.5 jail mental health counselors, and 3 jail diversion case managers providing services to inmates while they are in custody and or preparing to release back into our community. Without the support of the Board of Commissioners, without the support of many community partners, including the District Attorney Walt Beglaw, DDA Melissa Allison, Lieutenant Tad Larson, Lieutenant Trevin Upkeys, Sergeant Jason Van Meter, Scott Richards of the Health Department, and Anne-Marie Banfield of the Psychiatric Crisis Center. And again, with your guys' help as the commissioners, this couldn't come to fruition. This has truly been the evolution and definition of collaborative efforts to help this population and make them better. Our partnership with the Psychiatric Crisis Center and Marion County Health Departments is truly the nucleus to developing resources for this population, and has helped secure federal and state grant funding through COPS and the Bureau of Justice Affairs and the Oregon Health Authority to help support our continued efforts, specifically the DA position and the addition of our Woodburn Mobile Crisis Team this year for the North County. During the 17-18 fiscal year, we will conduct our 5th jail study. These studies have helped us continue to analyze and monitor the types of social issues that our inmates, that our inmate population have in their backgrounds and what they are continuing to struggle with today, which is really what we want to know so that we can continue to build into the future for them. These studies have also helped us analyze whether our current services are making a difference with this population. In March of 2017, we implemented the brief jail mental health screening tool to further assist in recognizing individuals who enter the jail and may have a mental health condition, including suicidal ideation, all in an effort to provide better services to them while they are in our care. During the fiscal year of 2017-18, will also provide us with continued challenges around this population. We know locally that our officers continue to contact people in crisis with service and treatment needs, including co-occurring disorders. The jail continues to receive many of these individuals while they are in crisis and in need of services such as medication, hospital care, and potentially aid and assist case reviews. There is a need for release plans and a continuum of care when they're back in our community. Resources around medications, mentoring, case management, homelessness and housing, and substance abuse addiction issues, to which, as mentioned, was mentioned by John earlier in his budget message, with the potential implementation of the Law Enforcement Assisted Diversion Program, or LEAD, and a current work group for sobering and detoxification facilities in the area. These are continued areas that we need to look into. The idea is to bring both of these programs, LEAD and sobering, to fruition in the next year and a half, hopefully, to get that done. We've also assisted the LEAD work group with an application from the Bureau of Justice Affairs to provide planning and eventual implementation of this program.
Thank you, Under Sheriff. So I'm going to talk briefly on the challenges and some of the things we're seeing in the future. I'll start first with the one that's kind of looming out there, and that's community corrections funding. We just don't know where that's going to be at. Currently, the legislature is still trying to figure out the budget, and community corrections, Measure 57 and JRI are all funds that are appropriated by the legislature and then passed on to the local entity, to the county. And well, we've done our very best to guess. It's just a guess. That's where we've put it at in this budget. We've been pretty successful in the last several bienniums, and so hopefully we're on the mark there. But stay tuned, and as soon as we know, we will certainly let you all know. I'm very optimistic that we'll be in a good spot because of all the great things that you just heard that are going on. The other area that we mentioned last year was around recruitment and retention. And that's a big area, and John touched on it quite a bit in his presentation. And some of those things that we're seeing out in the community, we're actually feeling in the law enforcement profession. For us, we want a professional, competent, and diverse workforce. That's the highest priority that we have. And the challenge has been for not only our agency, but most law enforcement agencies in Oregon and across the nation, has been finding good candidates. With law enforcement retirements, there's lots of retirements with the issues around PERS and attrition rates rising. We're really in kind of the perfect storm around hiring, and then you have historic low unemployment rates. So it's been a difficult task, but I'm very, very happy and very proud of our office because we've created this recruitment team that is made up of deputies and nurses and support staff. And they go out in the community and they go out to job fairs and they go out to places that traditionally we haven't gone, and they do an awesome job of representing our office in this great career field that we work in, and have done a tremendous job of recruiting folks that match those things that we're looking for, that character and that diversity that we're looking for. And so in the past 17 months, we've hired 53 new employees. That represents about 15% of our workforce. That's pretty amazing. So my hat's off to our recruitment team, and then our team that does the backgrounds and brings them into the office, and then the training. It's a good shot in the arm, and I'm really, really, really proud of the candidates that we're bringing in. One of the areas that we continue to struggle is around nurses, and we kind of hit a critical point this year where we through attrition we're down to bare bone minimums, and so we were able to get a contract for some temporary nurses to kind of shore things up, and we really appreciate the work with John and the board. We've been kind of creative. We've created a new temporary position of a paramedic to kind of introduce a different style of a care provider, but they could do almost the level of care that a nurse does. So we've done that, and our recruitment team has done a really great job of honing in on this particular career field. And then through the collective bargaining process, we're looking at ways to provide some incentives that are industry standards for nurses. So I'm hopeful that all of these things will help us. I just learned that we had 4 applicants for our nursing positions, which is pretty exciting because we had a period of time where we had 0. So that's really good, and we're going to continue to be real thoughtful in this area. The other area of concern, and I shared this in my last budget presentation, is around the patrol side of the house. East Salem, the growth has been astronomical in East Salem. If we were to take, and that's the areas of Jan Ray and Four Corners, if we were to take the populations of both of those areas, it's larger than Kaiser. And then you add all of the other unincorporated areas and the small cities where we respond to calls. It's a difficult and daunting task. Our people do an amazing job for only having 56 individuals assigned to the law enforcement division. They do an amazing job, but our calls for service are up by 8%. And I know I've been working with the board, and you're open to taking a look at maybe some different ways, because it's so difficult with the the general fund is stretched, and we understand that. And so just kind of looking at different ways to maybe fund some additional patrol resources to help us with that population growth and the increase of calls for services. So thank you, commissioners, for your efforts in that area. I know we'll find a solution to that. At this point, I'm going to have Troy talk a little bit about some of the things that we've worked on that are issues in the community, but there have been some really good outcomes. So Troy, I'll hand this over to you.
Thank you, Sheriff. First thing that I'd like to talk about is the East County Patrol position. The general fund addition of an East County deputy sheriff position during the last fiscal year has allowed services associated with the East County area, specifically Detroit, Idana, the Brighton Bush area, as well as the Little North Santiam recreational areas to be continued and to continue have a presence up there. Our deputy, Mark Farron, has been able to remain on patrol in these areas and work closely with all of the communities. During 2016, the citizens of the canyon areas, specifically North Fork Road, have raised many concerns regarding the use and misuse of county parks and roadways. Many of the visitors on North Fork Road have not respected private property along the river, and they have destroyed or trashed many of the county parks and put themselves or others at risk by behavior associated with alcohol and drugs. Through ongoing partnerships with Public Works and the Commissioner's Office, several meetings were held during the 2016 year and the early parts of 2017 to work on issues on North Fork Road as well as other areas up the canyon. Parking improvements and restrictions as well as the use of county parks have all been addressed. Meetings with the communities of Gates, Mill City, and Detroit continue to take place. Each of these areas have had the ability to focus on their own problems with the East Canyon deputy. So we've been able to specifically work with each of those areas and address whatever specific concerns to them might be there. and then holistically look at the whole area as well. During the 17-18 fiscal year, the East Canyon position will continue to be focused on the high traffic impact areas of North Fork and the Detroit recreational sites. Obviously, the lake will be at full levels this year. There were several conversations during the summer last year and at the end of the winter and those things with regard to the lake. Fortunately, the lake is full this year, but that just means we're going to be even busier up there with Marine Patrol and Mark really working hard up in those areas. This position will continue to assist Patrol, Marine Patrol, and Search and Rescue in their respective efforts. In addition, they will be instrumental this summer in helping to plan and staff our response to the 2017 solar eclipse event in August. The efforts in the East County area would not be possible, or at least extremely difficult, without the continued leadership, support, and efforts of our Board of Commissioners. In particular, Commissioners Cameron and Brentano have been instrumental in helping us provide needed services in the East Canyon District. So thank you so much for that.
Yeah, and I'd like to thank the budget officer. I think he saw that this model worked pretty well East County, and as you know, we're going to touch a little bit about North County because we see issues there, but his willingness to bring forward a decision package to kind of duplicate the model that we did out in East County with North County with additional deputy positions. So thank you, John, for that. And that's our idea, is to kind of do the same thing up there with this deputy position, is to really focus on those issues that are concerning to the communities up in North County. So thanks.
Next, I'd like to talk to you a little bit about our traffic safety team. The Marion County's traffic safety team was designed with 3 objectives in mind: education, engineering or analysis, and enforcement. The enforcement action is predicated on drivers whose actions place other lawful drivers, passengers, and or pedestrians in jeopardy on the Marion County streets and highways. Through these efforts, the team's mission is to reduce serious injury and or fatal crashes that occur on our streets and highways. The traffic safety team is committed to working with our communities and our traffic safety partners, especially the Oregon Department of Transportation and our own Public Works Department engineers. Alan Haley and his staff have been very good partners to work with. During 2016 and into 2017, we have continued to work with Public Works and ODOT on a number of traffic issues related to the North County area and around the county. Most of our continued approach to these 3 E's, education, enforcement, and engineering, remain in the North County area, focusing on speed enforcement, aggressive and distracted driving, and the improper use of county roadways by truck traffic. In September of 2016 and March of 2017, 2 community meetings were conducted in Donald and St. Paul to discuss traffic concerns in these areas. These meetings, along with the continued collaborative efforts between Marion County Public Works, traffic engineers, and ODOT, have us focused on the continued growth in this area, as well as traffic patterns on county roadways as drivers look to bypass a crowded Interstate 5. Traffic collisions and fatalities and public outreach and education continue to be of high importance to us. Between September 2016 and March of 2017, we ran several media campaigns focusing on countywide distracted driving, radar trailer deployments to slow drivers down, as we saw in our fatalities during this last year. A number of those were due to driving too fast for the roadway conditions. Sign trailer deployments to bring attention to particular areas that were dangerous or to a particular cause that we wanted to bring attention to. And farm implement signage as well to warn drivers of those types of equipment on the roadway. Public Works was able to place rumble strips and a large stop sign at the intersection of Butteville Road Northeast and Elon Road Northeast as a continued effort to warn motorists and slow vehicular traffic in an area that saw increased motor vehicle crashes. Furthermore, we continue to address driving concerns in the St. Paul area, the Donald area, and we continue to help evaluate plans for a construction project with ODOT at the intersection of Highway 551 and Ellen Road Northeast and Boones Ferry Road. The traffic safety team and our community resource unit are planning a public awareness campaign for the farm implement traffic in the North area during the summer of 2017. Actually, we just started that today, I believe. And again, the Commissioner's Office, specifically Commissioner Cameron, have been instrumental in their support to bring attention to this important issue. Finally, the traffic safety team is a vital, important component to our daily deployment of staff As we are working the roads and communities in Marion County, their work is focused around the county that have high needs, and they seriously serve as cover units for most of the work that we have going on when our deputies are responding by themselves to particular calls that are serious in nature. Next, the Inmate Welfare Fund, and I'll make this brief for you. The Inmate Welfare Fund, or the 290 Fund, is primarily made up of telephone revenue and commissary vending sales to inmates. Historically, the fund has supported the jail and transitional center programs and items that specifically benefit our inmate population. Due to a Federal Communications Commission FCC change in the way our third-party vendors can charge inmates for these services, our revenues specific to telephone commissary have slowly declined over the past 2 years. We will continue to monitor these dollars and the FCC ruling around inmate telephone charges. Radio upgrades. Last year, we reported on the ongoing work to improve our radio communications for the Sheriff's Office after suffering a catastrophic failure during 2015. With a strong partnership between the radio shops, Public Works, and a third-party vendor, this project, although slow in starting due to equipment delays, continues to move forward. As of May 2017, the rebuild of Channel 3 is almost complete. This has included improvements to virtually every aspect of Channel 3 and our transmit-receive sites at Whipper Hill, Halls Ridge, House Mountain, Upper Prospect, North Marion, and Eagle Crest. We were able to add an additional site with regard to the courthouse to improve radio communication at that location, as well as coverage issues in the South River Road area. And Channel 1 will be taken down sometime here in June and rebuilt along the same lines beginning in late June of 2017. John Latimer, Jan Fritz, Jeff White, Public Works, specifically Alan Haley, Dennis Mansfield, Virgil Ham, and the third-party vendor Dan Apperson have been tremendously helpful in this project. The investment in the radio system has allowed it to become modernized with today's technology features and built redundancy for us. This has been instrumental in helping to address a mission-critical need for our deputies. They could not do their jobs, and their lives are at risk without such a system in place. We'd also be remiss not to talk about, in this day and age, police legitimacy and procedural justice. And this is more than just body cams or dash cams. Police legitimacy and procedural justice are measurements of the extent to which members of the public trust and have confidence in their police, believe that the police are honest and competent, and think that their police treat people fairly and with respect, and are willing to defer to them and their authority. Law enforcement executives in today's age of policing cannot overlook or ignore the principles of these tenets. In October of 2017, Train for Transformation and its founders, Brandon Lee and Hoon Tang, will be presenting to and training our enforcement and command staff on the principles of community-conscious policing. It is a curriculum that was designed by Train for Transformation to educate law enforcement on the elements of cultural competency and equitable and empathetic approaches to community engagement. This training will continue to reinforce our office's respect for our diverse community and our ongoing outreach to our communities of color. And finally, our records management and jail management systems that John mentioned earlier in his budget presentation as well. In May of 2017, we received notice from our current RMS-JMS vendor, Lockworks, that they were planning on reducing services and finally retiring in approximately 12 to 14 months. Not only is this product we currently using end of life, but now the support needed for continued maintenance of the system is going to go away. This will require us to move to a new system. We are currently working with IT on the final draft of the request for proposal for a new records and jail management system. This should be completed by the end of June, and upon approval of the county for release, it would be our plan to publish the document in mid-July of 2017 and go out for those vendor submissions. Thank you.
Thanks, Under Sheriff. So I'm going to bring this in for a landing. The Sheriff's Office is committed and continues to focus our attention on the members of this community. Our biggest driver is that we're here for public safety services, and we feel it's our responsibility to show a good return on investment to the taxpayers' money to provide the best services possible. We're collaborative, as you've heard, and that's important to us because we cannot do this job alone. We need everybody's support in public safety, to include the community. Our staff do amazing, amazing work, and there are just so many things that I get to see from my vantage point, whether it's holding somebody accountable or taking care of somebody's cat in a tree or affecting behavioral change. It's truly amazing, but I'd like to share just one situation that's happened in the last few months that really demonstrates the character of the people that work for you here at the Sheriff's Office. About 2 months ago, Deputy Matt Higgins responded to check the welfare of a person at a home on Lancaster Drive. When Deputy Higgins knocked on the door, he was greeted by an elderly resident. The resident explained that she was just fine and did not require any medical attention, but she was hungry. And most concerning, she couldn't remember when she ate last. Deputy Higgins asked if he could come in, and upon inspection found a tidy home, but vacant of food. Deputy Higgins had choices. He could certainly have called an ambulance or referred her to some kind of resource, but no, Deputy Higgins called his supervisor. They loaded this lady into the car and went to the grocery store and bought her groceries and filled her shelves. But it didn't just stop there. They took her back home, they cooked her a meal, and then our operations division got wind of this and did some fundraising to get her some additional items of food for her house. And this just talks about the level of commitment that our people have for the members of our community and that they have for this office. So I'm very proud of the great work that our folks do each and every day. I would like to personally thank our Marion County Commissioners. You are amazing supporters of public safety. I could go on and on about how you support us in so many ways, and I think we did it over our presentation, but thank you for your commitment to public safety and to the office and to the trust that you place in me and the members of our office. It means a lot. It really means a lot. With that, I present to you the Sheriff's Office proposed budget for 2017-18 in the amount of $63,690,802. I'd like to recognize my team. They do an amazing job of putting this budget together. The 4 division commanders, Kevin Schultz, Eric Ladd, Sheila Lawrence, Jeff Wood, our staff behind us, Chris Wilson, Gail Dick, Sherry Corey, and of course my assistant Sarah, who makes sure that everything is in our presentation and everything's spelled right. I've got an amazing team and I can't thank them enough for their help. And the finance department and John and Jan are wonderful to work with. And with that, we're happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Questions or comments for the sheriff? No?
Oh, I have to say something.
And
So,
then have to.
right. Well, no, I just wanted to say thank you very much for the
Yeah.
presentation, for all the work that you do. I mean, it makes it easy for us to be supportive when you have this level of quality that we experience and the level of collaboration. It's really great. I was listening, and I think I caught Commander Wood when he was talking. You were talking about the Inspire program, right, and the aerobics instruction with 80s music that I did as a volunteer out there. So it was very fun. All right, and Community Services Department needs a little bit of credit in this too, because they actually helped us pull together that volunteer program. But it just so happened that so that was on an evening, and the next day, it was like mid-afternoon, I think, the Ways and Means Subcommittee came and toured the Transition Center. So it was Senator Winters and other senators and representatives from around the state, and they were particularly focused on the women's program. So one of the young women that spoke was one who had been in the aerobics class, and then we went in for the tour, and I was like Miss Celebrity. They're like, "Hi, how are you?" Because they were all in the class. It was really sweet. But they had just a real, what would you say, energetic, very positive group of women that were in that program. I was very impressed with them. So anyway, thanks for the opportunity to interact and all of the great things that you do.
Yes, Mr. Ken.
Jason, I want to say thank you very much for the presentation. All three of you did a very nice job. Last year, you really had talked about personnel and the inability to fill in positions, and it's really nice to see the 2 heads nod as Jason was talking about the recruitment process that you guys have gone through, it's nice to see that you used a number of different staff within the department to really identify people out in the field who are good candidates for law enforcement. But what you didn't talk about was the number of vacant positions that are still out there, and do you still have ways to go, or have you filled the vacancies that exist at this point and are now keeping pace?
We have gained on it. With an agency as large as ours and the attrition rates that we always have vacancies, but we have gained substantially on it. I don't have the numbers right in front of me, but I could get them for you, but we're in a better place now than we were last year in terms of how many vacancies we have.
And I guess the follow-up of that is, it sounds from your presentation as if the quality of the candidates is up from what they were 2 years ago. Is that an accurate statement?
Yes, it is accurate. The quality is up as well as the diversity, which is very important.
Yes.
Again, thank you for the quality and the excellence that you all represent and you lead, but I just have one question. Why is it $2? Did John make you put that 802 in there?
Well, one of those two is for the transition facility.
Okay,
We saw on the slide.
okay, yeah, I got it. I think it's a lot more than that.
Thank you.
Oh, just little things. I'll just tell you one. So if you're having such trouble recruiting, are we just giving away service and providing personnel for Transport State Hospital? If it's so hard to find somebody, don't give it away to somebody else.
Yeah, that's a great question, and something they actually want more, and we can't do anymore.
Don't.
So we're able to do it within the ability we have, but I agree wholeheartedly. We don't want to take away from the citizens of Marion County to provide a service to the state hospital.
That's exactly my point.
We are not in that point, and nor, I guarantee you, I won't let us go to that point.
And then another minor one. So I think for all the years I've been here, you've been talking about this management system, and I've tried to work to get it for you, and I've tried to get John to budget for it. It was like there was a phone switch that we talked about for not that many years. So then, I don't know, it just kind of strikes me that finally you do something about it when the guy says, hey, I'm going away, your system's dead anyway. Now we got to find something. I don't know what that means, but maybe I'm glad that's maybe going to finally be taken care of. If it took him retiring or dying, I don't care. It was time for a new system.
We thank you for your support. I think you put it really well.
It's a whole new definition of just-in-time management. I want to comment on something about your presentation too, and the thoroughness of your presentation. And I listened because there are a couple of things that are sort of key things for me. One is that deputy on patrol at 3 o'clock in the morning in Idana, and you talked about that, and you talked about the radios, and you talked about all of that stuff. And the other one is the involvement that your department has with young people. And you mentioned search and rescue, and I think that's a big one. But there's another one. I was at an event at Silverton Hospital Mother's Day weekend, and I was a volunteer out there. And the cadets were out there, and they've assisted for years and years. What an impressive bunch of young people. And I don't know who deals with that, but pat them on the back. They were disciplined, they were professional. These were kids, they were high school, college-age kids, and they did a wonderful job. So I wanted to put a plug in for them too. You hit search and rescue, but also for the youth programs in general, because it's impressive.
Yeah, and that's really our field team. That's our field team, really. That's our kind of our future.
Mm-hmm.
That's how I got my start. So that's an
Is it
important
really?
program,
Mm-hmm.
and we'll definitely, actually one of the people that supervises in the back of the room, Chris Balders, they do a great job. And so, yes, thank you very much. It's a great opportunity for these young adults, but it's also an opportunity for us to get to know them and bring them into the organization.
Introduce them to law enforcement, yeah. So thank you. Final questions? Final comments? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We are
Ahead of schedule.
a few minutes ahead. Should we break early?
Sure.
Give you a chance to catch up on phone calls and those kinds of things? Okay,
Nice
so
job.
we will recess and reconvene here at 3:30. How's that?
Wonderful.
Fair enough? Okay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Marion County Budget Committee, June 1st, and we're coming back from afternoon recess, so we'll call the meeting to order. Next item on your agenda is the group of discussions about central services. First item is information technology. Hi.
Hello. Good afternoon, Chair Vance and committee members. I'm Gary Christopherson. I'm the interim IT director, and this is Laura Lee Probert, the
Laura.
IT contract specialist. The IT budget begins on page 297. The total proposed budget is $10,107,705. That includes a total of 60 FTE. Overall, the IT department provides two major functions: infrastructure and functionality. Infrastructure refers to the hardware components throughout the county network, communications, and all other equipment necessary to make IT systems function. Functionality refers to creating and maintaining software applications, securely storing electronic data that belongs to the county, and assisting in the use of software and data management to all departments and offices. The main IT budget drivers are providing the ongoing maintenance and support of existing infrastructure and functionality, and project work to add new departmental office capabilities or upgrade existing capabilities. Overall, IT has three programs: administration, operations, and technology solutions. The administration program had a 5.5% overall increase, mainly attributed to PERS and personnel services. The program supports 3 FTE, 2 administrative staff, and the director that provide the IT budget, contracts, procurement, and employee services. The operations program had a 7% increase overall, attributed to PERS, personnel services, and the approval of 1 decision package. This program supports over 24 FTE and provides a broad range of IT services, including networking, telephony, desktop management, service desk, and video camera security systems. The decision package was for a $60,000 increase in software and hardware maintenance costs. This funding is used to offset the annual increases in maintenance fees. Currently, IT manages over 90 individual software contracts. The Technology Solutions Program had a 12.5% increase, again attributed to PERS, personnel services, and the addition of 2 new decision packages. This program supports over 32 FTE, providing assessment of new technologies, software enhancements and upgrades, business analysis, geographic information system support, and web technologies. The 2 decision packages include 2 new IT staff to assist with ongoing large project initiatives, and a technical report writer contract employee. This decision package is the result of a recent security audit which identified a gap in existing documentation and training material. This contract staff will be used to generate technical documentation, processes, procedures, standards, and training materials. IT had no legislative issues to address in our budget this year. For our key accomplishments, I'd like to highlight the recently completed project for the Board of Commissioners to implement the Gov Delivery product. This is a digital communication platform used to inform and engage our constituents through email, text, and social media. To date, the Gov Delivery product has been used to communicate 237 individual bulletins to more than 74,000 individuals. As our key indicator, I'd like to highlight our applications management and support. This indicator identifies the cost of ongoing software and hardware support. This increase in cost is attributed to the annual increases in maintenance prices for our vendors and the addition of new software and hardware into our environment. Major software additions this year include the teller point-of-sale system for the Treasurer's Office, a learning management software package for business services, a contracts management suite for finance, and it also includes a complete rewrite of the juvenile CRIS application. That wraps up my IT presentation for today, and I was wondering if you guys had any questions.
That was very succinct, thank you. Questions or comments for Gary? No, huh? Well, thank you.
Thank you.
Off easy this time.
Yeah, let you off easy.
Yeah.
All right.
We'll be a little rough around you next year.
Yeah, you skated pretty quickly.
That's right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So moving right ahead, business services. Colleen?
Good afternoon, Chair Vance and the rest of Budget Committee. Colleen Coons Chapin's Business Services Director. Thank you for all your confidence and support over the past year. Henry Ford said, "Coming together is a beginning, keeping together is a progress, working together is success." I'm very proud of the number of accomplishments this past year, and first, I'm so proud of my staff and the sheer amount of work that they perform on a daily basis, and would be remiss if I didn't mention the incredible support from John and Jan, the budget team, my management team of Amy Rose Fish, Justine Flora, Larry Tilford, Terry Stoner, Noah Moreland, and Tracy Fisk, and 3 of my great people are sitting behind me. They had my back. We as a department have been very successful because of everyone working together, including our departmental stakeholders. Together, we've coordinated the contribution of Marion County volunteers whose hours are valued at over $3.1 million. We've completed 13 projects, of which we've received over $500,000 towards energy savings achieved on 2 major projects, the health building and the jail HVAC projects. 3 other major projects, the transition center, juvenile court expansion, sheriff's public safety building, all begin construction this summer. We recovered over $100,000 from property damages from our subrogation efforts. We achieved consistently reaching 70% goal of maintaining our preventative maintenance program. We completed over 100 tests at water testing every county facility, finding all locations within acceptable EPA limits. We trained county employees on safety, both enhancing and ensuring safety for county employees. And we processed thousands of invoices and contracts, keeping us all accountable and good stewards of county funds. Finally, in June, we'll have implemented our new learning management system and skills testing for employee tracking and training. Thank you for listening to our accomplishments. I think that's very important at the beginning. Our business services budget begins on page 245. The 4 programs within business services are on page 248. Our proposed annual budget is $7,281,813. 4 programs: administration, facilities, human resources, and risk management. Our proposed increase of $419,608, or a 6.1% increase over last year. Proposed FTE, or full-time equivalent, is 63, an increase over 1 last year. Administration is on page 249, just to say that there's 5 FTE, $588,374, no significant changes there. Facilities management's on page 251, 39 FTE, budget of $4,126,369. The only significant change there is a decision package that include window washing and tree maintenance of $37,500. Human resources on page 253 is 13 FTE, proposed $1,661,492. Significant change here is a decision package adding funds for 1 FTE for a full-time recruiter of $70,288, devoted to performing external active recruiting, marketing, and other activities assisted with ongoing recruitment efforts, as well as the learning management system of $25,875, which is our maintenance contract with them. Risk management's on page 255 of 6 FTE, $905,578, and there's no significant change there. As a central services department, we're focused on several key initiatives that impact us as a department and the county as a whole. Next year has us training our future leaders, especially with the influx of retirements. We've tenured staff that are very specialized skill sets, like our deputies, electricians, engineers, HVAC technicians, mechanics, and nurses, just a few. Training and professional development is key to retaining all of our county staff. As I mentioned earlier, our new learning management system will enable us to get training out faster, as well as monitor, document, and maintain our records. Recruiting also, with the current resources, we passively recruit. In other words, we let people come to us. The future of our workforce is dependent on us actively recruiting. We've submitted a decision package is that FTE I spoke to earlier. Our primary goal is to get into community, schools, colleges, career fairs, and the like, and to keep our focus on that. Our diligence is towards our assets as well, and that's our buildings and maintaining our 70% goal of keeping our preventive maintenance up. Also completing our construction projects by summer of 2018, the Public Sheriff Safety Building, Transition Center, the roof and HVAC, and the juvenile court expansion. And I'll be talking to you more about those on Monday. Also working with our partner agencies, Public Works, Sheriff, IT, towards a comprehensive continuity of operations plan. We recognize that earthquakes are not the only potential disaster. Further preparations are needed to get all of our operational planning in sync. Page 258 shows our key indicators, and I will focus on number 1, the ratio of modified duty days to time lost days. This indicator ties to the county strategic priority for operational efficiency and quality service. Goal number 1, proved efficient, effective, and responsive government through stewardship and accountability. Employees who are returned on the job are frequently given temporary work restrictions by their doctors. Marion County policies develop temporary modified jobs for our injured workers in all departments in order to return them to good health and productive employment at the earliest medically appropriate opportunity. This ratio compares with how well we are succeeding with this policy. One of the most tangible actions we can take to control our workers' compensation claim costs is to bring all of our injured workers back to modified or regular duty as soon as possible. This has an immediate effect of minimizing our individual claim costs and maximizing our employee at injury program, our EAP, reimbursement recoveries. 10 years ago, the average modified duty to time loss ratio was 2-to-1, meaning that for every 100 days that an employee was not released to regular duty, 33 of those days were time loss, no work accomplished. Today, the average modified duty day to time loss day is 5-to-1, based on risk management's strong push to enforce this early return to work program, meaning that for every 100 days, only 17 of those were time loss days. Just this small change in ratio has significant financial and productivity impacts that in more people are back to work sooner, greater employee engagement, and productivity. We have much more to accomplish, and the end goal is to be the trusted, valued-added partner, providing a collaborative, transparent, and reliable service. Are there any questions?
Questions, comments for David?
Yeah, actually in the area of personnel and human services, is the county anticipating a large turnover of staff just because of retirements or transition during the next year or two? And what does that do as far as the human resources staff and going out and doing recruiting for those positions that are coming open?
We have noted a uptick in PERS request for information about where people are at. We've noticed an increase for that. We've talked to our VOIA consultant who works with us on that, and there's certainly a greater interest in that. As far as what we know, I mean, it's not any greater. Our average turnover rate is about 10 to 11, and so that's pretty much where we've been for a couple years. But there is a greater request in the PERS, and so our recruiter will help us get out there and try and get some more people that we think are going to be on the verge of this PERS retirement.
Other questions, comments? That wasn't a question or comment. I apologize.
Thank you.
Thank you, Colleen.
Thank you.
And moving right along, next on the agenda here is legal counsel. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Scott Norris. I am a senior assistant legal counsel in the Office of Legal Counsel. The legal counsel's budget starts on page 281. The total proposed departmental budget is $2,593,830 for 11.8 FTE. There are 2 programs in the department: legal counsel with 10 FTE and a proposed budget of $1,652,252, and the law library with 1.8 FTE and a proposed budget of $941,578. The legal counsel program includes the attorneys and staff that provide civil legal services and advice to the county departments and officials as in-house counsel or if needed through outside retained counsel, and an independent hearings officer who holds administrative hearings on a variety of matters and issues final orders and recommendations to the Board of Commissioners. The Law Library is a reference library with computer research capabilities available to assist county departments and the legal community, and is open to the public for any individual to do his or her own legal research. Funding for the Law Library is from a general appropriation to the State Judicial Department that is distributed to counties. There are a few significant changes to this year's proposed legal counsel budget. In the legal counsel program, personnel are proposed to increase by 1 FTE for a new assistant legal counsel position approved by the budget officer in a decision package, which I will discuss in greater detail shortly. Materials and services were increased by $5,000 to cover equipment and supplies for the new attorney. Materials and services also increased by a transfer of $85,000 from the Business Services Human Resources budget to legal counsel for retaining outside labor counsel. In the Law Library program, there's an increase in personnel this year, restoring the Law Library Assistant position to 0.8 FTE. Last year, we decreased the Library Assistant position to 0.4 FTE, but found that that did not provide adequate coverage, so have restored the assistant position to its previous FTE level. Materials and services dropped significantly due to better negotiated pricing for electronic subscriptions and allotting more to the contingency line item. Although there are no current legislative proposals that directly impact legal counsel, the switch to annual sessions has created an increased workload as we advise other county departments on how new or proposed legislation impacts their business and services. At this time, we are not aware of any changes in the anticipated appropriations to the Law Library, which would then cover the next 2 fiscal years. The overall future for the Office of Legal Counsel looks bright, or as I like to say, we're in a growth industry. As mentioned earlier, the budget officer approved a decision package to add an additional attorney to legal counsel. This is the first increase in the number of regular attorney positions in over 20 years, although there have been limited temporary attorneys approved from time to time, such as last year. Workload rapidly outpaces attorney availability when the temporary assignment ends, however. A new regular attorney will help fill that gap, allowing the more experienced attorneys time to focus on more complex matters and build capacity for succession planning. There are no significant changes to the department goals and objectives. We strive to always provide excellent legal services, and that has not changed at all. The key indicator that I'd like to focus on is tort claim notices, which supports county goal number 1 to provide efficient, effective, and responsive government through stewardship and accountability. For the first time since we have been tracking key indicators, there has been a significant increase in tort claim notices by about 25%. Not all tort claim notices result in lawsuits, but each must be evaluated and litigation holds placed on records or evidence for each claim. A majority of claims still come from the jail or law enforcement activities, but there has been a spike in employment claims as well. In addition, new legislation at the state and federal level that adds new causes of action or extends the time for filing actions means that this trend is not likely to slow down. As we notice trends, we work proactively with the departments to provide advice and trainings to reduce potential liabilities. And if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Scott, thank you for your presentation. Great to see you here.
Thank you.
What federal and state changes you referred to? Can you name just a couple of them in labor law that will make this even more difficult in the future?
I can give you a specific example. Last year, the 2016 legislature created a new whistleblower cause of action, which requires further analysis on our part and advising county departments on whistleblower claims.
Will, follow up if I may, so will the, I don't know if the legislation passed on predictive scheduling? If something like that passes, does that get us into more possible claims as well?
Well,
or is it a union, does a union contract override the predictive scheduling?
It's another example of legislation that we need to sit down and analyze and see, break it down. How does it affect county departments? How does it affect represented and unrepresented employees? And then apply that to departments.
Thank you.
You guys get a carve out, everybody else's.
No? Thank you very much, Ms. Norris.
Thank you.
Moving right along, by golly. Board of Commissioners budget.
Couldn't do it.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to discuss our budget. I'm Kenna West, Administrative Services Manager for the Board of Commissioners. Our budget begins on page 229. Usually I'm loud enough, I don't need one of these. I know, sorry, John. Our total proposed budget for fiscal year 17-18 is $2,640,108,000. The Board of Commissioners office budget is allocated to one program titled Board of Commissioners. That's on page 232. The total number of full-time employees is 15. The major function of our department includes, of course, the board, which sets the policy for the administration and operation of the county government, and then the Chief Administrative Officer, who is responsible for administering the county policy as directed by the board. We're a small department, and we do great things. The only significant change that we have is on page 235, and we have a 7.7% increase in personnel services, due in part to, well, in major part, to additional PERS expense, and then we had a market adjustment for our Chief Administrative Officer's compensation package. Our goals and objectives are similar to last year. We have one addition. We included economic development, to develop and maintain vital infrastructures to promote economic development and enhance livability in Marion County. Otherwise, we remain with leadership, quality customer service, timely, accurate, and open communication, an enterprise approach to management, and emergency preparedness. And you can find those on page 229. Key indicators, I'm supposed to pick one, but I'm going to talk about two, and I'm going to use a very technical term. I'm going to smush them together. There's two parts, customer service and communication, and they work hand in hand. And these are so important to everything we do at the board's office. Beginning in September 2015, we launched a new updated website, and it contained a countywide Contact Us form. That form has proven to be so important to our constituents. We, in July of this last year, we increased protocols, and that increased reporting. So from July 2016 to December 2016, we had 506 recorded contacts on the Contact Us. Prior to that, our protocols weren't in place, so I don't have a significant count. But for just those few months, we had 506. And the important part of that is when we went back through and we looked at that data, 84%, 84% were simply information seeking. The worry, of course, is they were complaints, but they weren't. People wanted to know marriage certificates, divorce information, concealed weapon licenses, voting information. And they came to us at a time that was convenient for them. And then we responded and we gave them that information. 10% of the contacts were providing information. So I'm moving, this is my new address. I have a change of name. I had a health issue at the restaurant. Only 5% were complaints. And those were relatively situational. Ice on the roads, an inmate in jail who was unhappy with being in jail. There were very, very rarely personnel complaints. And then 1% were compliments. And the two departments that received the most were the Sheriff's Department and Public Works. We, the Board of Commissioners, we monitor every one of these constituent comments that come in through the Contact Us, but the department with the expertise responds. In the time frame where we had these protocols in place, we didn't see recontact by the same person about the same issue, which is a good indicator that their issue was resolved. And in addition to the Contact Us, we communicate via social media, press releases, and our commissioners attending and presenting at external meetings. Again, you know, quality customer service means getting out there. It means talking to our constituents. It means listening to them. And you'll see our social media numbers on page 239. The interesting thing about those numbers is that at this point, we've seen an increase in Facebook likes, but they're all organic. So there's no advertising going on. People are finding us, they're liking us, and they're not unliking us. So this is really quite important because I know I unlike people when they become boring or don't give me the information I need. So we're responding to our constituents in a social media venue that they like. Now, I really also want to touch on personal interaction because in today's society, we kind of forget that because we're so involved in technology and social media. And I have to say here that our commissioners have done an amazing job with the personal interaction that's so important for our constituents and our partners. They are out there at meetings, they're out there at nonprofits, they're out there talking to the constituents. One of the things I do is track their meetings, and they're at approximately 50 meetings per month that are external. So these are not internal meetings, but external meetings. So some examples of spending time out there with our constituents and our partners. Commissioner Brentano presided over the Mount Angel City Council swearing-in ceremony. They specifically asked for him to be there. He also represents Marion County on the Association of ONC Counties. That's multiple days spent dealing with issues on behalf of the county. Commissioner Carlson was a speaker at the Atkinson Organizational Leadership course at Willamette University, talking to our up-and-coming people. These are the people that are going to come into government. These are our next leaders. She is on the board of directors for the National Association of Counties. She represents Marion County at a national level. Commissioner Cameron is on the Oregon State Fair Board and the executive committee. He is out there talking to the people for the fair. He's talking to everybody that takes an important part of what we are in agriculture and where we're going. He represents Marion County on SEDCOR, both the board of directors and the executive council. We're looking at economic development right there. So our commissioners are not only allowing the people to come to them at a time that's convenient, but they're going out to our people and they're spending time with them. We estimate over 600 meetings that our commissioners will be attending. So with that being said, I kind of want to move on to our key department accomplishments. And again, I want to touch on two, and I'm trying not to take more than 5 minutes, so I'm talking quite quickly. This morning, John mentioned the Mid-Willamette Homeless Initiative Task Force. This is such an amazing accomplishment. This is innovative. It is 4 jurisdictions coming together to address a problem that we have throughout our region. And these 4 jurisdictions worked so hard to help at last count, somewhere around 1,600 people who are experiencing homelessness in our region. This was a huge undertaking. 20 members from 4 jurisdictions. They created 8 subcommittees, and there were hundreds of hours of work done by the volunteer members and the co-leaders over a 13-month time frame to create a strategic plan. The board's office did a lot of the heavy lifting. The staff created and maintained the webpage and the domain name. They built and maintained a 200-person mailing list. They coordinated conference rooms and meeting venues. They aided the subcommittees with document creation, copying, and minutes, and note-taking. Commissioner Carlson was heavily involved and was a leading motivator in keeping that moving forward. In the end of those 13 months, they created a strategy plan which identified 25 objectives. And that strategy plan, we're now moving into a transition phase, which Commissioner Carlson is continuing to lead. I could go into those, but it would be really interesting reading if you would like to read the strategy plan. It's excellent, it is innovative, and we're doing something amazing for the people of Marion County. Now, the second achievement that I really want to touch on, because again, the board's office is collaborating with other jurisdictions and and our constituents. So, in collaboration with the state of Oregon, Congressman Kurt Schrader's office, the local marinas, our constituency, the Board of Commissioners embarked on a 2-year plan, which is currently in phase 1, to extend the use of the Detroit Lake during low water levels. Now, in phase 1, we're permitting funding and initial setup of the project, which includes gangplank extensions and new pilings. This is a small community, and they're economically fragile. So giving them a longer time frame of tourism is such an amazing economic development for them. Commissioner Cameron, the staff of our board, a management analyst from Community Services, spent many, many hours meeting with constituents, coordinating with federal and state departments, and searching for funding to move forward with this ambitious project. This one is in phase 1. So next year, I hope to talk to you about phase 2. When I started about a year ago, it was my first budget presentation before you, and I remember thinking, wow, this has been a busy year, and we've done a lot. After a full year in this position, I've come to realize it wasn't just busy last year, it's every year. So I'm gonna end the same way I did last year. It was a busy and productive year, and fiscal year 2017-18 is shaping up to be just as busy. So any questions I can answer?
Questions for Ms. West? Yes, Ms. Bowles.
I just want to make a comment. When you were talking about the communication and outreach, just as this is my first time here at the Budget Committee, but I've been in Marion County for a long time, and I have absolutely seen the impact on Facebook and Twitter, and I do spend time on social media, unlike other people. And then I also just want to comment to the commissioners that it is unusual. I go to a lot of events, and I'm in a lot of parts of this county, that there is not one, if not all of the members at just everything. I mean, they're everywhere, and it's really neat to see, and it's done our county well. And so thank you for your presentation. It also was fun to see how excited you are about the things that are happening in your department, and I know that must be really satisfying for you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, Ken, thank you. You've done a great job, because everybody down there knows that I would not be here unless you were answering all my emails for me every day. No, I have a question. You said we are outside maybe 50 meetings a month, and I just wondered if you counted the Detroit Lake Boat Floating Meetings Association meetings I go to on a weekly basis in that 50. Well, they're important.
They're very important.
Thanks. Great job.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thanks, Ken. Okay, thank you.
She's our new marketing rep.
Mr. White, you're up. For finance, to talk about finance.
You know, every time in the morning and the afternoon when I get up here, everybody leaves. Right after John's budget message. Chair Vance, Commissioners, members of the Budget Committee, my name is Jeff White. I'm the Chief Financial Officer for Marion County. The Finance Department budget begins on page 267. The Finance Department is responsible for the following major functions: payroll, accounts payable and accounts receivable, general ledger, accounting, purchasing and contracting, budget, annual audit oversight, grant compliance, and financial reporting. Total proposed department budget is $2,702,903, with a total FTE of 20 personnel, and is accounted for in one program, Central Finance. This is a total increase of just over $282,000, or 11.7% compared to the current year budget. There are a couple of significant changes that we'll talk about, primarily in personnel and a small decision package. On the revenue side, of course, the administrative cost recovery dollars are down, have increased to cover those additional costs. A couple other smaller revenue changes are, first, there's a reduction in charges for services of $27,000, which is reflective of a reduction in charges billed to the Behavioral Care Network, as we anticipate performing less services for them in the coming fiscal year. And then secondly, you'll see an increase of $88,000 in a general fund transfer, which will cover the cost of the compliance analyst that John mentioned in his budget message. That position was added after administrative charges were calculated to departments. The overall increase in the department budget on the expenditure side is primarily due to increases in personnel of approximately $268,000. As has been mentioned many times today, that's due to increasing fringe benefits costs, costs of merit and COLAs, and 2 personnel changes. We have a 0.8 FTE grants compliance analyst in Debbie Gray, who will be going to full-time in this fiscal year, so that'll become a 1.0 FTE. And then the addition of the 1 FTE compliance analyst as part of the budget officer's proposed budget. This position will be used to monitor and assess department's budget implementation throughout the year. And there is one small approved decision package request for the finance department. It was $4,350. That was to provide for the increase of the consumer price increase in the contract with our audit. Within the materials and services category, you won't see it in the detail, but you may recall every other year we're required to have actuarial calculation done for our GASB 45 figure for financial statements. So every other year, finance, we kind of have to move things around within our budget to come up with that $10,500, which is why it was significant to get that extra $4,300 in that decision package. We had to reduce some of our normal expenditures to accommodate the actuarial calculation we need to do. The finance department has 2 key indicators found on page 274 and 275, one of which I will discuss today. Key indicator number 2, contracts process in compliance with county policy and procedure. This key indicator supports the finance department goal number 1, which you can find our goals on page 267. Ensure that the county's contracting process protects the county from unnecessary risk, is efficient and effective, the departments are trained, and the compliance is monitored and reported. The department goal supports the county strategic plan goal number 1, which is to ensure operational efficiency and quality service. This indicator is to help us track and identify the types of non-compliance found in our review of contracts. In fiscal year 16-17, we were trending at a rate of approximately 19%, which continues an improving trend of lower error rates over previous years. Errors occur in several areas: renewals that may occur after the expiration date on a contract, lack of appropriate documentation in the quote process, missing data in the contract, and services performed prior to contract implementation are a few examples. We believe that error rate will continue to decline, as you'll see that in our estimate for fiscal year 17-18. We believe that will occur based on continued training of staff in the departments, and in this last part of this fiscal year and moving forward, finances becoming more involved in the contracting for small departments, actually doing it for some of the small departments. And finally, I would have you turn to our goals and objectives on page 267. There are no new goals to discuss. I would like to point out that we've made significant progress on many of them. For example, this year, we were able to finally fully implement our contract management system and begin using some of the reporting features, and we expect that to continue to help us out. This next year, we're going to need to sit down with our department and kind of reassess our goals. We've knocked off several objectives over the last 3 or 4 years, and we'll be going through a process to re-identify some new goals and objectives for our department during 17-18 for the 18-19 budget year. That's my presentation. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to try to answer them.
Questions for Jeff?
Thank you.
Seeing none? Okay. Before we move on to the non-department and general funds, how about if we take a few minutes and take off the table the discussion of the board order 17056 regarding compensation and spend a few minutes talking about that. We're running a little bit ahead of time.
Mr. Chair, if I could start the conversation, since I'm the one that made the comment earlier in the meeting. So first of all, I want to preface this by saying that I very much appreciate the work of the Compensation Board and the volunteers that serve on that, and they're highly qualified people. Secondly, I want to say that generally elected officials don't spend a lot of time talking about their own salaries. I know when I ran for county commissioner the first time, I didn't even ask what my salary would be until after I was elected, because I was so worried that people would think that I was running for the salary instead of running for the people of Marion County. So to do this, I guess maybe it's not the most politically correct thing I've ever done, but I think it's on the principle of it. I just want to point that out, that it's important to me. So 2 years ago, 3 years ago, I'm trying to remember when, 2 years ago, Marion County undertook a study of our compensation system. We hired a consultant from out of state who I think was fairly handsomely paid and spent about a year with us and had department heads, many department heads and other department staff that spent a year in a number of meetings coming up with recommendations around compensation that were then recommended to the Board of Commissioners. I chaired that group, was asked to chair that group. I think I took almost an hour presenting the recommendations to the board, and we had a very in-depth conversation. And then the board approved those recommendations and directed that they be put in the various policies of Marion County. So one of those recommendations around compensation was the idea of where, when we were doing changes to market studies, I guess, the market analysis of salary, what it meant to be plus or minus 5%. Our standing rule of thumb was that all of our employees would be within plus or minus 5% of market. And in my view, the role of the compensation board, I'll say parenthetically, is to determine to help our HR people determine what that market is. That we do comparables. They get a lot of data. These are HR professionals, a lot of them, that understand that. There was kind of this theme, I guess, that we heard in our meetings from various department heads, that many employees believed that while we said we were plus or minus 5% of market, we were actually generally minus 5% of market. So when we were doing a market study and they would look for the salary step that fell within that minus 5%, and then they were satisfied with that rather than bringing it up to market. So we agreed as a policy that we wanted to be at market. That is the language that we used when we approved that. So fast forward to whatever date it was that the HR staff came before us. I think we were in Hubbard, and brought forward this report. And I looked at so there were certainly a lot of study done again by this committee, this compensation board, a lot of statistics looked at, and recommendations made. And I understand too that oftentimes what we do as a policy will be to kind of build in the idea that there's going to be a COLA. So for example, if you were 6% below market and you wanted to bring someone forward, you could really only raise them 5, and then that COLA would bring them up to 6. Otherwise, you're just kind of moving ahead. So that is all understood. But even so, when you look at the page that shows where the elected officials are, after the recommendations are approved, the assessor is still 3.4% below market. So if you subtracted out the 1%, they're still 2.4% below market. County clerk, 3.06, county commissioners, 4.6, district attorney, minus 2.86, and treasurer, minus 2.36. And when I asked Amy Rose, and she was there with Josh Graves, I think he chairs the group, why it was then that the compensation board determined that they would leave the elected officials that much below market, even though we had the policies in place for the county, that our policy is that everyone, management, union employees, elected officials, are at market. The answer was, well, the compensation board was looking at the county's bottom line. That's not their role. Their role is to determine whether or not the elected officials are at market or not at market, and then to make a recommendation around it based on the county policies and the HR principles. It is the role of this body, the budget committee, to look at the county's bottom line with advice from our budget team. So this is why I objected this morning to us just routinely accepting the report. I'd like us to have some discussion about whether or not it makes sense for us to revisit the compensation board's recommendations, because the recommendations do not follow the county's policies, in my view, of our compensation, what we are supposed to have for compensation. So that's my story.
Thank you. Comments or suggestions, Mr. King?
My recollection is, I was one of the budget committee's representative on that that personnel review for salaries and benefits for all employees. And Janet is accurately representing that the goal of that committee was to have salaries and benefits be at market level, not 5% below, and not to do what she talked about. Particularly, I remember Public Works discussions, they were always trying to get to just that minus 5% when they set the new salary ranges. And there was a pretty strong reaction, I think, from the group as a whole, and from, I think, what the board's action when the committee was done with its work, to set it at market rate.
And if I could add too, I think that since that time, when HR has been looking at the positions, when they go and do the studies, they are bringing them to market. And if I remember, if there was any word of caution when we were having this discussion as a board, it is, so how are we going to come up with the money to do all of this? And I remember saying, well, it's going to happen in annual increments of so many employees, so it's not going to come all at once, but it is going to cost the county some money. So I think that was anticipated in the conversation.
And so I think the follow-up question is not just related to the elected officials, but also to, has the county implemented that policy over the past 2.5 years? And are you now advertising and recruiting people at market rate? And if you are, then
why are we treating elected officials differently?
That would be the question. If you were not following the policy and you were still doing it at minus 5%, that I think changes the tenor of this discussion.
So do you mind if we ask Jan and John what they think about this?
Let's ask the budget officer.
Right.
Mr. Budget Officer, what's your feeling?
Mr. Chair, I agree with Commissioner Carlson and with Member Kenny. I was on that committee that did the study, and it was very clear what we recommended and what we recommended to the board, and what the board agreed to was to bring people to market. And we've been doing that with county employees. I was a little bit stunned when the compensation committee came in with this proposal, wondering, because I went before the compensation committee and told them that our budget had come back, that we were in good shape, that the commissioners did more work than just about anybody else in the county and among commissioners across the state that I knew. And they still did this. I don't know where it came from, quite frankly. So my recommendation is that the Budget Committee put these salaries to market, because you can do that. That's your authority. And recommend to the Board of Commissioners to adopt a salary schedule that is at market for elected officials as well as non-elected employees.
Comment? Ms. Brentano?
I'm sitting here thinking what I want to do.
Okay.
And
Well,
you're
let
not
me-
gonna like it, 'cause I'd say fine for everybody else, but leave mine with the recommendation here.
So-
But that's-
Well, let me weigh in a little bit, because
No, I'm sorry, I don't want to. That's why I didn't want to say anything. He made me, didn't he?
Nobody makes you.
Mr. Chair.
because if in the world where you want to set comparable wages for people in this market area, and you're looking at public safety officers, there's lots of data and lots of those to go around, and there are agencies that do that. For plumbers, for clerical helpers, it's easy to do that. But to do that for a total of less than 20 elected officials in the comp markets, most of which aren't comparable because every county is different. There's strongly urban counties, and so even the way, and I'm not faulting it, because it's a statistical method we've all agreed we will use, but it isn't as precise as it would be for most of the employees of the county. So that leads me to say, if you then err on the side of the low side of that calculated mean based on a small sample size, it tends, I think, to trend downward when we don't want to trend downward. I think it's incumbent on the county to pay all of the people who work in the county an equitable wage. So in my sense, it's a matter of equity. It's a matter of equal pay for equal work, comparable pay for comparable work, fair pay for fair work. And I think budget officer's comment that the commissioners work hard and long hours is, I can testify to that. For the 20 years I've been hanging around the courthouse, I've seen that again and again and again. So I think I'm just underscoring, Commissioner Carlson, your point that, well, at what point do we stop and say, let's correct this, let's get this right? And budget officer says there is the ability to, if we were to say, meet the market value, and if we will accept that this does also reflect market value, despite the calculation of 3 to 5% under, how do we go about doing that?
Well, Mr. Chair, we do have money in contingency that would pay for it. What I would recommend is that if you want to change this to a recommendation of market value for all of the elected officials, we'll calculate it overnight and bring it back to you, or over the weekend. Bring it back to you Monday.
Perfect. How's that
to
sound?
tell you how much it'll cost.
How's that sound to the committee?
And then I guess the question would be, is it at market minus 1% because of the 1% COLA? Does that get factored into it? I mean, it's just at market, the 1%?
It would be just at market, and then the COLA would be on top of it.
Oh, okay.
That's the
All
way
right.
it works for everybody.
Is it? Okay,
Yeah.
I thought everybody else
No.
got minus.
No.
No, okay, then I take that back.
Okay. Well, then, the chair would entertain them. Yes. Ms. Cameron.
Mr. Chair, I just want to speak to this conversation. I'm just looking at the board order that I signed on April 12th. I'm not going to disagree about the market versus non-market. Elected officials are different than employees that interview for a job and get hired, and I want to state that up front. We take this job with whatever comes with the job, and if we need to change the direction of the compensation board and their recommendations, that's what I would support, is to make sure they understand what the expectations are, so that that's what gets delivered. But I have a difficult time going against the recommendation that they gave us and that I already signed and approved.
No, we didn't
As-
approve it.
Okay, well, I recommended the compensation schedule of the county's elected officers attached to the Marion County Budget Committee. That's
So
what
if
I
I could say
recommend.
that order only means that we passed it on with no recommendation to approve it or not approve it.
That's where I wanted to be clear where I'm at on the issue that I think if we, just like EDAB or other advisory committees that we put in place, we need to be, we need to lead them, we need to give them policies, et cetera, that would give us the right recommendations that we expect from them. So I'm not, and maybe those expectations were laid out, and I haven't been involved with that.
No, and I think that's an accurate that's an appropriate statement. And if you look at the two-page direction to the Marion County Compensation Board practices, there's not a clear direction to them that the county's policy related to setting salaries is that it's at market rate. It says to, when reviewing salaries, consider compensation, not just base salary. It doesn't give a recommendation that the county's policy countywide for all appointed as well as elected officials is to provide a competitive wage at market rates. And that would be an appropriate amendment to the compensation board practices and would give some direction to them. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean, and I've seen the board do it in the past, and the budget committee do it in the past, there have been adjustments made for individual positions based on the elected officials' experience, perception by the board of the type of job that was being done, the job responsibilities in comparison to that particular employee. I was thinking Lori in particular, where she has a very small department, and that may differ than what you find in other counties, that there were not real good comparables. There is potential for the board and the budget committee to make an adjustment for an individual position, but overall, the policy is not real clear.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, sir.
I think Mr. Kenny is correct. They aren't clear. Those were directions given by HR to the comp committee. I think it might be interesting for you to know that under the statute, only the budget committee can change salary. And so that's your authority to make that recommendation in the budget to the Board of Commissioners to adopt.
I feel like I'm a little bit at a disadvantage here in the sense that I'm not really clear on the parameters of what happened with the compensation board. I will concur with the comments here that I think by far that our county deserves to be within range, within an adequate pay. I have no issue there. I'm just personally a little uncomfortable with overriding the board's recommendation without some of these other, without a broader understanding in my first day on the budget committee. Just wanted to throw that out there.
Why would you have any reluctance? I can't understand that.
Mr. Chair, in response to Ms. Bowles' comments, I was here my first day too. I was sworn in on the second and we were doing this and I had those same reservations 2 years ago. This actually happened 2 years ago, the same thing, that the recommendations came before this budget committee, and the budget committee recommended something different. So it's happened since I've been here, but I also was cautious in how I approached that at that time, and I will be this time.
Well, my suggestion right now would be, John has recommended that they go ahead and put together the numbers prior to the Monday meeting, and I would request that you go ahead and do that, and then have the board or the budget committee actually take action at that next meeting rather than make a motion today.
Could I just, thank you, I agree with that, and could I just say, there are really two pieces to what the compensation board does. So the compensation board, first of all, looks at the data that the staff puts forward to them and says, are these the right comparators? Does it match up? Is the treasurer in Lynn County the same as Marion County? They're not, that's a bad example, but anyway, or not,
Right.
and then would that make sense to use that? In studying this, I don't think the compensation board disagreed with the data that was provided to say this is what market is for each of them. The second step was then what does the board recommend to the budget committee as the right salary? And what they recommended was less than the market that they studied. my contention was, so you're not really overriding the compensation board in the market piece of it. What you're saying is, and what I'm saying is, they, and maybe it's because it wasn't clear to them, they said, well, we won't put them at market, we'll just put them a little bit closer. And they made judgment calls on that, and I have no idea what basis, really. And so it is up to the budget committee to review that. It's not a rubber stamp when it comes here. We are supposed to review it and determine whether or not it makes sense and whether it follows the policies, so.
So do we take that as a motion? Do you need a motion directing you to do that, or you take Mr. Kenny's comments and suggestions and then we'll revisit this on Monday?
That's what we will do.
Okay, make it so. Thank you. Right now, we're scheduled for Mr. White and the non-departmental and
Mr. Chair?
non-general fund stuff.
Well, Mr. Chair, I had 3 other things. Are we
Oh, I'm sorry.
Are we gonna go back to comments after this?
Yes, yeah.
Okay, so, all right, okay.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, sir?
With your leave, I would like to leave. I have another meeting that I need to go to.
Do we need the budget officer for anything else? You
Certainly
delegate?
feel like we might.
Just in case.
I'll be
Until we
here.
run out of donuts in the back.
We have a cell number.
Thank you, John. We'll see you Monday.
Okay, thanks.
So, do you want to take Commissioner Carlson's points, or do we want to have Jeff do the non-departmental?
Or you have, no, let's
Monday if we needed to.
do your finance or your non-departmental stuff on Monday?
Easily, yes.
Would that be easier? What I'm thinking is,
I don't know how long Janet's.
I can be real quick.
well,
Okay.
but here's what I'm thinking, if I might. We'll do the comments, and then we will take a break and open for public comment. And so we'll be sitting here all afternoon. To the advice of
Comments scheduled for.
5:15 to 5:30.
Right.
And I know some of the members of the committee have pressing things right adjacent to this. John reminded me as he got up for this meeting, people, and I think, have to buzz out of here to get somewhere else. We need a quorum of 4, I believe, Jan, a quorum is 4
Yes.
to hear public testimony?
Oh, to hear public testimony.
Yeah, I need a quorum for public comment.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So that if necessary, then we could, instead of a break, those of us that are gonna stay to provide the quorum could stay, and then if 1 or 2 people have to take off for another meeting, they could do that instead of a break. We'll just recess for a longer break, reconvene for the public comment period, and then adjourn after that. I'm trying to cut loose somebody, I don't remember who, but at one of the conversations, somebody said they had a pressing thing coming up right after this.
It was John.
Was it just John?
Oh.
Oh, well, in that case, not.
So let's cover Commissioner Carlson's items and then have
Okay.
Jeff come back up and do the presentation.
Okay, that's fine.
So I have 2 quick ones on the county fair. So the first one is, and I talked to Jan about this when we were in lunch line, that we can ask the Community Services Department to fix that one Public Works contribution that's not correct in the budget. She said that was what they should do, and that was, so I'm gonna make that request.
Remind me if you would, that's the paving, what?
No, that's the,
It was 20,000 instead of 16,500 or
yeah,
something
right,
like
yeah,
that.
it's for the zero waste. So the
Oh,
Garden
yes,
Services
yes.
gets the contract, so we wanna make sure that that's accurate on both the revenue side and the expenditure side. So it should be a wash, but it's more money than what is in the budget. Second of all, Jeff walked me through kind of the ins and outs of the general fund and the position and all of that, so I think I've got that down. What I would request, and I can get this after the budget committee adjourns even, is a paper like the one I'm gonna hand out on dog control on the fair, a historical analysis, so we can just see the revenues going across and just by category, the expenditures, and kind of get a sense about what's going on with the general fund, with sponsorships, with other things over time, because now there's so many ins and outs that it's making it a little bit confusing in terms of transparency for us to track. So that's 2 of my, actually comp board was 3rd one, we already did that. So now I've done 3 of 4. So the 4th one is, and I just want to hand this out, my fellow commissioners have seen this. already, because I handed out a BOC CAO meeting. So I just wanted to point out, there was some discussion on dog control and some additional funding going into dog control, which I very much support as a program, and I think that we're doing a good job with it. The issue is licensing fees. So if you start on the side where you see 2001-02 in the sheriff's office, on the, at the top of the columns there, and then it has Public Works ran it, and then when you go on the back, it's Community Services. So we started out, when I was a county commissioner, became a county commissioner in 03-04, at $70,000. It had just come out of the sheriff's office and Public Works was taking it over. And licenses, out of the total, they had $415,000 in license revenue that year. And then you move and you look at licenses going across, and it goes from 415 to 378, 395, 384, 390. I'm not making a line graph here, but you go all the way to 2017-18 that's budgeted, and we're at 372. That's a pretty flat line going across. I mean, there's ebbs and flows, but there's not a whole lot of change over more than 10 years. You look at general fund, Public Works started out with $70,000 when they started with dog control. There was a contract with the Humane Society. They'd gotten word that Humane Society, it wasn't in their mission to do the dog services that we were doing, particularly euthanasia. So we worked to open a dog shelter, and I think we opened it in 06-07, was it 05? Anyway, we gave them $400,000 that they put into that next budget, and that 400 went to 499, and then 670, 636, and then you track it all the way over to the budget for 17-18, and we're at 920. So you can see the general fund has continued to grow, and I'm not suggesting from this discussion that the need, that they were adequately staffed when they started, or that the needs are all met, because as we heard from Tammy when she presented, there's only 2 dog officers for the whole county. What I am suggesting is that I recall the discussion was clearly that we were wanting the dog program to be as self-sufficient as possible. And we wanted to get licenses up, and they have done all of these voluntary types of things with licenses. So I mentioned that Dean came to the Public Safety Coordinating Council, was on April 11th, and talked about the enforcement program and licensing. And one of the things that he had on his slides was that we are basically licensing about 30% of the dogs in Marion County. So there's a ways that we could go. We've discussed, and other counties use, a reporting system where the veterinarians report to dog control, and then they're able to identify the dogs and then figure out where the dogs are. We don't do that in Marion County, and I think I was talking to him after the budget discussion this morning, and he said other jurisdictions that have done that have upped their licenses as much as 30%. Is that right? In addition. So I just wanted to point this out, that this is an area where budgetarily a lot of general fund has grown in it, and the more that we can figure out mechanisms to increase those licensing fees, I think that's going to allow us as a county to have this program be more self-sustaining. So those are my comments.
To finish, if I could.
Yeah. Yeah.
The enforcement part has always been the thing I think we miss here. There's no penalty. There's nobody looking, so therefore why do you buy a license? And what was it? You mentioned enforcement, so it was including where Dean's here, he can tell us even.
I'd rather have Dean. I've got the PowerPoint, but he probably has a much better handle on it than I do, since I only heard it once. You want him to come up and answer it?
If he has it off the top of his fingers. Tip of his fingers. So the question while you're coming up here, Dean, is what are we doing about enforcement and
enforcement of license?
Enforcement of license, and if it even means in terms of taking dogs. If 60% of dogs are unlicensed here, there ought to be a lot of targets. And I think when people know there's a consequence for not getting licensed, there would be more.
I think would it be a
That is the million-dollar question. How do you make people do the right thing?
Dean, before you start, identify yourself for the...
I'm Dean Freeze, Marion County Dog Services Manager, and I've been looking at this a million different ways of how we could get this going in the right direction. We have actually experienced an uptick, so slowly we're creeping back up. It is flatlined though if you look at the historical data. Counties that have this mandatory reporting have at least the opportunity to ask the people do the right thing. So though the enforcement piece is still not very strong, if we can identify the missing 53,000 people here in Marion County estimated who have animals, we know that there's about 75,000 in Marion County dogs. We've identified 22,000. Who are these 53,000 other people? Even if we had the mandatory reporting where that increases double, and we know who they are, it will naturally come up significantly. In Multnomah County, just to give you an example, it's not apples to apples because they're a much larger county. They
Much more urban.
have an estimated 200,000 dogs, and they've identified 100,000 of them. Of the 100,000 dogs that they have identified, 85% are in compliance. Most of those are renewals, though. So once you get them in the door, they're likely to continue through the life of their dog to pay those fees. They're in the same situation where we are with technology, and they're just now on the cusp of having the technology infrastructure to be able to take advantage of where are these people, and once you identify where the people are, do they have a platform in which to make it convenient for them to get their dog license for online? We are not at that place, as Tamara already articulated during her budget presentation. We're just now, next week, hopefully, putting the RFP on the street. So we're pretty far behind in that echelon of getting the infrastructure built to even get there. But a mandatory reporting would at least give us an influx of who these people are so that we could ask them to please license their dog. The enforcement piece, as Commissioner Brentano has said, is a whole separate issue that we would like to identify and look for ways to be more compliant, to give them the enforcement piece. So I agree with both of you.
You should run for office.
I know we're, I know, thank you, Mr. Chair. I know we're not here to do an ordinance on mandatory reporting, but you mentioned Multnomah County. They have a different software system than we do, I would imagine.
Well, we don't know what we have yet because it's going on the street, but they had a similar homegrown type of software.
My concern is that we put, and I've taken my dogs to Almsville Animal Clinic for many years, and they've been one of the cooperative ones from what I understand. But it's so 1950s technology. They make me write a separate check. They put the money in a bag. Somebody has to go pick it up or deliver it. I mean, until we have this thing where a vet's office can just, do it online, I can't go there. To make somebody have to do it, in today's world, we've got to find a way to make it really easy for them. Be able to put it on my bill with my dog and just, send the money online or whatever. So when you get that presentation set up, I'd love to see it. Where we could say, let's go out to the vets and say, here, we've got it really easy for you, and you're going to give you $3 every time you do this.
Right.
Here comes Tamara. I must have said something.
Now you've done it.
She raised her hand. I just motioned her to come up.
Thank you. Just for the record, Tamara Getch, Community Services Department Director. Just wanted to let you all know that Lori Steele and I have been in conversations about how we can put something in place in the interim that will allow for online licensing. So right now, unless you come into the shelter, you cannot use your credit card or your debit card to pay for licensing. You have to do it the old-fashioned way. Even when you go to the vet, you have to take care of it through check or cash. So with the county's investment in Teller, and Lori's helping us to explore how we can make this happen as we transition to the new software. One of the requirements of the software for the dog shelter will be an interface between Teller and whatever animal management software we land with. So that'll be one of the requirements, that we utilize that technology that the county's already made an investment. But since it's available now and the shelter's going to be going live in probably, in the middle of June. So we'll be able to move forward with that, hopefully sooner than later, and we won't have to wait for the selection process and transferring of all the data, et cetera. We'll begin to educate and train our community members how to use those services online. And if you're like me, I hardly write checks any longer.
Right.
Everything is online. So this is helping us get to the 21st century. So just wanted to add that to the discussion.
Thanks. And Ms. Kenny?
So from a budget committee standpoint, you're talking about revenue being plugged into a budget document. It doesn't even sound like you're anywhere close to being able to do that in anticipation of this 2017-18 fiscal year, and it's something you ought to be anticipating for 18-19. That's number one. Number two would be, in anticipation of trying to get increased revenues from licensing fees, I can see a fairly significant public education piece that would have to be done if the county initiates a new software program as well as a new licensing push, just to define what the benefits are for a pet owner, and also to be able to explain what the services are that Marion County offers to pet owners in case their dogs are lost or whatever it may be that are offered at the shelter. Without all those pieces together, I think you're asking for a difficult process, a relatively easy budget item, but a difficult process and public relations piece.
Agreed.
If I may, if we're using the model of Multnomah County, they had not built any of this infrastructure that we're talking about. So the old-fashioned way, the way that Commissioner Cameron had experience with handwriting everything, their revenue for licensing, once they got the mandatory reporting put in place, went from $600,000 to $1.6 million.
I appreciate that. I also make a distinction between an urban county and an urban community versus a county which is a range of a couple of urban cities, a number of small towns, and a lot of rural areas where people may have animals on farms that they would have never even considered doing any licensing for them. And I think it's going to take a fairly significant consideration of the policy impacts as well as the community relations issues that you have to address.
Chair Vance and Budget Committee members, additionally, just so that you have this information as you go forward, our budget for general fund and licensing is fairly conservative on the licensing side, with the hopes that we'll be able to have greater gains in those in the future. But we know what's happening current year, and so we tried to make an educated guess on what is going to appear in our actual budget. However, if those are increased, the general fund dollars that are in our budget do not roll over into the next fiscal year. So it's 18-19, we won't retain those general fund dollars. Those will come back into the general fund resources. The only dollars that are retained in the dog services budget are donations, and we've created a capturing of those through our fiscal management.
So, Jeff, can you do the other non-departmental operations stuff in about 10 minutes? Then we don't have to do that on Monday morning, and we'll be right on time. I actually have 11 and a half minutes, judging by the newly hung clock.
It's 4:50, it's slow.
Well,
The clocks don't work in this room.
Right. Must be the air.
That one's working. It
How
got
you doing,
up
Lynn?
since we've been here.
yeah. Well, I saw somebody it was sitting on that chair, and somebody sat on that chair, and I thought, well, my God, they're sitting on the clock. And then I realized somebody had hung it while we were at lunch.
Chair Vance,
Thank you,
Commissioners,
Chief.
members of the
Hi,
Budget
Jeff.
Committee, Jeff White, Chief Financial Officer for Marion County. It is my pleasure to go through the non-departmental and other funds budget at this time. And and it usually goes pretty quick anyway. So I'm going to just kind of whip through them. If you want to stop me for a question on a particular fund, that's fine. If you want to wait till the end, that's fine. Page 42, we begin with the Courthouse Square Debt Service Program budget. This program accounts for the general fund transfer for the debt service principal and interest payments for the current Courthouse Square refunding obligations. This amount remains fairly consistent each year. As the interest portion declines, the principal portion increases. So $1,519,825. On page 43, you'll find the PERS debt service program budget. This program accounts for the accumulation of administrative charges that are assessed to departments to be used for the debt service principal and interest payments for the current pension obligation bonds. The total amount of the payment increases each year on the assumption that the underlying payroll that's being assessed will increase each year, which is typically what happens. As long as that assumption holds true, the rate charged to departments remains somewhat consistent. Funds that are carried over from one year to the next can be used to offset charges in future years. We can lower that assessed rate and we do that occasionally. You'll see our fund balance will grow, and so we'll drop the rate we charge and then move on to the next year. That budget is $4.8 million. On page 484 is the Capital Improvement Loans Program budget. This program is used to account for the general fund and health department transfers used to pay the debt service principal interest payments for the capital project loans that were obtained in 2013 and 2016, and for another anticipated loan in fiscal year 2017-18. This third capital loan will be used to fund some health building electrical upgrade, juvenile campus projects, and the cost of reentry housing facility. The other fund transfer line that you'll see reflects the health department's share of the debt service payment for the portion of the loan that was used to fund renovations on the health building. And that is a $1.986 million budget. If you turn to page 485, the McBee program budget. The Marion County Business Enterprise Enhancement Program is budgeted to support the anticipated costs of improvements to the county's Oracle Enterprise Financial Information Management System. In fiscal year 17-18, the budget has increased as compared to fiscal year 16-17. The budget amount each year is based on the estimated consulting costs that are requested for work by the project team and approved by the IT Governance Committee. Projects slated for work in fiscal year 17-18 include an upgrade to the Oracle financial system, business analysis for purchasing and HR modules, and continuing training for employees that use various Oracle modules. The total budget there is $303,000. On page 486 is the general fund program budget. This program is used to account for general fund revenues, contingency and ending fund balance, along with the general fund financial support of transfers to departments both within the general fund and to funds outside the general fund. The most significant changes to this program are an increase of $2.2 million for estimated total tax revenues, a $1.7 million decrease in the networking capital amount, and a $2.4 million increase in transfers out, which is primarily made up of increases to the debt service fund, the facility renovation fund, and the capital improvement projects fund. And you'll note a $3.8 million net decrease in contingency and ending fund balance. I'd like to point out that in the fiscal year 2016-17 original adopted budget for ending fund balance and contingency was about $6.8 million. That's very similar to the proposed budget of $6.1 million this year. What happens after you adopt the budget and we get into about September or October, when we actually close out the year and see how much money we actually end the year within the general fund, we end up adjusting that number, and you'll see it's $9 million. But when we originally adopted the budget, it was closer to $5 for the ending fund balance. So we're in about the same place as it would have looked like last year, except for we came out better than we anticipated.
Yeah, Jeff, I
Yes.
stop you just so I'm clear here. You're talking on page 486, ending fund balance of 9.2 for this fiscal year is what we budgeted, or we budgeted 5?
It was close to the 5 point. I can't remember the exact.
And then you adjusted two supplemental budgets.
When the supplemental, we adjusted it
because of ending fund balances that
Yes.
were way up there.
Yeah.
And your prediction is we're budgeting about the same amount, and prediction is that we potentially could have that happen again.
It typically does, because we're gonna have unspent appropriation dollars, vacancy savings.
Right.
We just we don't calculate that into the budget figures, because we want to make sure we're appropriate enough to spend everything we can.
Okay.
So I would bet in first
Thank you.
supplemental, that 5 million for this year will end up being 7, maybe 8. We are spending money more than we have in the past, but it'll be more than this 5 million. I just didn't want you to think that we went from 9 to 5 in 1 year.
Great, thank you for clarifying that.
Okay. On page 488 is the county schools program budget. This program is used to account for timber-related revenues that are received and forwarded to school districts within the county. Revenues and expenditures are budgeted based on estimates from the state forester for Chapter 530 timber sales. In addition, the federal revenues reflected in the budget are no longer for the extension of the Secure Rural Schools funding, because that funding stream has gone away, but continue to reflect the distribution of U.S. Forest Service revenue. That number's always been there, it's just been buried in a bigger number from the federal Secure Rural Schools money.
Nothing. Not much.
No, okay. 433,000 is that total budget. In the Criminal Justice Assessments Program budget, on page 489 of 1.6 million, this program receives revenues through direct appropriation from the state budget and from a county share of traffic fines received from the Justice Court and other local municipal courts. The Materials and Services budget is nearly the same as the previous year and is primarily used for contracted services for security at the court. The budgeted distribution of the revenues received from the courts are allocated to the Sheriff, Juvenile, and Community Corrections Program, and that will decrease from $450,000 in 16-17 to about $442,000 in 17-18. The capital outlay of $100,000 to replace is to replace the security camera matrix controller at the courthouse. So it appears in this fund, if you'll recall, there used to be a lot more money coming in here, and then we had some statutory changes to how those fines were counted and collected. And then there was a one later, so we went down and started to come back up. It looks like we've kind of reached about the point that's going to be consistent after the effect of all those statutory changes. So we're staying fairly even there. On page 490 is the non-departmental grants program budget of $600,000. Again, there's no budget extension of the Secure Rural Schools funding and federal revenues. The primary expenditures in this program will be to transfer resources that have been received in the previous years to the Sheriff Forest Patrol of about $91,000 and search and rescue programs for about $20,000. On page 491, you'll see the tax title land sales program budget of $430,000. This program is used to account for the receipt, maintenance, and sale of foreclosed property that has been turned over to the county due to delinquent property tax payments. The funds received for the sale of these properties are turned over to the taxing districts of Marion County after providing for any costs incurred by the county. This program budget fluctuates based on foreclosures and auction sales of those foreclosures. Estimated distributions to the taxing district have been reduced by about $156,000 for the upcoming year. We don't have the same types of foreclosed properties for sale this year that we did last year. We only have, I think, 2 properties with houses on them. A lot of them are vacant lands, strips, non-buildable parcels. Unless we get the gas station on the corner of Pine and Commercial ready to sell, that could generate some more money, but we didn't anticipate that in the budget. The Rainy Day Reserve Program budget of $2.2 million on page 492 has been mentioned a couple of times. This fund is used to accumulate resources to be set aside for financial emergencies. The balance of the fund has been budgeted as a reserve for future expenditure. This is the other fund I mentioned this morning outside of the capital funds where that new category is being used. And finally, the self-insurance program budget of $37.4 million on page 493. Departments are assessed fees to provide for premium payments such as health, dental, workers' comp, life insurance, and other insurance benefits. These charges to departments are accumulated in this program budget and then used to cover the cost of the related premiums to the outside parties. Increases in materials and services budget is reflective of increasing medical and dental premiums, slightly offset by reductions in the cost of liability claims. We are self-insured for a certain point of the first level of cost incurred. Contingency has been increased by $607,000 to reach recommended levels to provide for any catastrophic losses. And with that, that is your non-departmental and other funds budget section.
Bingo.
And if there are no questions.
Comments from? No?
Okay.
Hey, Jeff, this is a final, before you leave, in looking at the self-insurance program, there's a stop-loss policy that's carried over and above that, right?
Yes.
And where does that show? Where does the cost of that show? It's not listed here.
It's part of the premium payments we make.
From insurance in a different place, or?
Yeah, and I'm not, I know that I think we pay the first $1 million of a claim, but after that, there's a stop loss.
Yeah.
And,
But that's in this, that's not, that doesn't show somewhere else as a separate policy, that's part of this?
it should be part of the premium payments
Okay.
here.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, I know we're pushing up against time, and Jeff, this is something maybe later, but as I was going through these debts here, I always ask this question, and I think I've asked it before to Jan, and it'd be nice if there was a spreadsheet that showed the
Debt service
the
payments.
debt service, the payment, you know, like on this 8 where was it? I was thinking of the courthouse square, wherever it was 8
You mean like that?
It's 1.5 million a year.
So what I'm looking for is the amount of debt that we owe, what the
Oh.
annual payment it is by category, and then
How much
the-
is left?
and the date it's paid off.
Oh.
I think you gave that to me at one point in time, but if we had that as an updated,
It should be in the
It's in the CAFR,
Yeah.
but we can get
Just
that
a
available for
one
you.
pager, maybe somebody needs a copy of the CAF and
Yeah.
give it to me.
It
I
would
read
be-
that, you know, to go to sleep.
We do have that, and we can provide that for you for each of the debt.
Thank you.
The calculations.
Thanks, Jeff. Other questions for Jeff? Thank you, sir. So now we're scheduled for a break. So we will recess for 14 and a half minutes, reconvene at 5:15. Thank you. It is now 5:15, June 1st. This Marion County Budget Committee, we will reconvene to hear public comment. Staff has just brought me up an empty sheet of public comment, so there's nobody in the audience wishing to make a comment today. We will have another period for public comment at 8:45 a.m. here in the Senator Hearing Room on Monday, June 5th. We also will accept written comment. Where did Jan go? So,
Probably needs to be here by Monday morning at the latest.
yeah, it has to be here Monday morning. And so I'd encourage people who have comments or suggestions about the budget to be here then. And you haven't received anything in writing so far? Staff has nothing upstairs? Okay. Okay. So, hearing none, and seeing nobody out there, and realizing it's 5:15 on an afternoon, Chair would entertain a motion to recess until Monday.
So moved.
So moved. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Commissioner Cameron, thank you. So moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Hearing none, the motion carries, and we are in recess until Monday morning at 8:45, June 5th, in this spot.
Now, you know your car can't move from this building for